yeah, this is what we're going to cover for a little bit, and see how these games go. A lot of strong players playing. Streamer first, baby. Of course I'm a streamer first, obviously. So we'll cover this. We'll cover the Magnus article a little bit later on, and we'll go from there. That's the plan for today, at least. What does a GCT establish? Doesn't establish anything really. It's a separate sort of tour. Now it's not separate from FIDE, but it's just a series of events. The winner gets maybe a couple $100,000. It's a way of having top level events that all the players can play in. I'm not playing in this qualifier because I can't. You missed $800,000 in the last game of the candidates. Trust me, something big is happening in the near future, and let's leave it at that for right now. So yeah. So as I was saying, what was I saying? I was saying something, I forget what I was saying. Yeah, so as far as the chess champions tour, I'm already qualified for the next event because I won the last event, the Everything's Masters, beating Fabiano Caruana in the final. So I'm already qualified for that, so I won't be playing. That's the first thing. I already covered the Peter Heine thing to Emil's reply. I mean, Emil, I don't know what's going on with Emil. He thinks he's being funny, whatever. Thinks he's being funny, trying to like, I don't know, say things about me. Yeah, I mean, it's all fun and games until suddenly you push me too far and I decide I'm not going to play FIDE organized events ever again. Thanks to all this nonsense. So as I was saying, back to the game, let's not the game, sorry. As far as the tours go, the Grand Chess Tour is an event, has like a series of events for top players to play and gives them a chance to earn a bunch of money. The Chess Champions Tour is online, a little bit different. And this one you qualify for the main event to play against players like myself, Fabiano, etc. That's what we have. Yeah, this is a qualifier for the Chess Kid. What's it called? Chess Kid. What is it called? It's called the Chess Kid Cup. So this is a Chess Kid Cup. Yep. Yeah, that's what we have. Am I playing the main event? Yes, I will be playing the main event. Check out Arjun. Yeah, so let's go back. You want me to cover Arjun's game? Arjun's game is pretty wild. Yeah, so Arjun's game, what is this? He's playing against Mohammed somebody. I don't, who's this? Mohammed. Things would just be kind for the 5 game subs. Mohammed Nubashir Sheikh. Okay, so this is a wild game that Arjun's playing. We have a modern system. This is wild. This is a rapid chess, 10 minutes plus I believe 2-second increment. Yeah, this is insane. I know White is a king on D1. He's also built a Great Wall of China on the 4th rank. Very hard to judge what's going on. Thank you to Drake Candy for the 2 months. Thank you so much, Drake Candy. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm also gonna eat some food while we wait because I haven't eaten yet today. So I have like a if I get out of the way, will it show better? I've got like a tortilla with like meat, pickles, some like sour cream, potatoes. So all right, can I release the schedule of all the tournaments I'm playing in? In terms of tournaments I'm playing in, I don't know yet. I'm playing Norway Chess. I'm playing the Chess Champions Tour event, of course. So I'm playing in both those events. Beyond that, I don't know. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Actually, I need to get a fork and knife, so give me 1 second. All right, you guys. I don't think pickles in a tortilla is even legal. Yeah. Yeah. So feel bad for Nepo. We all feel bad for Nepo. This Temple's too well. I play in the U.S. Championship. Very unlikely. Sinkfield Cup is very deep in the year, so I don't know. Yeah. No, the Sinkfield Cup is very deep in the year. I haven't even thought about like November or December yet. That's just so far away that it's just not on my radar. Is what I would say. Yeah. These streams have been much better. Yeah, again, big shout out to everybody who's watching on this fine Monday morning. What is going on here? F5. Oh my gosh, Arjun might be in trouble. E5, bishop h6 looks really bad suddenly. You move the rook, you lose the pawn. Actually, Arjun's in trouble. In real trouble here. I think Arjun might lose this game. He's getting massacred on the king side here. White has a lot of pushes here. I spilled, yeah, a little bit of potato fell down, but it's all good. Could you qualify for the can simply based on rating without going through any Grand Prix nonsense? Possibly. But again, I mean, just based on Emil stuff, based on other stuff, I mean, there's just a very good chance I'm not going to want to have to deal with FIDE, period. Just not deal with them at all, and just like not even give them the time of day. So, let's see what we get here from Arjun. Arjun can play like King G7. I don't, Rook C8 maybe. It was still Bishop H6 looks very bad, very bad. My shirt looks awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. So yeah, we're gonna be covering this a little bit. We will play some Blitz later. I think we'll cover the Magnus article that everyone wants to see as well, and we're just chilling, having a good time. Again, big shout out to everybody who's watching, the 3,000 you guys on this fine Monday morning. I also assume that everybody's feeling this that everyone's feeling a little bit of a like I don't know if letdown or burnout, but just so much chess nonstop. So the Ding article I did cover, or at least I think I covered. We have a Magnus article as well to cover. Yeah. We want you to plan the candidates. Like I said, there's a point at which like you get tired of people just being ridiculous about things, and so yeah, isn't it unfair that your choices are based on their actions? Well, I mean, everybody has a limit, and there's a point at which like you're just not going to put up with nonsense. I mean, if they don't want to show respect at all, there comes a point at which it's just like enough is enough. That's just the bottom line. So yeah. So all right, let's see what we get from Arjun here. Yeah, King G7 or Rook C8 are the only moves that make sense. Bishop H6 is a big issue here. Don't get one guy. It's not actually about Emil. That's just another part of the symptom of everything that's wrong. Okay, so Queen D3 is apparently winning for white. I don't know why. Because if you go Queen C5, there's just B4 GG. You lose the pawn. GG, why not? And if Rook C8 try to hit it, there's probably, I don't know. This looks very bad. Has FIDE ever done something good to you? I mean, probably the only thing right off that was nice and good is when I got the wild card to play in the FIDE Grand Prix. That's maybe the only thing. That was actually quite nice from Dvorkovich, but everything else has been just miserable and unpleasant, pretty much for like as long as I play chess, actually. So all right, okay, Arjun's in big trouble here. He's got to move the knight, and then Queen D3 still looks very bad. Goes Knight G8, as expected. We're gonna get Queen D3, and I think Arjun's gonna win. Could happen again. No, it couldn't happen again, and honestly I don't even know how I feel about it this time around. So yeah, who knows. So all right, Queen D3 looks like the best move to be played. If sponsors are more willing to support Rapid, should the World Chess Championship be played in Rapid formats? But the problem with that idea is that there's already a World Rapid Championship. Now mind you, that's not based on a match. That's based on something else. Now the bar just went to the moon. I don't know why, but it did. I mean, I think what I would say is that in general terms, there's already a World Rapid Championship, so it's kind of a little bit odd to have a match decide that too. This is terrible. I mean, this is absolutely horrible for Arjun. He's getting absolutely destroyed by this guy. I mean, this is horrible. I mean, Arjun very likely is going to lose here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the happy solution is. I don't think there is an obvious solution in general terms to like the whole problem with the rapid classical, etc. But it is what it is. What's for lunch? I'm just eating a tortilla with some lettuce, some potato, some like sour cream, some pickles. You know, pretty normal, standard lunch. Rook C7 looks really bad. Maybe Master Chef later, but not right now. Also, you guys, the score is changing, right? The score is changing at the top, I assume. Is leaderboard updating or not? I wasn't sure if it's updating. I wasn't sure. Maybe it's not. Is it or not? It is updating. Okay. Who's at the top right now? Arabuni's at the top. So yeah, I'll check it in a second. We'll see if he's still at the top. Okay, F6. Arjun is just getting absolutely spanked, by the way, in this game. He's just getting spanked. FE7. I mean, he's gonna have to go like rook b8, rook c3, rook f3, takes bishop a. He's just getting absolutely destroyed by this 2415. I am from, is that Iran or is that India? That's India, right? Yeah, India. So goes rook c8. I mean, just takes. Yeah, takes, and even bishop a4 is just winning here for white. Just actually just winning. Trade and bishop a4 is GG, by the way. Yeah, bishop a4 is game over. Just bishop a4. Yeah, just rook e1 and queen. Wow. His opponent has 2 GM norms, so this guy's gonna be what, like India's like 89th GM or something. Like all these Indian kids are so good. How can he play so good? Because he's just a good player. I mean, nothing he's done here is even weird. Arjun decided to gamble. He played a very bad opening. Yeah, like he played this opening that just isn't particularly great. But going h3 g4 was ballsy. Very ballsy. Yeah, I mean, just king c2. I mean, oh, he's pretty old. No, he's just crushing it. Take and king d4. I mean, yeah, rook d4 or rook b4. I mean, literally any rook move. d5, bishop c6. I mean, takes. There is increment, right? There is increment, I believe. I mean, I don't even know why he's thinking. I mean, all roads lead to Rome here, literally. I mean, you can even sack the rook, though. I mean, everything wins. Okay, so gf5, rook d5, even, or bishop f3. I mean, yeah. Arjun loses in round 1. Brutal loss. He's new bear at chess.com official. He's kind of old. Okay. All right, let's move along and see what Laquang is doing. Did the scoreboard update, or is it still showing? No, it's showing Arabuni at the top. So let me go back. Let me see. Yeah, now it changed. Okay, so that means I need to move this over to the other monitor. That's how I have to do it. Okay. Or actually, no, I should keep this up here. I should move the other one over here. Yeah, there we go. That's how I do it. All right. So I look kind of cute today. Thank you, appreciate it. All right. So okay, let's watch some other games. Laquang's game still going here. Will I play the Pro Chess League? Yeah, I'll be playing when we play our next match. We get king f4 here. There's after rook d5. I'm not playing, you guys, so I'm already qualified since I won the last event. So it's a little bit different. Laquang, by the way, also in big trouble here against Benjamin Gladura. Real trouble here. Maybe it's still a draw, but he's in a lot of trouble. Why is it called the Chess Kid Masters? That I don't know. You would have to, I don't know. Okay, rook d5, rook e4, maybe f3 to cut it off. Rook d5, rook a3, rook d6. Okay, king f7, probably e4, d5, or rook c6, maybe rook c6 and then d5. It's probably what I do. Takes e4 and d5. Start pushing p in the center of the board. Fedo save is back. I didn't see. Okay, we'll probably get rook c6 here. I assume rook c6 has to be the move that will be played, but maybe not. Maybe not. Who knows? Big fish. Okay, d5, king e5. No, I think top 12 or top 10 should qualify to knockout. d5, g5, d6. Okay, checks. d5 here. d5, d6, and king e6 probably is winning. Is it the I couldn't care comment? No, I mean that actually is very mild at the end of everything. Yeah, d5 is played here. We're gonna get d6 king e6. I think this is just winning for white. Just d6. That was a mistake. This might be a draw now. Is Laquang somehow gonna win this? There's d6 here. d6 king c6. I guess it's probably still a draw, but probably a draw. King c6. King c6 here. Okay, goes rook d5. King c6. d7, of course. Move. Queen. Move. Take. Okay, check. I mean this, yeah, king, this should be a draw, but h3. Check. Yeah, now it's a draw. King e3, h2, rook h8. Yeah, very close to losing for white, but it'll be a draw. Yeah, Magnus is playing the Grand Chess Tour in Bucharest. That's what he's playing in. Yeah, just rook g8 and king f4. g3, king f4 is a draw. Yeah, rook g3. Safe pre-move. Assuming Magnus doesn't want to play, you probably have a decent shot at qualifying the cancer rating. No, I don't, because I'm not playing enough tournaments. So probably not. No, probably not. So okay, game 2 will be starting in a second. Let's pull up a new board. Let's take a look at the standings. So what do we have? We have Anish. Wait, sorry. Actually, wait a second, you guys. Wait a second. Wait, sorry. I have to wait. Sorry, you guys. I have to pull this up. Let's revisit what was said. Okay. I'm sorry, but you guys can correct me if I'm wrong here in chat. But Superbet, Rapid, and Blitz. I'm pretty sure the number 6 player in this tournament is Anish Giri. There is a direct conflict. You cannot play online and over the board at the exact same time. So why is Anish playing? Alireza is not playing, so he can try to qualify, but Anish cannot qualify. Is Anish unaware of the direct conflict? I mean, you can't play you literally can't play online and overboard at the same time. It's not possible. That's why Magnus withdrew. Because he can't, because there's direct conflict. Did Anish probably is confused, right? No, he probably just actually doesn't realize. I'm betting he just doesn't realize at all. That's my bet. Probably just doesn't realize. That's the bottom line. So that's my best bet. Tweeted Anish, yeah. Levon is playing around 2. Let's see, what else do we have? We have Alireza Firouzja. Where's Alireza? I don't see his game. Alireza is playing because I don't see his game. Noterbek is playing, by the way, but isn't. Oh no, Noterbek Yakubov, wrong one. Wait, what? Oh, he is playing. Okay, he's playing Benjamin Bach, by the way. Big second round game. Let's watch this game between Benjamin Bach and Alireza Firouzja in round 2. Big game between this famous streamer and of course Firouzja, the well-known fashion designer. Now if Alireza castles, Bach is going to play e4 and force a draw. Kramnik is playing, of course. That makes perfect sense, but this will be interesting. So we get b6, which is slightly dubious but these days playable. We get e4. Let's see what Alireza does here. So basically more non-pros are playing these days. Yes, actually. Bach is showing his prep from Chessable course. Okay. Yeah. This is the Chess Champions Tour qualifier, you guys. So basically, there will be, I believe, 5 players who qualify from this, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 6. So top 10 players play a knockout. That's what happens. When will I retire from chess? Not anytime soon. I would say in terms of retiring, I mean, I'll never actually retire because Rapid and Blitz are so popular these days, and you can play those just for fun, casually with zero prep. But I would say in terms of classical chess, if you were to ask me when I would retire, I would retire. I probably would retire like 39 years old, 39, 40 years old, like next 4 or 5 years. But I'll never retire from Rapid and Blitz because that I can just play casually, literally forever. Literally, yeah. So, am I not playing? I'm already qualified because I won the Air Things Masters. I beat Fabiano Caruana in the final. So, yeah. How long will we be doing content for? We're going to cover this event. We're going to cover Magnus article, play some Blitz. It's going to be a long stream, and we're only what, like 1 hour in? Oh no, we're actually 3 hours in already. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun. Who knew? Okay, why is Benji thinking here? I assume knight g3 or a3 are the two moves. Something like that. But yeah, so that's my general that arena, yeah, I forgot the arena was so long. Yeah, that's true, I forgot. I feel like I've been live for like an hour maybe. But anyway, all right. Benji is thinking here. Let's see what Benji does. Why is it Bach 2700 plus? The reason is because Benjamin kind of decided at a certain point to stop trying to get there. He decided he was going to go to college instead. That's why. He decided he was going to go to college, get that finance degree, and then maybe he'd take a shot, maybe not. I mean, most players have this conundrum when you're in like the high 2600s, where it's like you either basically go all in or you go to college. You don't really have an in-between happy spot. You know, another player who did that was this very strong Ukrainian player, Ilya Nizhnik, and he was like 2670, 2680, but he said, you know what, I don't know if I'm going to make it, so he decided to go to college. He went to I think it was Webster University. So Daniel was not at that level at the time. Daniel's never been at that level, to be fair, but Daniel was a little bit lower. He was like 2610 maybe when he decided to go to college. So for Daniel, it was obviously the right choice, 100% the right choice. 2670, 2680, it's a little bit different. Is Bach worried about Bishop G4? I doubt it. I went to college for 1 semester and I was like, I'm out of there. I'm not going to keep hanging around. Wasting my time, no need for it. So that was my attitude. Yeah. That was my attitude towards the whole thing. Yeah. So anyway. Now we got h6 played here. Probably bishop d2. I don't think you want to take, so probably have to go to d2. He goes to f4 instead. Interesting. Also reasonable to put pressure on the pawn because now g5 bishop d2 and white's much better. What was I going to study? I was studying political science, so I would have become like a lobbyist or a politician or something really undesirable. You know, it's like actually Jerry Springer died the other day, and I thought the Jerry Springer quote was really good. Let me see if I can find it. Let me find the quote. Yeah, so there's a quote because Jerry died the other day, and it was Jerry's quote was very simple. It said, "I've been lucky enough to enjoy a comfortable measure of success in my various careers." So actually, let me stop the music. It was, I've been lucky enough to enjoy a comfortable measure of success in my various careers, he added. But let's be honest, I've been virtually everything that you cannot respect. A lawyer, a mayor, a major market news anchor, and a talk show host. Pray for me. If I go to heaven, we're all going. So I think that sums it up pretty clearly in terms of good quotes. So yeah. Yeah, that's the bottom line. Yeah, it would have been something very undesirable. Who said that? Jerry Springer, the famed American talk show host, mayor, politician, who passed away the other day. Of course, like any kid who grew up in the 90s, I watched plenty of Jerry Springer on the WB11 when I was young. You get ready, you see the security come on set as people are throwing chairs at each other, getting angry, and all this other stuff. So yeah. Alireza blundered. Was that a blunder? Knight b5 is apparently good, but he goes knight e4, which also makes a lot of sense here to keep D's knights close to the center of the board. So nothing too shocking so far. Everyone wanted Vichy to retire. He never did until now. Well, Vichy basically, he's found a way to play a few tournaments like everybody else. Play tournaments here or there, and he just keeps his groove. So anyway, the cameraman has speed LMAO. Yeah. Okay, bishop a5 played. Maybe bishop e2, bishop d3. Somehow you got to get these pieces in the game. These 3 pieces are not well placed for white. By the way, did Nepo and Ding have revealed their full teams? I don't think they revealed everybody who was working with them. I think they revealed some of the people who were. So yeah. Actually, I forgot to tweet about streaming on Kick, so I'll probably tweet that in a few minutes. But anyway, I hope you guys are having a great morning wherever you are in the world. Today is Monday after the World Chess Championship, so we're going to be covering the Chess Champions Tour. We'll play some Blitz, cover MasterChef later on. Bishop d3, very logical move from Benji here, trying to develop bishop and bring the rook in. Gucci Reza has not developed any of the queenside pieces. That's his problem here. So yeah. Would I be happy to break into 2800 ELO and not qualify for the candidates? Oh, I'd be fine with that. I mean, I don't care. I play chess casually. I'm just a streamer who plays chess for fun, and sometimes it works. Which also, by the way, speaking of the I don't care, I did want to show you guys something else because I saw this great tweet the other day. So let me pull up a tweet while we're covering this. This is an important tweet in regards to everything that people are talking about. So I'll stop the music. Let's just listen. Let me just read out this tweet very quickly. So we have this great tweet. This is from Noel Studer. He is a GM from, I believe, Switzerland. And he tweets, actually, is he a GM or not? Actually, no, he's not a GM. He just changed, or is he a GM? Wait. I don't know if he's actually a GM. I didn't think he was, actually. Maybe he is. Let me check. But he put out this tweet. Let me see. He is a GM. Okay. So oh, he's talking about his past. He's saying he scored his first GM norm with a rating of 2336. Here's what I did for 2 months before the tournament. I did not look at chess at all. After an unmotivated period, I just wanted to enjoy playing chess again. I played free from all expectations and massively overperformed. So yeah, so this is actually a great example of like of the general I don't care attitude. So as you see, it's like it's more about the mental state. It's a flashback, which he's saying that basically he was tired of chess, 2336, and he decided, you know what, I'm gonna go and just play, no expectations, no pressure. That sort of embodies the I don't care attitude in a nutshell in terms of what you're doing. So it's basically you got to find like that happy spot, and you have to find it, and that's more important than like working super hard and like grinding nonstop to get there. It's all about the mental attitude. FIDE Malding about what? About Noel Studer? Yeah, but I mean, I actually agree with this. This is why I'm playing better chess than ever before. It's not that I'm not studying chess, but it's the fact that when you have no pressure, no expectations, it's much easier to play to your true abilities. So let's get back to the game. Let me put the music back on as well and go from there. So yeah, Noel Studer would definitely be a he's definitely a proponent of the I literally don't care school of chess. Every time you say I'm only a streamer, I love you and hate you at the same time, miss you not playing more events. Well, you know, it's good to be able to stream and make a living and not have to deal with all the nonsense that you have to deal with in the world of chess mostly. So that's my 2 cents. Apparently Alireza is better after F5. 572k peak viewers on the final day. Yeah. To talk about that as well. I think it's important to note that it was a very hype day. There were tiebreakers, all sorts of stuff going on. All sorts of stuff going on. So of course it was going to have a lot of viewership. FIDE taking shots to you after the I literally don't care. I assume you're talking about Emil. Or there's something else, but bottom line, I mean, at some point, like, I'm just not going to put up with that stuff. I'm just not going to put up with it. I'm just going to say get lost, and I just won't deal with FIDE ever again. Because like it really doesn't matter to me if they want to be ridiculous about things and try to attack me for no reason. Like, I don't have to play their tournaments. I can just tell them to get lost. That's the bottom line. They did not beat Nepo versus Magnus viewership. No, they didn't. They did not beat the viewership. But again, it was last day. It was very hyped, so the numbers were very good. I mean, that's the one thing that actually to me is a little disappointing, is that because it was so crazy and so wild, you know, FIDE is going to look at the event and think like it was some huge success and the world chess will succeed even without Magnus around, and that is just very far from the truth. So get F5, probably knight C3 will be played here. We'll probably get knight F G6 and maybe bishop C1 here. Yeah. Yeah, same thoughts as Nigel and Gary back in the day. Yeah, totally. So we get knight to c3, probably knight to g6, and then bishop c1 will be played, and we'll see what happens. How long do I expect Dean to hold the title? Impossible to tell. Impossible to tell if the juniors will rise up, Alireza or Noterbeck will rise up. Impossible to know if Magus will return. So many factors, impossible to know. Yeah, they survived Kasparov. Well, there is one big difference as far as, and I've spoken about this many times, the big difference between the Kasparov times in modern days. The difference is that, like, if chess.com wants to start holding over the board events and take on FIDE, they can, because they're actually generating, I mean, at least according to that tweet that I saw, they're generating 100 million in profit every single year. When Gary and Nigel and everybody else broke away, they had to find sponsors to fund the PCA, everything that was going on. And at the time, you have sponsors putting in money. They're putting in money hoping for a return somehow, but there was no return on that money that they were spending. Chess.com is so profitable that they could easily do that with a couple $1 million and basically put FIDE out of business in terms of top level chess. You know, Mike Ket P for the gifted sub, appreciate it. Thank you so much. So it's a very different situation now, very, very different than in the past. So very, very different. All right. So let's see what we get from Alireza. You can play knight g6 here, and you can have bishop c1, which will be played. So yeah, there's bishop c1. f4 might be an issue. f4 knight e4, and then bishop. Ooh, this is getting a little bit scary here. I don't know. Let's see. I think Benjamin's kind of misplaying this a little bit. Yeah, get bishop c1. So let's see what we get here. Bishop takes c3, queen takes c3. Is it because you're in a financially comfortable position, missing big money tournaments, not an issue? Well, no, because actually the reason that things are so great is because there are now a bunch of online tournaments which are comparable. You spend much less time having to travel. You don't have to deal with all the nonsense from FIDE. And you get to stay at home, don't have to deal with the nonsense, the wear and tear of travel, don't have to deal with nonsense from organizers, and it's all good. Yeah, I mean, that's not to say all organizers are like that, but you know, if I look back to the FIDE Canada's tournament that I played in Madrid, like all the nonsense with the scans and everything else, all the nonsense about like COVID regulation and other things, like it was just completely out of control. Okay, we get this. Knight h5 is played. If you take the bishop, you get mated in 1 on g7 here. So let's see. Anish is losing, but he can't play. No, he cannot play. No, he cannot play. Queen f7, so he wants to go bishop f5, activate the bishop. There's like rook he1, there's bishop f3. Levon's opponent through the game. We can go back to that in a second. I'll pull up another tab with the games on them, but yeah. Okay, you said Lev's opponent through the game. I mean, I'll pull this up as another window. Let me leave this down here. So all right, we see you celebrate your online wins dramatically more than over the board. Is that how you feel about online chess for over the board? I like over the board chess here or there, but the idea of having to travel all over Kingdom Come to Europe specifically nonstop is not something that appeals to me. When you can play online and just be at home, it's much more fun than having to spend hours and hours traveling across the oceans. We get bishop f5, king a1 will be played here. Do we want a monopoly? I mean, I don't think it's about a monopoly. I think it's about the fact that chess.com they tend to use common sense much more than you see from FIDE. FIDE is very much not about common sense. They're very much about everything's going to be our way or the highway. There's no room for discussion on anything. It's just like everything we do is right and everybody else has no right to say anything. That's just the reality. So bishop e4 played here. So let's see what Benjamin will do. He can maybe trade and go f3, maybe trade and go g3. We'll see what the options are. You know, like one basic example to use Nepo is like FIDE is this draconian regulation about dress code. Like they literally are unwilling. They're unwilling to let players express themselves in any way. It's like Jan Nepomniachtchi when he played in the World Rapid and Blitz in Kazakhstan at the end of 2022. He wore a t-shirt to sort of pay homage to Lionel Messi from Argentina, and he was basically told like you can't wear that shirt, and it's just like, I mean, seriously, he's paying homage to a player and you're like, he can't do it. But then contrary at the Olympiad, which was held a while back, you have you had the Olympiad and FIDE, suddenly they have this like prize for like most colorful outfit out of nowhere, and I was just like, excuse me, Yeah, K miras bobo, exactly. Yeah, K miras bobo. Yeah. So, oh, there's also the situation with Nepo in the 960 where basically he was told he had to put on a suit before an Armageddon game against him, which again, complete nonsense as well. It's those sorts of little things that add up after a while, and players are just like, you know, if their players have an option and they can just basically say we don't want to put up with this stuff, then they will. Okay, we get G takes F3, which is a blunder. No rook E5. Benjamin just trapped his knight. What the heck? Benjamin just trapped his knight. What the heck was that? Huh? Yeah, I think Benjamin's gonna lose. He just walked into a very basic puzzle rush. Yeah, very basic puzzle rush that he walked into. Yeah. Rook takes H5, bishop takes D6, knight D7, and rook E8. Alireza should win. So let's go back and see what other games we have. We have Iturizaga, we have Fresnay. What else do we have? Bassam. Okay, let's cover Anish's game because everybody wants to watch Anish. Anish is apparently losing here. Oh, he's missing a piece. This was what? This was some kind of Sicilian. Okay, looks pretty normal so far. Huh. Apparently rook E1 was wrong. He's supposed to play B4. Very dank. We get this and it goes from there. Yeah. Anish is low on time. Yeah. So, all right. So we get B4 being played here by Anish. Anish very low on time, by the way. There's Queen C8. What other moves are there? There's Queen C8, Queen C7, Queen B6. I mean, Queen C8 apparently is the best move. That does hang the pawn, so it's not realistic. Queen B6 makes sense. Now, apparently, rook E6 takes, rook takes E6, takes Queen F5, block, check, King G8. Maybe Anish will win this game, actually. It's very complicated, suddenly. Suddenly, it's quite complicated. Now, what is Anish is down? What, a rook, 2 rooks here? Knight F6, Queen F5, D5 looks good. Yeah, you go Knight F6 here. What? Oh, maybe this works. Anish has no time. King E7. Yeah, Anish is gonna lose here. Rook A1. Would I say the Dean got lucky? I mean, he was lucky and unlucky at this. I mean, both players were lucky and unlucky at the same time. There's no happy way to put it. I mean, rook A1, bishop B1 only move, and then like Queen C6 is just good. I mean, you could say both players were lucky and unlucky at the same time, so it's hard to judge. So yeah. Okay, Knight F6. Knight, actually Queen C6. I mean, Queen C6, Knight F6, all roads lead to Rome here. Probably Knight F6 is safest, maybe. Yeah, Knight F6 covers a lot of squares here. He goes Queen C6, nice. Did Alireza win? Not yet, but I assume he will. Probably 90. Oh no, 95 Queen E6 maybe. Do you think FIDE elections are rigged? Why are people like Emil, who sucks, still in charge? I mean, Emil's not part of the elected position, though. They elect the president, and they elect the president. They elect a whole ticket of people, so it's not as straightforward as that. I mean, rigged is the wrong way of putting. Whoa, Queen E4. Oh, that's just GG because the knight guards the queen. Nice. So Anish loses here. Unfortunate for Anish. Move on. Let's see what's happening elsewhere. Turizaga versus Antipov. I guess you have to make a draw here. because takes, there's queen d7, check here, check, and rook f5, and black's fine. What are my opinions on KFC mashed potatoes? KFC is great. Great stuff. Yeah, this will be a draw. Okay, so let's see. We have game 3 should be starting pretty round 3 should be starting. Oh, Fedosev is playing. Fedosev is playing against Enrique Cristobal. I think Fedosev is going to win this game, even though he shouldn't. Bojangles is better than KFC. I'm not playing, but it's good content. You have a lot of top players playing this event. Strong field, very strong field. KFC is S tier. I think KFC is pretty good. I like KFC and Popeyes. Yeah, knight c2, knight a3, and you get the white peepos. Knight a3 and knight e3 probably both win. I don't know which one's better. Here, because you can. Oh, knight c4, GG. It's ironic how FIDE is hand overpowered people like Emil and Vishy at the same time. I mean, yeah, one is great. The other not so much. Yeah. So let's see. King e4, king f4, both moves. This should be a draw. I don't know why they're playing on. Like rook c7 and g4 h5. I have a feeling this is going to be a decisive game. I don't know why, but I have a feeling. Alireza won. Yeah. Okay, you check, of course, or rook c6. Okay, c3. So if you take their c2 and rook b3, rook c3, you gotta go g4 h, king g2, and then king d3 h5, king c5, and you lose. Rook b3, rook c3 again, or rook b6, rook c6. Both work. Yeah, I had a feeling this game was going to be decisive. I sort of knew it would be. So let's go back. Let's see what else we have here. Are there any other games going? Still a few games going. What's this game? We got this game between Kravtsev and Nematov. What am I eating? I'm eating a tortilla with some potatoes and some lettuce, some pickles, some carrots. Okay. Magnus is directly qualified, but he's not playing. He's not playing. Yeah. Where's the bacon? No bacon right now. So yeah, we'll just cover this for a little bit. We are going to play Blitz and do some other stuff as well, but for right now, just keep it really chill. What are my thoughts on FIDE closing ceremony? I didn't see it, you guys. I heard it was cringe or something, but I didn't see it, so it is what it is. E5, of course. Good move. Would I go to the moon if Elon asked me to? No, I don't think I would, actually. E6 and F5 is crushing, but he goes here. Okay, probably rook d6. A5, knight c4, knight e3. Be careful. Knight a5, of course. Although I guess you can just sack the rook and take. Should be winning. Yeah. Master Chef will be later. Why no to the moon? Because, I mean, I don't know, you guys. I mean, it's just the moon. Like, I mean, there's so much stuff. The earth is so plentiful. You have water, you have mountains, you have people. There's so many great things on earth. So why would I want to go somewhere cold and barren and unpleasant? E6, E7, by the way, is good here. But he goes. Oh, this is also good. Just E6. There might be a check and some kind of rook C2, but I think it's too slow. Probably just E6, E7. Go to check it out. Yeah. I know. That's just me, y'all. Okay, now it's a draw. King F4 and everything hangs here. This will be a draw now. Bad play by both sides. But that's life. What? Yeah, that's not ideal. Let's watch round 3. Let's see, what are the standings? Standings, we have Dimitri, a bunch of people on 2 out of 2 right now. 80 people on 2 out of 2. I believe the top 10 play, if I'm not mistaken. Cold and unpleasant being Norway. Norway's fine. I mean, I mean, what do you mean by Norway? Norway's fine. Winter is good. Yeah. So we got E4 being played here. Actually, my browser seems to have frozen. So let me open this up. Yeah, my browser seems to have frozen. Okay, there we go. I don't know why it froze, but it seems to have frozen. Pull out the chat. Yeah, it did freeze there for a second. Okay. Yeah, so we should be good. Okay, there we go. Yeah, my chat just completely froze up. I don't know why. Yeah. All right. We have Bassett versus Aronian. Big game here, round number 3. Okay, we got the classic Gucci piano from Mr. Levon Aroni here, H6. Did I freeze? No, I didn't freeze. I think we're good. No, I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're pretty good. So anyway, no freeze, no freeze, no freeze, no anti-freeze. Yeah, totally. All right. Oh. All right, let's keep going. No, I'm covering the event today. Tomorrow we have Title Tuesday and everything else. Wednesday we have Arena Kings, a lot of stuff. So it's going to be a good week. Busy week too, because obviously I'm going to the Formula 1 thing on Saturday, so it's going to be pretty wild. So let's see what we get from Bassam here. Now you can play like C6, Bishop E7. Black should be fine here with the 2 bishops. Bassam is the highest rated African player in the entire history of the continent. Yeah, top part of the board is slightly out of focus. Oh, is it? Okay. It is, really? It looks correct to me. No, I think you're trolling. I think you're trolling, actually. I mean, unless you're being like, I mean, I don't know, you want to like that or something. I mean, I don't know what you mean. Whatever. Yeah, like it's like one pixel off. So yeah, like whatever, that's just life. All right, so back to the game, waiting for a move here from Bassam on move number 8. Let's see what he does. Be a great shot. Yeah, it's 2 pixels off, exactly. Yeah. All right. All right, when is my game? Well, we're covering this event right now. I'll play Blitz later as well. I don't play because this is a qualifier, but not every, but a lot of top players are playing here. Do I think Levon has? I'm still eating. Yeah, because I'm using a fork and a knife, so it's like I haven't eaten the whole thing yet. Multiple ideas for White here. Why did Magnus with Droxy's playing the Grand Chess Tour in Poland? So I don't know who else is actually qualified. I don't know if it's 3 players qualified or 2 players qualified. Not sure. Yeah. So let's see. Bassam Amin or Ahmed Adli. Both are very good, but Bassam's had better results traditionally overall. But I mean, I know both of them. I played them both when I was young. We'll get back to our speed run later this week too, of course, our legendary openings. We'll get back to that later. Yeah. So anyway, where were we? So you're talking about Bassam. Yeah, the first time I ever played Bassam was all the way back in 1997. It was October 97 at the World Youth Chess Festival in Cannes in the country of France. So I played him in Cannes in 1997. I played Adley, I think first time was 1998 at the World Youth Chess Festival in Oropesa del Mar. So I played both of them many times. 30k followers, yes, we have 30,000 followers on Kick, which is pretty insane. 30k in less than 1 month. Let's keep it going. So we get a6 played here. Idea to play, I guess, I don't know, something probably just he wants to move the rook down the road and doesn't want to hang the juicer, maybe something like this. Kick chat is really more pleasant. Yeah, it's much more pleasant. It's really, really nice, actually. I enjoyed it a lot. Kansas is an opener named after it. Yeah. How do I feel about the Rangers doubles game? I like the Rangers chances. It just depends if they show up. If Charlie shows up and he's good on the power play, they have a chance. If Tarasenko, Kane, and Zibanejad all don't show up, the Rangers are in bad shape. So that's my general take. If Tarasenko and Kane show up, the Rangers win for sure. I mean, of course, that's before you talk about that's before you talk about Panarin and Zibanejad and Kreider and everybody else. But I think that's what matters. If they show up, the Rangers win. If they don't show up, they won't win. But I mean, too much of it feels like too much has been on Kreider. It feels like Kreider's the guy scoring all the goals. So if Panarin can wake up or Zibanejad can start getting hot, there's a chance. I mean, Kane's not washed up, but Kane clearly has an injury too, which doesn't help matters. Yeah, no, I mean, Kane is clearly injured. It's just a question of whether the injury is serious or if it's minor. Because he's definitely not moving. He's not moving the way that he should be. Whoa, f4 played here by Aronian, trying to open up the king side instantly here. Wow. Probably bishop h7 best moves. If you take. White has a better pawn structure. Your pawns are a little bit weak here. Looks kind of scary. So let's see. We get bishop h7, knight f3 played. Have to take, probably you take with the bishop or the knight. Probably bishop so you can put the knight on g3 and jump to h5 or f5 here. So let's see. Magnus once said that he remembers over 10,000 chess games from the past. Do you believe that? No, I don't believe that. You don't remember. Well, I don't believe that from the standpoint of 10,000 games from start to finish. Does he remember positions from 10,000 different games? It's definitely possible. Definitely entirely possible. But from start to finish, there's no way. There's no way that you remember 10,000 games. Just not possible. Apparently black's better here after g5 and h5, but I don't really expect it. We'll see. Haha, because the Bruins suck. Well, I mean, I'm obviously rooting for the Panthers, so it was really nice to see them win. So let's see. Can I speak in Japan? My Japanese these days is non-existent. I mean, I studied some, but yeah. Am I gonna go to a Knicks game soon? They're gonna beat the Heat. I think this Lakers are gonna be difficult. Actually, I didn't watch the game yesterday. I'll tell you guys why. Like, I actually can't bring myself to watch like the Knicks games against the Heat, because if I watch it, it's gonna make me depressed, because then I'm gonna like remember the 1990s. I'm gonna remember like back in the 1990s when the Knicks and Heat were the best teams and they played each other all the time. I'd turn on the TV and watch them play as a kid, and it just will remind me of a different time. You know, a time when, like, you know, I was a kid. It was a much easier life. My parents were young, you know, much younger than they are now. So I don't want to get depressed. So that's why I'm not going to watch the Knicks and the Heat. And maybe that doesn't make much sense, but it's just like, I don't know. It's like I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna turn it on and be like, it's gonna be like, oh man, I remember like 30 years ago my parents were young, and it's like versus now and all these other things. It'll make me a little bit sad, because the Knicks and the Heat used to play back in the day. Now actually d5 e5 knight e4 might be strong, because after takes there's pressure on both these pieces. I'm remembering it now. Yeah, that's called nostalgia. Yeah, of course, obviously. So yep, okay. Probably d5 here. Probably d5. D5. If he sees d5 e5 knight e4, he has a good chance. If he doesn't find d5 though, white's getting d's knights to f5 score, and black's in a lot of trouble here. A lot of trouble here. Our temporality can be painful. Yeah. Yeah, and that's when Jeff Van Gundy was a coach. Which, speaking of basketball for a second, I don't know why Jeff Van Gundy doesn't coach anymore. I watch him coach, I'm just like, or I watch him talk about the game, and he sounds like me. He sounds like a guy who loves what he would love to be a coach. He loves basketball, but then for some reason he's not a head coach. I mean, maybe he just makes more money as a commentator, which actually then it fits me exactly. But all right, yeah, actually, as soon as I said, it's like, wait a second, I'm talking about myself suddenly. Bishop takes f6, takes, there's queen e7, and maybe rook h8 next move. Yeah, maybe rook h8 here and rook h2. It's a little bit scary here for white. Maybe let's see what happens. Yeah. Did I ever play Karpov? I played Anatoly Karpov one time in classical chess. I played him in the San Sebastian Chess Festival in the summer of 2009. We played in the first round of that tournament. I did beat him, and I did win the tournament as well, of course, obviously. Thanks so much to CEO Anish for subscribing. Thank you so much to CEO Anish. Thank you so much to Anish Giri for the subscription. Thank you, my man. You're the best. Thank you so much to CEO Anish. Which, speaking of CEO Anish, maybe Anish can answer why he's playing this tournament when there's a direct conflict with the Grand Chess Tour event, May 19th to 22nd. I do wonder. But anyway, all right, let's wait for our next move here. Yeah, this is actually an exciting game being played. Besides Norwich has to Hikaru any other OTB tournaments this year? As of right now, I do not. We'll see what I do in the back half of the year, but I'm not sure. Real Anish sus? I mean, maybe it's not. Let's see. Is Anish playing? No, Anish lost his last one, right? So let's search Giri. No, Anish just, oh no, so it's not real Anish. It's not real Anish. That's very disappointing. Oh, let's pull up Farouja's game, I guess. Let's see, what's Alireza doing? Alireza is playing with the white piece. Apparently he's much better. Don't ask me why. No, I'm not Anish. Okay, that's Sag. Let's go back to Lev's game, and let's see what we get here. Are you a paying customer invited guest? I mean, it's on behalf of Kick that I'm going there, so yeah, they got me VIP passes on Saturday for qualifying day, so I'll probably be there with Alfa Romeo / Kick / whatever. I mean, I don't know the specifics, obviously. I've never been to F1, but yeah, I'll be there on Saturday. Have I ever thought of quitting chess? Many times. I basically quit chess for 6 months when I went to college. That's the first thing. So it's paddock. Yeah, I'll be down at the paddock or something then. I don't even know what that means, but anyway, it's all good. I'll probably put out a tweet or something to see if any of the other guys can drop by. Like, ask Lando to drop by. Yeah, I'll probably try to get a picture with Lando and a couple others. But yes, so yeah, it's gonna be fun. Yeah, well, that's where the teams and the cars are. That's pretty nice tickets, dude. I was told that it's like a once in a lifetime experience. So yeah, hopefully it'll be good. What's happening here? Bishop takes h8, rook takes h8, bishop f6, and bishop d4 with like queen g7. It's a little bit scary here. Queen f4, bishop e5, maybe. I mean, it looks like Lev is winning, but there still is counterplay here. Maybe queen b5, but then knight e6, queen e5, knight f4, and white's just winning. So we'll see. Apparently bishop f6 keeps the game going. Queen b5 is the other move. One of these two moves will be played. Which one will Lev, or not Lev, but which one will Amin play? It's a big question. So bishop f6, queen f4 is an idea, and then I think after bishop e5, queen e3, there might be like queen e7, and there's some problems with these knights. So all right, am I planning on doing a podcast? No podcast. No. Bring something to cover your ears at the paddock. Okay, so, I mean, I assume they should have like earplugs. No, they must have earplugs, but I'll go buy some at like CVS or something tonight. But yeah, they don't. Okay, so okay, so I should just go buy some earplugs. Okay, yeah. All right, do you think players have to give up hope of becoming world champion after a certain age? Nah, you can always have hope, but whether it's realistic is the question. I'm gonna be on TV. Okay, well, who knows, we'll see. You'll get team branded noise canceling headphones. Funny. Anyway, it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. So I have no idea what it's gonna be like, but I've never been, so I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, Hikaru hit the gym. I've lost quite a bit of weight since the end of the American Cup. So yeah, I'm a super VIP. I'm something. If you're there with a team, they'll give you some. Okay. Okay. I assume I am, but like I said, I don't know. Can you say I literally don't care if you're on TV? Yeah, I'll be like, I literally don't care as long as Alfa Romeo finishes like 10th. Finishes in the points. All right. Anyway, waiting for a move here in Lev's game. Queen F4, Rook F1, and other moves. Yeah. Yeah. You get Rook F1 here, so Queen E7 hits the knight. He plays it. Queen F6, D4. Okay, Lev trying to push P here in the center. Apparently Queen G7 is still equal, but I think Lev is going to win this game. Don't say any typical dumb American things on TV. I don't even know what you mean by that, but anyway, yeah. There's a non-zero chance you'll appear on TV. F1 TV likes to show celebrities on the F1 paddock. Okay, well, whatever, who knows. Anyway, let's watch the game. Yeah, Queen G7 apparently is fine. I don't really see what Bassam is going to do, because it's very hard. Queen G7, Queen H6, Queen H4 doesn't actually lead to mate, so we'll see. Yeah. So, all right. Hello, Hikaru. I am flying to Hawaii end of this month. When are you going? I can adjust my schedule. Tikanya, I don't know when I'm going to Hawaii. You're asking me to. You're saying you'll adjust your vacation schedule based around when I go to Hawaii. That's it's not really quite how it works, dude. That's like, it's not quite how life works. Yeah. It's. That's like when you that's when you like the girl, you're pining for the girl and you're like friend zone, and you're just like you're so desperate that you're like, you know, I'll make sure to be around, just tell me when, you know, just send a text message, tell me when, tell me when, just tell me when. Okay, they should just be winning. You have Queen E6 here, and Lev is going to win the game. Yeah, Queen E6 should be GG. Although there are two connected, maybe not so easy, but I mean, with these 4 pawns, it's hard to believe this isn't winning. Funny thing is, computer doesn't actually give this as easily winning. That's what's weird about this. You need a house sitter? I got you, bro. Give me your address. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Why can't fans want to meet you? No, it's all good. But no, it's all good. Check here, takes here, king f5, king e4. Maybe not so clear. Yeah, king f6, king g5, knight g2, king f5, king e4. Black king's kind of getting in here, but I assume you go here and then here, because takes knight e3. I don't. Why is it saying plus 1.99 when this looks like it's plus like 50? What am I? Why is it saying plus 1.99? This is just like, this is like plus 20. Why is the computer saying it's plus 1.99? I'm actually really confused. What? Yeah, knight b6, c3, build the chain, and yeah, just c3 takes, and you move and you push p up the board and win. Yeah, a little confused by this game, but anyway, why do chess players wear suits but all the esports players don't? That's because basically they have chess has this ridiculous dress regulation code courtesy of FIDE that frankly is outdated and not in touch with the times. Like it's like anything else in anything else in chess. It's like it's a little bit outdated, and it just loses. There's no common sense whatsoever. No common sense. That's the problem. It's like you can say business casual without being insane about it. But Bornig is getting smoked. Fedosev is not getting smoked. He's playing against Laurent Fressinet. So yeah. All right. Chess is more classy. I mean, but the thing is, chess isn't. That's what's sad. Yeah. Do you think with your current planned success against Magnus Carlsen, you would be considering your prime as largely due to your mindset change? Oh yeah, of course. By all normal metrics, I should be a much worse player now than than I was like in 2015 or 2016 when I reached my peak. But at the end of the day, the mental aspect of the game, as we saw in the World Championship, by the way, is huge. The mental aspect is something that is completely different. I would never run for FIDE president, you guys. I would run for president of the US before I ever get involved with FIDE. Yeah, zero chance. So yeah. Get queen d1, probably rook to e4 here, or queen to e4 here. Basim's level got low, yeah. Check the Hare Krishna game. Okay, let's go back. Hare Krishna. Hare Krish. Hare Krishna is trying to checkmate on g7 with the queen. Well, let's see. I guess idea is play knight c5. I was no, I was not class president, but I was part of the student council, even though I did get elected to student council. I think I've said the story before on Twitch, but I'll say it on Kick because there are people who probably have never heard it or never watched it. But when I was at college, basically I ran for like the student senate, so you know, all the parliamentary procedure, all that other stuff. And you know, one of the ways that I basically got votes was basically by buying a TV for the common area. So it was like bribe. It was like a bribe, like a typical politician. I mean, any good politician knows how to do it. So I would have had a really bright future in politics if I had stayed in school. You know, it's like typical politician. Yeah, typical politician. Do something corrupt and wrong and make it work. So anyway, yeah. All right, so Hare Krishna wins this game because he's getting a lolly here. There's just a classic lolly checkmate on g7. Yeah, typical politician stuff. Okay, back to Laurent Fresnet's game against Vladimir Fedoseev. Looking fairly balanced here, fairly balanced. Yeah, we're gonna play some blitz later. Yeah, so I mean, I would have had a bright future in politics if I had if I had stayed in school, because I already had the whole the whole idea of yeah, it's like, I mean, here's your little bribe to go build that bridge. I believe top 10 qualify to a knockout. Top 10 qualify to a knockout, and then you have individual matches, so it's going to be a long event. I want to see who makes it through. Looks like Fedoseev's gone wrong. G5 trade the juicer, should be a draw. Can I explain why Magnus is beef with the FIDE World Championship format? Because it's, well, you know, it's funny, Ding kind of proves something weirdly different, but it's coming down to prep and pure memorization for the most part. That's the thing. And Magnus doesn't like the idea of having to spend months and months of preparing just to draw every single game. So that's why Magnus is a problem with the format. We have to keep in mind, even though the match was very, very exciting, it still was a tied match. The match was not decided in classical chess. It was decided in rapid chess by the two players. I mean, we do have to keep that in mind. For as exciting as it was, that was the reality. Yeah. Always helps to be a great public speaker. That's all you really need in politics. Yeah, that is true. Yeah. Okay, rook f2, king g3 back. Let's see what we get here. Okay, we're gonna get, yeah, we got a draw, a very quick draw. Bortnik is getting destroyed. Who's Bortnik playing? Bortnik. He is playing against Shimanov from Russia. Wait. Oh, did Shimanov trick him? Oh, is this some kind of, oh my gosh, this is some, oh my gosh, this is disgusting. Shimanov tricked him with his bishop sack. This is actually a known theoretical trap. And holy mackerel, look at D's knights. Oh my gosh. Ay. Look at D's knights. Okay. Yeah, here we go. So all roads lead to Rome for white. That's a pretty sick game. D's knights are on the rampage. Rook g6, of course, hit the pawn. Yeah, even knight g4 is simple. I would just take with the knight, but he does this. I mean, mind you, this is still winning. It's just that I don't know why you would want this. Okay, we'll get g6, of course. G6. What are you thinking about? Knight g4 also wins, by the way. Yeah. Knight f3 also wins. I'd probably play knight f3 here, but he goes king e4, king f5, just move, go. Yeah, G7 and then rook H8, rook H8, rook G8, king F6, GG. Why not? How does boarding not know no traps? I mean, boarding's a streamer. It's hard to know every latest little silly trick that exists, and if you don't know that, then that's it. I feel like every time I see boarding planning card stream is getting bodied. I mean, that's just reality. Just E4 and knight F3. Yeah, E6, E7, E8, GG. Why they just ding and Nepo like clowns today? I don't know, you guys. I have no I mean, I didn't watch the closing ceremony at all. So that's the end of game 3. I don't know, is there a break after 3? So what do we have? We have another game here between Kozak and Lemon Tuan Le. King C4 maybe? This should be a draw. Should be a draw. It's still a draw, but let's see if Minlay can save it. Rook G3, check, King C4, check. Maybe like Rook C2, Rook B2. Still should be a draw, but we'll see. Bodied means owned, something like that. Why is there not a GG why not emote yet? Because there just isn't. That's just reality. It's reality. Oh, we watched a world championship content. We covered some. Yeah, we did. Why do I play the King Zinni defense so much? Because online I can't play my best openings. People will look at those games and prepare. So I try to play openings that are sharp, double edged, where you can have 3 results, but you don't want, I mean, you don't want to show anything basically. Do you know if Hikaru is still planning on playing in the Isle of Man? I'm not sure actually, as far as Isle of Man goes. I'm not sure. I'll say that. I'm really unsure. I'm unsure if I want to even deal with FIDE anymore. Karyagan's Twitter is a little bit iffy after his K Comrade loss. Yeah, let's see. What did Sergey tweet? I don't see it actually. See, is there a reply? Today again as usual, Russia. What? I don't know. It doesn't look like anything out of this world to me, but what do I know? Yeah, it doesn't look like anything crazy. So, all right, this game is still going. Should be a draw. Thoughts on the Netflix series Beef? I've never seen it. Is it Hikaru? I started watching your streams in 2018 when I was starting college. Now I'm finishing it, and we are still here, bigger than ever. Oh, that's great to see. Want to see magic? Thank you so much. Yeah, just rook G8, rook B8. Yeah. Is it about like beef as in animals, or is it about beef like people having beef with each other? What is it actually about? I don't know. I don't know what you I don't know. It's about people like hating each other, or is it actually about animals? Is it like an animal show? Game ends in a draw here. So let's go back. Round 4 should be starting. Okay, let's watch. Alireza, Gucci Reza is playing against Gucci Reza is playing against Levon Aronian. Big game in round number 4. Both these guys are on 3 points. There are only 5 people on 3 points right now. So very, very tight matchup here. Beef with each other. Oh, nice. Nice. I'll have to check it out then. Yeah, beef with each other. It sounds like fun. Sounds like my kind of show. Definitely. Okay. Gucci Reza for the win. We get the classic Ich bin ein Berliner defense here from Levon plays the Berlin. Let's see what Gucci Reza has in store here. Castles. Why is the event called the Chess Kid Masters? Because Chess Kid is apparently the sponsor of the event. That's my guess. So yeah, Gucci Reza. This is pretty standard, by the way. All very normal stuff so far. Beef with each other sounds like fun. It's like, yeah, why do you hate me? Road rage, all these other things. Yeah. Let me look it up just so I can figure out who's what is it? Beef is it's a Korean show. A road rage incident between 2 strangers, a fallen contractor and unfilled entrepreneur sparks a feud that brings out their darkest impulses. Oh, that actually sounds like my kind of show. Actually, I should watch the trailer. Wait, okay, let's watch the trailer and take a 1-minute break because the guys are thinking too long. I should watch the trailer. Okay, let's watch the trailer. Where's the trailer? Let's watch this.
Amy, are you okay?
Yep,
Wait, one second. Why is it not showing? 1 second. Let me go back. I changed the 1 second. Where is it? Where is it? Let me change this. Where were we? Is this, yeah, this is what I want to show. All right, let's watch a trailer very quickly. You guys are saying it's good, right? Let's watch a trailer. Let's see. How good is it? Okay, there we go. Let me turn this off. Yeah, let's watch this. Okay. Exactly what you would see in New York City. That is totally what someone would do in New York. That's like a perfect New York imitation, even though I think it's supposed to be California. This is like spot on for what you would see in New York. You see that every day in New York. Every day in New York. I mean, they don't always stick it out the finger, but always like you look across and they're like, back to the chest. Sorry, that looks really good. Thank you for pointing that out. That looks really, really good. Okay, so where were we? All right, let me put the music back on. Let's keep going. No, it looks legitimately really, really good. Legitimately looks really good. All right, back to the chest. What do we have here? So we have a Gucci, not Gucci, it turns into kind of a Gucci piano at the end of the day. Yeah, I gotta study, but I'll go watch it. No, it looks really good though, doesn't it? Or am I crazy? It looks very realistic. Let's put it that way. It looks really, really realistic. Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, so the question is, do you ever have beef with people in the parking lots? No, I don't actually. No, I never do. Why would I have problems with people? It looks cheesy. No, but it's actually very true. People get really angry at each other. They do. Yeah. Okay. Realistic is not what came to mind for me. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we're waiting for a move here. Lev has the black piece. We basically have a Gucci piano structure here. White is the big center. Pawns push c3 to a5. Pawn control in the center. c4, very logical human move. We got takes. Yeah. Am I a fan of The Walking Dead? I haven't really watched Walking Dead all that much. So okay, c4 played, waiting for a move here from Lev. Lev almost has to take, otherwise White gets this massive center here with all these pawns. So I think he has to take, maybe rook e8 is a move, I don't know, but it looks very hard. Yeah, I should be in the movie too. They're all of Japanese origin. Okay, that's kind of weird, bro. Kind of weird. Okay, why do I think Nihal is ghosting these chess champ tour events? He's decent at rapid. I mean, I think Nihal Sarin is just not playing chess because he's actually a kid. I know people forget that, but Nihal Sarin is actually a kid, and he is trying to finish up school, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think he's trying to finish up school. So let's see what we get here. Waiting for a move from Livon. Is this a Chess Kid Masters? Is this the qualifier? Yeah. Sam Sevian played Pro Chess League and American Cup. Pro Chess League ended before the American Cup began, so he did play both technically, but not at the same time. No. So okay, we get Queen D7. Lev wants to bring the other rook to the center and put pressure on E4. He wants to open up, use his classic American double stack and trade. Why is it called Chess Kid? At first I thought it was about kids playing chess. Well, Chess Kid is a subsidiary, I believe, of chess.com. So yeah. Yep. Okay, we get c5, wild move from Alireza, trying to open up the center here. Maybe d5 takes. You get the knife to like f5. This looks very scary to play. Let's see what Lev does here. Very, very critical moment. Very critical. So he played before the American Cup. Yeah, he played the PCL match before, but Gucci Reza destroyed his Connect 4. He did, but he's trying to actually do more. And this bishop on a7 is like staring at a bunch of pawns in the way. So it's not actually all that clear. Yeah, it's not that clear. So anyway, big shout out to everybody who's watching on this fine Monday morning, I think it is. Hope everybody's doing well. So let's see what we get here from Lev. Computer likes rook e8 maybe. I don't know what else you do if you don't play rook e8. It's not Tuesday. No, it's not Tuesday. If it was Tuesday, that would be a big problem, because that would mean that I'm missing Title Tuesday, which is just never acceptable to miss. I can't be missing Title Tuesday. If I miss Title Tuesday, that's just not okay. So yeah, show the setup. My setup is very simple. I don't actually have a whole lot. I've got my my shelf behind me. That's all, my bookcase I should say, behind me. I've got like a painting behind me. I've got my pineapple light. That's it. I mean, I really don't have a whole lot. Fair Chess on YouTube is GM Dmitry Andreikin from International. That is correct. That is Dmitry Andreikin. Yeah. So waiting for a move here. Let's see what we get from Gucci Reza. Will he play like Queen B3, Knight B3? Queen B3, Knight C4 looks right. Like, you'd love to go Knight C4, but you need Queen B3. The front, I just have my two BenQ monitors from 2019, which are still good as ever, you guys. So I've got my classic trash monitors, and they still work amazingly. So it's all good. Yeah, and you don't want to know what I have, because it's anybody who hears that, they're like, what are you doing? Yeah. My PC setup, I have a 4090, but I'll tell you what I have. My monitors are BenQ GC 2870H iCare 28-inch 1920 by 1080 monitor. That's what I have, you guys. I have two of those. So I have those two monitors, but meanwhile I do have a 4090 with my computer. So I have like really high class, cutting edge technological computer, and meanwhile I have these very old BenQ monitors. Yeah. So yep, pretty standard. All right, 4090 for 1080p Keck W. Exactly. Alireza is kind of messed us up. I think now Lev is threatening to create the kebab with rook d3, and the knight is jumping to f4 potentially here. I'm not so sure I love this, although Lev's bishop is kind of hemmed in by the pawn wall here, so this bishop has no scope. I got lost after BenQ. You're already like, enough. I can't watch a streamer. He has $50 million and he has BenQ monitors. Like, what is wrong with him? Yeah, I know the feeling. It's like, yeah, once I say BenQ, you're like, okay, enough. I can't watch this idiot. Queen c4 played by Alireza. Probably will get like c6 and bishop b8 to reroute the bishop at some point. Oh, a c6 actually kind of traps the queen on b5. Maybe you don't want to do that. I think my car is a better monitor. Yeah, I heard Magus is Monte Carlo playing poker. Is he losing interest in chess? Magus is in Monte Carlo? Wait, what? I assume that's a troll. Is he actually in Monte Carlo? I don't know. Yeah, I don't see anything right off. Oh my gosh, by the way, you guys, I just saw this. I just opened. Oh no. Oh, you guys, I just opened something. Oh no. I actually opened Reddit, and I'm going to show you guys, because I just saw this on Reddit. Oh, this is bad, actually. For anybody who's wondering, let me change the scene. Let me put this over here so you guys can see this. This is bad, actually. Let me turn this off. Turn this off for a second. This is bad, actually. So for anybody who's wondering about China and whether they care about chess, actually what people were saying earlier was not a troll. It was not a troll if we show this. So yeah, let me pull this out just so people can see this. Here we go. I just noticed this. This is bad, actually. It says, let me start the music for 1 second. It says underwhelming reaction from China after Ding's historical win. After Ding's historical win against Russian GM Jan Nepomniachtchi and becoming the first Chinese player to win the World Chess Champion, it is logical to assume that Chinese chess lovers are celebrating this victory. However, this event fails to receive any attention in China. Across Chinese social media apps, all posts relating to Ding average around 10 likes and 1 comment, which is incredibly underwhelming considering the caliber of the tournament. Meanwhile, the topic hashtag, which translates to Ding Liren, crowned world champion, receives 0 reads and 0 discussions. The most popular post is created by Ding himself, who only has around 4,000 followers on Weibo, the Chinese equivalent of Twitter, which received 500 likes and around 100 comments. The official sport account for Weibo has also posted the event, receiving only 7 shares, 1 comment, and 32 likes. It is depressing to see a man who would be considered a national hero in China barely receive any praise and attention from his own country. Hopefully this event would get more attention in China and give Ding the praise he deserves. Oh, that is rough. All right, well, that's insane. That's actually insane. Okay, let's get back to chess. But oh my gosh, that is no bueno, you guys. That's not good at all. That's unreal. Yeah. So okay, what do we have here? Back to the game, we get c6, g3, bishop b8, rook d1, bishop c7, rook c1. Yeah. Oh, Magnus in Monte Carlo is probably because it's probably because all these people are getting comp to play in the event. That's probably why. If he's actually in Monte Carlo, that's why. Yeah. Nobody cares about chess in China apart from the players themselves, I guess. It's sad, but okay, what do we have here? So even material, Alireza has a great knight here that he can move into the center of the board potentially. Should be better for white, but it's not clear why white should be much better. Yeah. Yeah. If it was an Indian player from the prime minister players media, would have been a frenzy. Yeah, no, if it was in India, like they would be like they'd literally be meeting the prime minister. They'd be meeting Modi today. Okay, so what Alireza is trying to do is play h5, tickle the knight so he can win the pawn on e5. He's attacking it with 3 things here. Black is guarding it with 3 things as well. 1 2 3. So he's trying to tickle the knight, which guards the pawn. Yeah. So all right, anyway, yeah, so you said Magnus is in Monte Carlo or something, which means he's probably playing the there's probably like a WEPT or not WPT, probably EPT event there, where he's getting comped. He's probably getting comped to play in the event. I know that, like, when people go and play, like, 'cause I had this offer too sometime back, like there were a couple poker events that I could have gone and played where they would comp the entry fee for me. So so yeah, it's what it is. Okay, so probably what Lev needs to do is somehow get f6, like maybe knight g8 and then like f6 and reroute the knight if he can. I'd probably play knight g8, although that might allow g4 or something. I don't know. I think you got to go f6 at some point though. If you don't go f6, you're in real trouble here. You're in real trouble. Okay, we get knight g4, another way to guard the pawn. Maybe f6, maybe just reroute the knight as well. They comp travel. I think when I had an offer in 2021 to go play, I think what was comped was there was like a hotel airfare and entry fee was comped. It was like a 25k event, so like it wasn't like it was nothing. It was like 25 grand, but that's what they comped. So I mean, I mean it's that's just how the structure works. So instead of people getting like paid cold hard cash for sponsorships, they get paid they get comp to play in the event. That's how it works. Same thing goes for HCL. I know there were times with HCL with like people like the streamers, when they went on, some amount of the money was comp. They weren't playing purely with their own money. We get knight g5, probably rook e7 here will be played, and then rook d7 and f6 at some point. Chess just isn't that big in China. Shaanxi, Elephant Chess, and Go are much bigger games. I think they just don't care culturally. I mean, it's sad, but still, it's still sad. I mean, it's still sad. There's no other way of looking at it. But yeah, when am I leaving for Norway Chess? I will be leaving. I'll be taking a short vacation. I'll be taking a short vacation somewhere in the United States. Of course, I'll be posting on Instagram in about a week and a half from now. So we're gonna be streaming probably Monday to Friday every day for this week and next week. Then I'm going on a light vacation somewhere else in the United States, a place I haven't been in many years, a place that is very near and dear to my heart. And then I'll go from there to Canada for a few days, and I'll go to Norway, like right before the event starts. So we'll see. Knight f7 is played here. Let's see what we get from Alireza. There's rook d2, maybe knight f2. Of course it's Hawaii. Yes, for the guy earlier who's wondering when I'm going to be in Hawaii so he can change his schedule, yes, of course it's Hawaii. But anyway, yeah, this is America. We say Canada. Yeah, them Canadians, so lucky we didn't annex them yet. Okay, knight f2 played. Let's see, rook d7 or knight e6 played. Probably rook d7. Rook d2 played. You can trade and play rook d7 here. Hans was at the closing ceremony. I'm pretty sure as far as these events go, if people buy tickets or it's open or whatever, like that doesn't really say anything at all. So we get rook d7, knight c4 back here. I think that after g6 here, just consolidating the bathtub formation, I think that Lev is okay here. I think Lev is going to save this game. I think he will save the game now as I look at the position, most likely. So let's see. Also, if China really cared, they would have made sure Ding didn't have traveling issues. The government would do everything in capacity to get him to top tournaments. That's probably true also. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, GMHikaru down to a minute. Let's see what GMHikaru does here. He's going to play rook d1 and trade the rooks. Is he looking for something more? Hard to judge. Will I play the Olympics? No, I won't, because I I don't want to go to Singapore. They basically say if you want to play the next stage you have to commit to going to Singapore, so I'm not going to play. Oh, this is going to be a draw. Let's move on. What else do we have? Anton Ghiaro versus Jules Mustard. Colonel Mustard takes on d4 here. Colonel Mustard has a weak king. The knights are okay in front, but this looks quite scary to play. Next OTP will be Norway chess at the end of May. Yeah. Let's see what we get here from Jules. Jules has to come with something, but Jules' position looks really bad. This king is wide open on g1. What about the team of Pro Chess League will be back on May 12th, May 11th or May 12th. China doesn't care about the individual. Even Fabian admitted that World Championships about the individual, not the country they're from. Maybe, I don't know. It's still sad though. It's still very sad that, I mean, Ding wins this crazy match, gives it his all, and I mean, he basically nothing changes at all. It's just sad. Okay, Jules goes rook b1 to play rook b8, go for the classic cactus checkmate here. King can't move. Yeah, the Reddit post wasn't true. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know, like, but I just saw that pop up, so kind of depressing. Let's put it that way. Kind of depressing. Yeah, it's what it is. Anyway, all right. Waiting for a move after rook e8 here. Unclear. Let's go back. Let's see. We have Lev's game, both players on 3 points here. Should be a draw, but I mean, Alireza trying to go f4 and open up the king side here, and he does play it. Maybe knight h2 and oh no, you can't, because then knight h2 king g2 back, you lose the juicer. So takes maybe f5, but then e5. See what we get here. Am I going to play the Grand Swiss? Very unclear right now. Very unclear. We'll see. Knight h2 played, good move. Knight g4, probably e5 here. Idea here to play knight d6, create the classic connect 3 both ways, also a mini pyramid as well. What's the plan for us for the Chess Champions Tour? If you do qualify, you will be playing in the same event that I'm playing in, which is the grand finale with the 8-player knockout. I finished second in the first event behind Magnus Carlsen. I did win the last event, the Air Things Masters, which guarantees me a spot in the next event, so that's why we're covering it, and I'm not playing here. You see a lot of Xinhua articles about Ding. Okay, all right, yeah. Okay, love a little bit low on time. You'll never join TSM. I was already a member of TSM, and frankly I think at this point TSM's not in great shape like most esports orgs. Knight g7 is an excellent move played by Lev here to go knight to f5, and he's got D's knights, and after takes it should just be a draw. Oh, he goes king h3. Interesting. King e6, king d5 is kind of interesting here. Maybe knight, oh, you can't go that. Maybe knight e3, knight d5, also playable. Trade, maybe knight e3, knight d5, maybe king e, oh no, king e6. Now there's knight to f4. Still a little bit tricky here. Chess Kid means your kids. Exactly. Yeah. How much reward for the winner of this event? They just qualify. Now the winner of the actual final event, or not final event, but the winner of this event, the Chess Kid Masters with the 8 players, gets 30,000 bananas. 30,000 bananas. So that's it's a pretty hefty prize, and I did win the last one, so I got 30k for that. Knight b7, probably knight to d5 here. King e6, maybe. Let's see what happens. Every banana, how many dollars? Yeah 30,000 bananas. Why not candy? That's a good one too, you guys. Good one. Very, very good. So anyway, yep. Indeed. Okay, what do we have? We have knight back to d6, knight f4, takes, king d4. Did Gucci Reza trick Levon? He might have tricked Levon here. Who's on 4 out of 4? Currently you have TPT again, which is David Anton Ghiaro from España, or also known as Spain. So he's on 4 out of 4. He's the only dude on 4. Only dude on 4 right now. Yeah, Gucci Reza is actually 95. We could have an endgame where white gets D's knights against the king, which is a draw. Takes h5, h5, knight d5, h6, knight f6. 98. Ah, but he's gonna go for the pawn. Wait, king g7, takes, and knight b3. This is a draw. No, he misplayed. Apparently this was winning. Takes. Yeah, knight c6. This is just a draw. Yeah, this was apparently 98 wins here. And why does this win? It wins because I have knight c5. Ah, you have knight f5 to guard the pawn. That's why. Pretty dank. You have knight f5, but when he goes h7, then the knight's too close and it gets the last pawn. So he needed knight f5. Yeah, very tricky, very tricky. So that game ends in a draw. We have a couple games still going with Iturizaga versus Dmitry Andreikin. Probably bishop g7, king c3, king c2, of course, check, king c3, check. Yeah, this will be a draw too. King c2. Yeah. Okay, this game ends in a draw as well. So everybody's on 3.5 out of 4 in this tournament, it looks like, except for TPT again. I think they have a break after round 4 if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think there's a 6-minute break after round 4, but let's see what's happening. One more game. Rook e5, rook e4. Fedoseev going to win as well, by the way. It's a very nice win for Fedoseev. He wins. Big win. So I think there's a break after round 4. So I'm gonna take a short break, go use the restroom quickly. We'll come right back and we'll keep covering. I think it's Beansy for the 2-month resub. Thank you so much. It's Beansy. What's a pineapple zelo? High enough. High enough. All right, welcome back, you guys. What did we miss? So did we get game number 5 starting or not? No, the break is after round 4. So yeah, once again, those of you guys who are watching or just tuning in, we are of course covering the Chess Kid Cup qualifier. Now for anybody who's wondering, this is a qualifier to the 2023 Champions Chess Tour, the next event. Now we have our results, not results, we have our schedule for the event, but actually more importantly of the tour standings. As you guys can see, there's a streamer guy by the name of Hikaru Nakamura who currently is leading the overall standing. He has 250 tour points. He's earned $50,000 from 2 events. He has finished first in one event and second in the other event. You can tell first place 30, second place 20, 15, 12. The top 8 players qualify for this division 1 and they play a knockout. So yeah, Hikaru Nakamura is doing well. I mean, the streamer guy who literally doesn't care and is virtue signaling and everything else, according to a certain FIDE official, is leading the tour. So he's leading the tour right now with 250 points. All right, I just want to point that out. Back to the games, of course. Let's wait. We don't have round number 5 yet, which will be starting pretty soon. You made more than I make in a year. Well, chess is booming. What can I say? You know, in the old days, there were GMs who would be lucky to make 50,000 a year. You're virtue signaling? Yes, I'm virtue signaling according to the genuine CEO of FIDE. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Great stuff. Yeah. Chess is getting easier these days. Designers and podcasters can also go far. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's pretty wild, isn't it, that you have a podcaster who used to play professionally and he's given up. I mean, he was a couple of games away from becoming the world chess champion, and he gave up on chess and he decided to become a podcaster instead. And you obviously have this very talented junior player from Iran now living in France by the name of Gucci Reza Firouzja. He's into fashion, doesn't want to play chess anymore, so it's good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Who am I talking about? We don't need to say his name. Everybody knows. I'm going to take Kick to the top like I did with chess. I mean, I'm actually really excited. You know, I know people make a lot of people talk about numbers and everything, and I just want to be clear on that. Like, yes, the numbers are not what they were on Twitch, but you have to grow. Like, nothing starts from like from the top. And I think a lot of people forget that very frequently, that nothing starts from the top, and it's a process of trying to grow. It's great to see so many people are here. If I'm being honest, I actually thought the number would be lower at the start. I'll be honest, I did. And so it's like trying to start over and grow something from the start again. It's really exciting. I'm really enjoying it. I will play some Blitz later. We'll do Master Chef. We're going to cover this because we're already like halfway through, so I might as well. Do the other 5 big names arrive on Kick? Yeah, I have not asked Train about that. I feel like that's like there's a typical stay in your own lane attitude. Wait, we're not on Twitch. Well, you know, I mean, it looks a lot like Twitch, but there is one big difference, which is that you there's one big difference, which is that you don't get hit with the ads out of nowhere. I mean, you're watching a stream, you don't suddenly get ads. I want to watch. It's the end of the game. I'm missing it. Oh no, what's going on? And I can't even skip the ads. Oh no. God forbid. But anyway, yeah, so that's how you know we're not watching on we're not watching on Twitch, because you're in the middle of like a critical game. You don't suddenly find out there's something. Which players are confirmed? Okay, so there are 8 players who qualify for Division 1 of the Chess Champions Tour. Now, the players who qualify from the last event were myself, Fabiano Caruana, and Magnus Carlsen. Now, Fabiano is not playing the Grand Chess Tour event in May in Warsaw, Poland. He's skipping that. But Magnus Carlsen, the former world chess champion, he is playing. So because Magnus Carlsen is playing in Poland, he will be unable to play. So the 2 players who are guaranteed are myself and Fettuccine Carbonara. And after us, I don't know who gets that spot that Magnus is not relegating. He's relieving. I can't think of the right word. I can't think of the right word, but anyway, he's not playing. So at 3rd spot, I don't know if that means there's an extra player from this qualifier right now, or if it goes to the player who is in 4th place. That's what I don't know right now. Relinquishing, yeah. So, and then Noterbeck also gets in from winning Division 2. So it's Fettuccine, myself, and Noterbeck, Abdusattorov. The 3 of us are guaranteed. I don't know Magnus' spot, whether it goes to the next player from the previous event, whether it goes to this event, no idea. Can you ask the Kick team when payments from the Netherlands will be possible? Yes, actually, that's a good question. I will write that literally a second. Is it just Netherlands, or is it Europe in general? Cannot sub to my channel from the Netherlands. I'm actually asking that right now. I asked that right now. So, all right. I'm UK. I can sub. Okay, yeah. Oh, wait. Maybe. Wait, what? Wait. Let me do that again. So, all right. Anyway. So, I have Kick on live chat 24/7. I do. Yes. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Okay, anyway, round 5 is starting. So we have round 5. We have Levon Aronian 4.5 out of points. Oh, by the way, you guys, apparently I didn't realize this. Actually, I didn't realize this. I'm going to tell you guys something that I just found out. So apparently in the Netherlands, they have very strict policies regarding gambling. Now, the reason that I bring this up, you guys, is very specifically that on Twitch, for example, if you're from the Netherlands, you cannot gamble with your Twitch channel points. So if you're from the Netherlands, you can't gamble with your channel points on Twitch. So because of that, I think that says it all. We don't need to go any further than that. Also, I know some poker players like Lex Veldhouse had to leave the Netherlands specifically because of the gambling policies. Yeah, so when you say you can't sub, let's just say the Netherlands is not where you want to be. Let's be honest. You don't want to be there. You don't want to be in the Netherlands. Channel points is gambling. Like, good God. After hearing that, I've literally heard it all. I've literally heard it all. Anyway, we have another classic Gucci piano here. Pretty normal stuff so far. Very, very dry. Bishop E3. Prostitution, good. Gambling, bad. Well, let's not get into the virtual signaling. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Okay, waiting for a move here from Levon. Let's see what Levon does. Yeah. Will Levon trade the bishops, or will he play like bishop e6? Actually, I gotta put on a better song. I gotta put on a Levon song. Do I have Levon on here? Let's see. Okay, let's see. Do I have D, E, L? Do I have it on here? There we go. Here we go. Okay. Waiting for a move. We got the trade bishop e6. This game is very likely going to be a quick draw, just to be clear. Yeah. We're probably going to get more trades. I mean, very symmetrical position. Everybody's got pawns all boxed up in the center here. Hikaru, I know in the past you said that you liked older Blizzard games. Will you try Diablo 4? If I have time to, I will, but I don't have a whole lot of time these days. Prostitution is objectively better than gambling, assuming that prostitution is fully voluntary. I'm not even gonna touch that with a 10-foot pole, you guys, but I will say it's very it's definitely an eye-opening experience when you are in Amsterdam and you're just walking and suddenly you see girls with certain kinds of clothing literally in windows. It's definitely something else. So let's leave it at that. Anyway, we got C3 D5 played here, and let's see what we get. It's a definitely different experience, that's for sure. So all right, waiting for a move after C3 D5. What am I talking about? Yes, okay, let's see what we get here from David Anton All right, can you tell me where so I know where not to go? No, of course not, anyway. We get knight bd2 played here and we're waiting for a move from Lev. So all right, okay, all right, anyway, knight bd2 played, waiting for a move here. Both sides have the double stacks in the center of the board, pawns being pushed here. Bornig is malding. I don't know why he's malding, you guys. Are you trolling or not? We are the best spectators. You give us 1k bananas from this event for our support. I know what you mean by that, but anyway, yeah. So I'm preparing for Norwich as your fans want you to plus 2800. I am going to be ready for the tournament when it rolls around, but I will say I literally am going to just do what I do and what I have been doing, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's just life. This is looking extremely boring. I mean, maybe white's better. I mean, I don't know. Both sides have this pawn stacked. I don't know what's going on here. No idea. How does it relate to Aronian? It doesn't. Someone asked about the Netherlands and gambling policies, and that's how we ended up on this tangent. Yeah, I don't know who's better here. We've got, I mean, maybe you go h6, stop knight g5, or maybe just play rook d8, but either way it looks like a draw. Maybe knight g5. No, then rook f1, rook d2, and the kebab comes in. Have I ever tried playing Heroes 3? No, I have not, you guys. Again, a big shout out to everybody who's watching on this fine Wednesday afternoon, or Monday afternoon, sorry. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. I always make mistakes. It's really annoying, but anyway, yeah. In this position, I don't know, rook d2 is a move to basically get this endgame where you get the knight to c4, but he's just going to trade. I mean, I think there's a very high chance this game is going to be a quick draw with king f2, king e2, and rook d1 or something. Wednesday, wow, dude, LMAO, fun weekend. Yeah. 72-hour stream, not exactly, but thank you. So probably king f7 here. Just got to make sure knight g5 is not a big issue, and it's not. I mean, is knight g5 a move here? King e7, knight h7. No, actually there's rook d2 to create the classic kebab or the t-bone, so probably not. Who's the Spanish GM? This is David Anton Giri. How do you ask a girl out? Just, it's quite simple. Just don't care. It's very simple. Don't care and don't feel any nerves or pressure, and just see how it goes. That's how. When you start getting nervous and worried, that's when like you start slipping up, you start fumbling because you're nervous, and it all goes downhill from there. It all goes downhill from there. Yeah. Can we get h4 here? Idea to play knight g5, create the hook with rook f7, check next move. Yeah. So let's see what we get here. Rare human advice pod. Of course it's true, obviously. Ding said he can reach 3,000 elo in an interview. If he said that, I would pay you money. So yeah. So waiting for a move here. Let's see what we get from Levon. I mean, rook b8 to b5 is an interesting idea. Not really a whole lot to do here because white's knight is better. Black's knight is glued. You can't go to any of these jumper squares, and the knight is stuck glued to the pawn. This knight can always jump to g5 or d2 c4. So I actually think after rook b1 and b4, maybe I think white might actually be better here to go b5 and remove the knight. I think Lev might lose this game if he's not careful. Ding did an interview saying he could get to 3,000. He would never say that. Out of all the people in the world who could say they get to 3,000, Ding is not the one. So yeah, no chance he said that. No chance. What are some interesting matches for you to come out of this play-in? I will see. Actually, by the way, rook b1 play. I think Lev has to play rook b8. I think he might be losing. Like if he just goes rook d8 and we get b4, I bet the bar is going to go. Oh, bar doesn't go insane. Really? Wow. I think this, I don't know, I'd be a little bit scared here just because the knight is stuck and there are no squares to jump to. So I'd be quite scared if I'm Lev here. I would be. What do I think of this injustice in our world? What injustice? Which one? There are many injustices in this world, but I don't know which one you're talking about. Not sure. I hope Kick doesn't use channel points. I can't use them anyway because of living in Disneyland. Yeah. But we'll see. Although you're a streamer now, I'm sure there would have been moments you were nervous playing important matches. Yes, you guys, actually I said it before. That's probably a single that's the biggest conundrum of my current abilities in chess, is that basically basically I'm a much better chess player now than I was before, specifically because I don't feel pressure. I don't get nervous at all when I play. So the pure mental aspect is completely different. That's one of the reasons that I spoke about it before, but one of my greatest regrets in my life of playing chess professionally was the 2016 candidates tournament that I played in, where I did a lot of preparation for months, spent like 8-9 hours trying to get all my openings memorized to a T, have everything down perfectly. And of course it did not work out for me at all. It didn't work out at all. I fell apart in the tournament. I had a couple wins at the end to have a decent showing, but I had zero chance of winning the event. And I was purely because of nerves, the pressure, saying, what if I win this game? I make a match, all this extra money that I get, all these other things. And so basically for me, that was like my greatest regret. And then I played the candidates in 2023 or 2022 with very little pressure. And sure, I mean, I fell apart in the last game, although I would say when we talk about the last game, you can call it nerves or pressure or some aspect of it, but it's actually not the traditional like pressure or nerves or whatever, because I had the exact same thing happen when I played in the American Cup against Wesley in the last, or in the tiebreaker match. I spoke about on the C-Squared podcast with Fabian and Christian, where it's like there was this wave of just wanting the game to end or the match to end or just everything to just end. It wasn't about like pressure. It's just like I'm ready for the whole thing to end, but you still have to finish it off, and I didn't finish it off in either situation. But nonetheless, yeah, so I would say one of the reasons I'm a much better player now is because I don't have to deal with nerves. I don't feel pressure. I play chess for fun. Chess is my side job. So because I play chess for fun with no stress, no pressure, my results are probably better than almost any other time in my career, which of course seems completely illogical. It doesn't make any sense at all that like I can basically be a better player now when I'm just a casual amateur versus back when I was a serious professional. Thank you so much for 313 Liam for the raid with 6. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Is that why you're playing more aggressively now? Or there's that too? I play for the love of the game more than actually like the result. Like the Fabiano match that we played in the Air Things Masters a couple weeks ago was a great example of that, where like Fabiano and I both kind of were like we were playing out of control chess, where it was like it wasn't about winning the match. It was just like we just want to have fun playing chess. So that's like, it does make a difference. Now we get rook f6. I'm worried about b4 again, by the way. I'm worried about b4 b5. So if you go like rook g6, I can always just hook the knight back, and now you feel stupid. Do you see the same thing Ding essentially said about game 14, where he said he felt nothing while playing, no nerves? Definitely possible. Yeah, definitely possible. Competition should be fun, and winning is great, losing is an opportunity. Yeah, but the nerves of like the what ifs, they add up, and from a competitive standpoint, when you have to deal with that, it just it breaks you sometimes. Is there not rook? I mean, maybe there's still b5, but I don't like what David Anton is doing here. How does LeBron wake up the c6 knight? Because he's going to reroute it, because e4 is super weak. King f2 is a horrible move. Knight g5 was almost forced, I think. That was a very, very, very careless move by David Anton Guiaro. And now he might actually be in a little bit of trouble here. How funny do you think the back and forth was with the Chicken Chess podcast? Oh, it's all good. Yeah, it's all good. I hope they have success. I do. I really hope they have success. So we'll see. Ding is a man for the world, not just China. It's okay. What do you mean by that? All right, so after takes king d6. I mean, I assume that this is still very drawish, but I'd be a little bit worried here with white, maybe. Okay, so we get takes, rook b7, king d6 will be played, and then we'll see what happens. Ding said something along the lines of he forgot he was playing world championship match. He need to remind himself. Well, that's actually probably the perfect mindset to have. If you can have that mindset, it's important, because in chess also, I think statistically it's been proven that in world championship matches and the candidates, players play worse, significantly worse than they do in just a normal like grand chess tour event or chess champions tour event. So Farouche is destroying his opponent. Yeah, I'll pull that up after this game, but this is the game featuring the two leaders. Am I happy the Panthers won? Of course I'm happy. So Hikaru want money Dink said he can reach 3,000. Is it like, I don't believe that. I literally don't believe that, unless it was asked a certain way like years ago or something. There's no way he said that. Yeah. So I guess knight g5 might be the only way to save the game now, because after takes, check, king d7, rook b5, this should still be a draw. But do you really want to go into this? Magnus, yeah, Magnus can't reach 3k either. It's probably a joke if he said it. It's some kind of joke. It said in the article, it said his friends have said that. Oh, okay. Yeah. What's my opinion of David Navarro? Probably the nicest guy in the world of chess at the high level, but unfortunately, because he's so nice and he's just so proper, it's just he's never been able to get over the hump and get higher than like 2720. So all right, knight f7 played, king d7, rook b5, of course, not a hard move to find. Yeah, we get rook b5, and I think this is going to be a draw pretty soon now between the two players. We know you're sure first. That's exactly why so many of us hope you would play more tournaments and root for you to win. Yeah, but then of course my streaming suffers. I can't stream and earn a living the way that I do right now if I give that up. So it's more balanced for me. I play here or there when I can, and I figure it out. But yeah, the notion of me playing tournaments nonstop is not going to happen, because also if I were to do that, I'm going to stop enjoying chess as much as well. That's the other catch 22. When you play tournaments, you prepare nonstop, play over and over again, you start to lose the enjoyment in the game. Draw already? Yeah, draw already. That would be that's possible. Yep. We'll see. I wish I could stream and not do my current job. Yeah, streaming is definitely something that's not for everybody. It's very difficult. You really have no guarantees when you get into it. I've spoken about it a lot. Yeah, we got takes, and I mean everything. All roads lead to Silver City. Winning at chess in China is like winning at badminton in the US. I mean, that's very sad to hear. That's very sad to hear. So it's fair to say you stream for a living and chess is just a hobby. Exactly, you guys. I play chess for fun. Game is drawn here. Not very exciting game. Fedosave is playing Dmitry Kolar. Somebody's got D's bishops. It looks like Fedosave is in a world of hurt. D's bishop's very powerful. Passive knight, passive bishop behind the pawns. King running to center. White should win this game. Cover the article. We'll do that a little bit later. I think we'll cover this event through the knockout. Then we'll do that. Then we'll play Blitz. Then we'll do MasterChef. Probably be live for another like 7-8 hours or something. Well, maybe not that long, but for a long time. So we have a long way to go with the stream. Long way, you guys. Yeah. So all right, in the meantime, let's see what we get. What's crazy. What's my opinion on Vladislav Artemiev? He's just I mean, nice guy, but doesn't get opportunities. But I don't know. We've been live what, like 3 hours or something. Am I not interested to do a chessable course down the road? I intend to do a chessable course, but I haven't they haven't approached me yet about what exactly they want me to do. So that's what it is. Probably king d4 and king c5 here. D's bishops perfectly angling at all the pawns and diagonals. I mean, I think white is just clearly better. 4.5 hours. Yeah, same thing. 4.5 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 9 hours, 25 hours, 2 weeks, a month. It's all the same. Get knight c5. King c5 looks very scary now. King c5. If you trade, it's opposite color bishops, and this is probably a draw, even though it's scary. Yeah, I think king c5 must be the right move. I'm probably gonna go king d7. I'd be very scared here. Is this Kick? What's this about? We are streaming on this new platform. It's been around probably like 5-6 months now in terms of like an actual beta functioning site. So we'll cover season 2. And what will you play if you leak your Berlin prep on chessable course? I wouldn't do a course on the Berlin. That's just simple. I think a4 here. A4 or bishop e5, but I'm very scared for Fedosave here. I think there's a good chance he's going to lose. Are you gonna permanently cross over Kick? As of right now, no, but we'll see. I mean, as of right now, I'm just streaming on both platforms. Am I streaming sponsored by FIDE? Thank you. That's a good one. All right, let's see what we get here from Dmitry. I mean, bishop e5 or a4 the two moves. a4 played. We got knight c3, we got a5. I don't know if I like a5 actually, because now it fixes the pawns. Apparently c5 is a good move, but that's an impossible move to play here. And knight b2, maybe bishop f5. Maybe just bishop e2 and then knight c4. I don't know if I like a5 here. I'm actually a little bit skeptical whether it's a good move. There's like bishop f5 here, bishop e2. So we have bishop f5 played, probably king c6 here. Am I the leading Berlin expert? No, I'm not. I do know a lot about the opening, but I'm definitely not the leading expert. Probably king c6 here, maybe. We get king c6, probably h4, g4 played here. Who is Kramnik is definitely part of it. I never approached Magnus for a clap. Well, you have to realize Magnus for the longest time was part of chess 24, and if I ever tried to do anything with Magnus for a long time, I wasn't able to. If I tried to do something, chess.com just yelled at me for that. They're just like, you can't do anything with Magnus. He's competition. Now, there were other people like the Botezes who actually did stuff with Magnus, and you know, chess.com didn't yell at them for that. But if I had ever tried to do that, they would have been yelling at me very, very quickly to like not do anything with him. So no, that's why it never happened. Okay, we got h5 played here, and we'll see what happens. What Kolarz is trying to do is trying to attack on the king side. Shanghai lost to an IM. Okay, nice. Or not nice, sorry, he lost, he didn't win. Sorry, what am I doing? What am I saying? Okay, so Kolarz should be winning here. Bishop c7 takes, maybe bishop d7 e8. This should be winning for white. But now there's c5. Wait, Kolarz just allowed c5. Is he insane? c5, knight e5, knight c6, and suddenly maybe black's okay here. I'm wondering if Kolarz can actually win. So Jan had a $10 million supercomputer in his country's full support. Ding it, Richard report. Wait, is that actually in an article? Bury the past. Is that actually legitimately in an article about the computer? Because I've been talking about that a bit, that I think that there was a supercomputer which there's a supercomputer out there with like 1024 cluster, and I think that was actually Jan's supercomputer. So that's why I was wondering if there's if that was actually based off an article or not. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong. Am I angry that I didn't win the game against Singh? I literally don't care. I haven't cared for a long time. So yeah, you guys are asking if that's in an article. If that's in an article, I'd actually like to see it. Why didn't chess.com yell the Botez for collabing with Magus? Because I get held a different standard than other streamers. For better or worse, that's how it is. So yeah. King e3 played here. Let's see what we're gonna get from let's see what we get here from FIDE. Bishop c8, bishop f8 looks scary. Bishop f8, this will be played, but I'm really unconvinced. I mean, there's g6 here to trade off all the pawns. If FEDOSAVE finds g6, I think he's gonna save this game. Yeah, I think he's gonna draw the game now. He was in a lot of trouble, but I think he's gonna save it. What else do we have? g6 played. I think bishop g6 takes. There's, if takes g7, there's d4, and then bishop d5 to stop the pawns. So we get takes. Okay, probably gonna be a draw after king c3. d4 coming in here. Probably you just have to take the pawn. As this is not great. Am I happy for Ding? Yeah, absolutely. No, it's great. I mean, I just really hope that as far as Ding goes, that China supports chess. I really hope there's more support. That's what everyone's been hoping for a long time now, but will that actually happen? I mean, remains to be seen. So we get a5 played here. Bishop e8 to go c6, getting a little bit scary again for Fedo. c6 c7, very scary here. Are you and Ding friends? I mean, nobody's really friends with Ding, and that's not because Ding is not a nice person. It's just that Ding doesn't really speak English, so nobody really hangs out with him or knows anything. So yeah, it's just what it is. Jack Ma tour, I guess. Jack Ma's kind of back in the good graces, right? Although Baba stock has been absolutely horrible. $84, jeez. Yeah, I mean, I don't see it changing just because chess is not popular in China, and I mean, I just don't see that changing. C6, okay, C7, bishop C8, important move here. Collard's gonna lose this somehow. F4. China has go, yeah, I guess something like that, but okay, king c5, probably king 3. How good is Dayak? Will he play in the next event? I think Dayak is a very good player, by the way. I think Dayak needs more invitations, more opportunities. I think he's a fantastic player. You and Wesley seem like good friends. Wesley and I are on very, very good terms. Like, yeah, we'll help each other. We'll help each other for sure. Okay, f5, bishop h3 draw. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. No. I mean, Wesley and I are on very good terms. Just bishop a4. I mean, everything. Yeah, okay, this is just a draw. Takes, no biggie. Are you and Love friends? I mean, I wouldn't say we're not like friends, but of course we're on good terms. Everybody's on good terms. Like Fabian and I, like everybody's on good terms, pretty much. Pretty much being the key word. There's certain people that nobody likes, but for the most part, we're all on good terms. Okay. So what else do we have? Still some other games going. A2. Lazovic should be winning. He's got the wide peepos here. He's got the wide peepos like h6 h7 or e6 e7. Yeah. Timur's a pretty good guy. I like Timur. Yeah. So h6 h7, maybe king g, no, h7's got to be right. You have king g6 g7. Black can't stop it. Yeah. Eric hated you for, no, you guys, Eric's video the other day was a joke. It was a very funny tongue-in-cheek joke the way he published the video, because people see the title and they're like immediately think there's like some kind of massive thing going on. It was a good clickbait. I give Eric a lot of credit for that. That was a great clickbait. And no, I was not referring to Eric at all, just so you guys know. Of course I was not referring to Eric when I said that. Okay. Yeah. There's bishop e1. Yeah, you guys think that I'm referring to Eric when I say there's some people that nobody likes. That's a good one. Yeah. So let's see. Okay, this should be a draw. I don't know why the game's still going, but it's a draw. Eric Rosen. No, Eric's a beloved figure. Everybody likes Eric. No, nobody dislikes him. Okay, so what do we have in the standings here? We have TBT on 4.5, Faruja and Fairchess on 4.5. Now I don't know if it's top 8 or top 10 who qualify to make the knockout, but we'll see. Round 6 should be starting in a second, I assume. We have another El Clasico, Rook and Knight versus Rook, of course. Yeah. Okay, so top 8. So then who gets the spot that Magnus vacates? That's actually my question for anybody who actually is more in the know than I am. Who gets the spot? We get king e4. When will there be another sub battle? Probably sometime at the end of this week or early next week. We're going to be doing a sub battle between our Twitch subs and our Kick subs. So if you do want to sub on Kick and have a chance to play in the sub battle, you'll need to make sure you do that. Would I prefer to shake Cheparinov or Nigel's hand? I mean, obviously Cheparinov's hand. What kind of question is that? Yeah. I mean, is there some kind of troll in there, or what am I maybe I'm missing something? All right, this will be a draw. Who will join Hikaru, Fabian, and Noterbeck at the Chess Kick Cup? Yeah, because the thing is, like I said before, actually, I'm gonna make a post on Insta. Give me 1 second. So because Magnus gave up his spot, that means only 3 people are automatically qualified. That's the thing. Only 3 people are auto qualified. So because only 3 people are qualified, I don't know if it means 1 spot comes from this or they just take the next person on the list. Right, Instagram, where was I going? Story, here we go. Where is it? There we go. All right, add some text. Streaming on Kick X Glam. Okay, give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm just putting out an Insta post, so I'm supposed to. All right, game draw in round number 6 coming up in a second. Okay, here we go. Let's pull up the top game. We have David Anton Giara playing against Gucci Reza Firouzja here. So that's what we have. Sorry, give me 1 second, you guys. Just need to put out this Insta post. Watch live. There we go. Done. All right. Okay, you guys. So where was I? All right. So Gucci Reza, we have the classic Karo Khan. We get D3, which is what Hikaru Nakamura played in the Air Things Master against Vladimir Fedosev, as well as Magnus Carlsen. But this time we get something different. We get E5 C5 played here. No social media assistant Hikaru. Sometimes yes, sometimes no, but it's all good. We get E5 C5 played. Let's see. Gucci Reza goes C3. Idea to play D4 here. Ruchi Geza. No, Gucci Reza. Okay, Bishop G4 played here. Maybe Knight C3, maybe Bishop E3 or Bishop E2. It's the 1st of May. Celebrate with Jonathan Colton's excellent song. I don't know what you mean by that. We get Knight E2 now. Black tries to take the juicer. There's Queen A4, winning some material, so you can't do that. Hikaru's covering the play to see who will join him in the next CCT event. Yes, I am. Why did Magnus leave the spot? Because Magnus is playing the Grand Chester event in Warsaw, Poland, and there's a direct conflict. So people who are playing in that event cannot play 2 events at the same time. So Fabiano is skipping it, so he can't play. Same goes for Levon Aronian. He's not playing either. But like Wesley So, Magnus Carlsen, Ding Loren, Jan Nepomniachtchi, amongst many others are playing. So, all right. Waiting for a move from David Anton Giara. How many players are on 4.5 out of 5? Currently there are 1, 2, 3 guys. Everybody else is trying to angle. They're trying to angle so they can get into the top 8, like V Sergey, Bilodeau, Dan Laz, the El Big Fishito. They're trying to angle to get into the top 8. That's why they took the quick draw here, because they don't like the pairing. They'd like an easier pairing, something along those lines. That's what they're doing. So yeah, Anish literally doesn't care. He's going to simul if he can. Sure. Yeah. What happened to the London Chess Classic? Unfortunately, it kind of fell by the wayside. It was a great event. I mean, I had many memorable experiences playing in it, so it just fell by the wayside. So okay, probably Bishop D3 or Bishop E2 will be played by Gucci Reza here. We got Bishop E2 now. The funny thing is, I remember playing a lot of games against Alireza with the structure was something like this, and he actually just crushed me quite soundly from the structure with the 2 bishops. So I think Alireza is probably feeling very, very comfortable here. Yeah, no, as far as London goes, I mean, I played there every year from 2010 through 2018. I played the London Chess Classic. 2019 I didn't qualify, and that was actually the last year it was held. So I played nearly every year the tournament happened. I don't know if the sponsor stopped having interest or what happened, but and unfortunately, yeah, it doesn't exist. So it's really sad because I spent 9 birthdays, 9 of my birthdays I spent in London. So it's obviously a very special place in my heart. So all right, waiting for a move here. So I assume he'll go Bishop G7 and fianchetto the bishop, or he can go Bishop B4, Knight G7, something along these lines. What is the age limit for the Chess Kid tournament? The age limit is there is none. But of course, having this tournament being called the Chess Kid Cup is like, it's very confusing to anybody who watches. They're like, wait, what's going on? It's just some tournament for fun for kids or something? Like, what's going on? So it's definitely a little bit wonky, but that's how it goes. So let's see. Have I ever had any job besides chess? Not really. Can you say fianchetto in real Italian? Yeah, fianchetto. It's like Cheetos, you know, like the animal, the Cheeto. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, calling it the Chess Kid Cup is definitely confusing. Because if you just go on the site, you pull up chess.com, you're like, wait, what? Sorry, what? Yeah. Chess Kid pieces are absolutely abysmal. I didn't know that. All right, what do we have? Bishop e2 played. Is David Anton-Chiaro actually this deep in the tank here? Like, what is he thinking about? I don't know what he's doing. Is he gonna play bishop h6? The idea must be to go bishop h6. No? King f1, g3, h4. This looks pretty ugly for black. There's g3, h4, and king g2, and then like bishop g5, h5. You start pushing p on the king side. Plays f6. Interesting choice. Not good, but it's actually kind of interesting. Can you say something in Spanish? Español. España. Okay. Buenas noches. All right, we get queen a4. Interesting move. Black can go queen a5 here to trade the queens, though. I don't actually like queen a4. Queen a5 looks like a pretty good move. I don't understand queen a4 at all here by Alireza. Yeah. Buenas noches. Yeah, exactly. Okay, he goes queen b6 idea to put pressure on pawn d4. I don't really like this though, because now there's bishop e3 and rook c1. In spite of the chess boom, do you think the players are still a bit shy of the fame and limelight they've started to receive? It depends. I mean, the people who've had the online fame, absolutely not. People like myself, people like are my Instagram pics photoshopped? No, they aren't. Why would you think they're photoshopped? Actually, do I look too skinny or something, or like what? Yeah. No, actually, I'm kind of confused. Like, because a couple people have said that. I'm actually confused why they think that. We got h4 idea to play h5. You can take on nice abs. Yeah. No, I mean, no, I'm serious though. Why do people actually think that? Because I've seen quite a few people say that my face looks different. It's AI generated. No, seriously. Actually, I'm not trolling here. I'm just curious. I've seen a lot of people say it. I don't even understand why they think that. Yeah. My face looks thin. It looks thinner than it is right now, or really? No, I mean, I'm definitely slimmer now than I was. So I said it before. I said this before. Like at the end of the Sinkfeld Cup, I was not skinny. I actually put on a couple of pounds during that tournament. I lost like 7-8 pounds right after that tournament ended. So I mean, maybe that's what people are comparing to the old pictures. Oh, on my face, it doesn't look well. It's also the cam angle and also the shirts I wear. Like I wear these big like Hawaiian style shirts. So it's like, and you also can't. So I wear the big Hawaiian style shirts, which definitely, I mean, I just do it because why not? But yeah, face looks photoshopped. Yeah. So good one. Anyway, all right. No, I was just curious because I see people say that. These days I'm seeing everyone streaming chess really want to start it. I'm not the first one. I'm not the first one, obviously. There were earlier streamers, but I mean, I as I said, a lot of the credit goes to XQC. Once he started playing chess, that's what got a lot of streamers into it who were not even into chess at the time. That started the whole boom. Do I care about calories? Yes, I do, actually. Probably too much, frankly, but yeah, I care. I do. My hairstyle looks different. Well, my hair always looks a little bit different, but yeah. Also, the headphones changed my hair as well, because like what they flatten it down a lot. It flattens it down a lot more. So what do we got? D takes e5, waiting for a move. Apparently a bad move. I don't know why. Oh, there's bishop c5. Ooh, knight g5. Wow, computer likes king e7 and rook f8, playing a classic Bong Cloud. King e7 is an insane move to play rook f8. Well, David Anton-Chiaro find it is actually almost an only move. Now he plays knight e7. Takes, bishop takes f2. It's getting sharp though. Sharp position. Well, I cover the Magnus article. Yeah, we will cover it later. We will. Yeah. We will cover it. Because see, now when I brush my hair, now it actually starts to become a little bit fluffier again. But once I put the headphones back on, it's going to start flattening down. That's the thing. It's going to start flattening down again. Am I really 5'5"? No, you guys. I'm 4'9". I'm 4'9". I will admit that I do Photoshop that. I try to make myself look like I'm 6'7", like a 5-time. Anyway, okay, knight f5, maybe only move here to go knight g3. I think knight f5 might be the only move. We're watching this event. There are qualifiers to the next event, the Chess Kid Cup, which we will of course be covering on our channel. Did I lose weight by diet exercise? I've done both at various times, but when I generally just like eat too much food and get overweight, like during chess tournaments specifically, generally what happens is when that happens, I basically just diet. I just diet afterwards, because when you play a tournament, the problem is when you play in tournaments, what you need to do is you end up like needing to eat like 3 meals every day. Like you end up eating like a light breakfast, you eat like a lunch, and you eat a dinner. And so because you have to eat a lot during tournaments, it's very easy to gain weight. I'm 5'7", you guys. Unfortunately, I'd like to claim I'm 5'7.5" to 5'8", but unfortunately I'm like on the lower end of the 5'7", which is annoying. But yeah, I'm 5'7", that's what I am. So anyway, apparently white's winning. Don't ask me why. Maybe just bishop g4, put pressure on the diagonal. Looks quite scary here. Yeah. Why am I 5'7"? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, you have to eat a lot, like 3. No, but I mean 3 full meals a day. I mean 3 full meals. Grishuk is tall. Yeah, I'm like 5'7", and Grishuk's like 6'2". Grishuk's like 6'2", so of course I look tiny compared to him. I look very small, as we like to say. So anyway, yeah. Who is the tallest super GM? I mean Kramnik, Shirov, and Peter Heide. I mean Peter Heide maybe is not a super GM, but Kramnik, Shirov, and who else was really tall? Kramnik, Shirov, and Richard Rapport is not that tall. No, he's not that tall. Kramnik, Shirov. Is Grishuk as, I mean, I know Grishuk is tall, but I didn't think Grishuk was as tall as like Kramnik, but maybe I'm wrong. Fabiano and Alireza are not tall at all. No. Yeah. No. Rapport looks tall because Ding isn't. Exactly. Yeah. So okay, king d7 played, waiting for a move from Alireza here. He plays rook b3. He does the classic hippie style maneuver, lifting the rook to h3 and b3. Very good move, by the way. Now I think Alireza is probably just close to winning. Maybe not. I mean, maybe you can take and knight f5 and maybe try to pretend you're okay, but it's hard to believe. Yeah, Rapport is taller than Ding, easily taller. But anyway, you guys, all right, so back to the game. Let's take a look at the standings briefly. What do we have? We have fair chess on 4.5. So let's go to fair chess, because it looks like Alireza is going to win. He is playing against Levon Aronian, and Levon is winning his game. Levon is winning. Yeah, Levon is winning here. Levon has an extra bishop for what exactly? Did he just wonder out of the opening in this game? This was an Alpin, right? Yeah, this was an Alpin Sicilian. Okay, it looks like a clean smash from Levon. Looks like a very, very clean game. So he's gonna win this game. Yeah, he's just gonna win this game cleanly. So Lev's gonna be on 5.5. Let's see, what else do we have? Alireza is somehow mating here. I don't see the actual instant mate, but yeah, actually takes. You just go check, takes, and queen f4. Shahmat, as I like to say in Farsi. And if queen g4, actually not queen g4, sorry, bishop g4, knight f5, then queen takes c6 is also GG. Also just winning for white. So yeah, all right, Alireza is gonna win. Let's go back. Let's take a look at some of the other games. Let's see, we have the game between Lequangliam and Dmitry Kolarz. Again, the double b shops in this position. Midunam. I know, A Colin, thank you, appreciate it, thank you. Okay, so we have h3 played here by Dmitry Kolarz. What else can you play here? There aren't many moves for black. Black's knight is under attack. Or no, Miduni. But anyway, yeah, sorry, wrong one. All right, so there's bishop takes e4, queen takes h3, and queen takes e3 maybe, but we'll see. Anyway, who's the tallest chess player you know? It's probably Kramnik or Peter Heine Nielsen, but yeah. Yeah, anyway, all right, waiting for a move here. Let's see what we get. Magnus is short. Magnus is tall by relative standards, but not super tall. Alireza is not super tall either. He's just very, very skinny. No, I mean, those guys compared to those top guys like Kramnik and Svidler are tall. I saw Peter's response to Emil's tweet. I mean, I don't know why Emil feels the need to do that. Honestly, it's just bizarre to me at this point. I mean, maybe he just thinks he's scoring points or something. It's like taking pot shots, but I just find it bizarre. And it's also like, at the end of the day, I mean, I'm under this impression that people within FIDE are unaware of the realities of the world, or they still kind of live in this this like with the rose tinted glass, where they don't understand how things are going, and that like at the end of the day, if they annoy me enough, like I'm just not going to play in FIDE events, period. I'll just say get lost. And I think they kind of don't understand the dynamics and the realities of the situation, and they think that players need them more than they need the players. And at the end of the day, they really need the players a lot more than the other way around, and it's disappointing to see, but you know, that's life. That's life. So okay, what this position looks terrible for Laquang, so really bad position. Let's see, did Lev win? Lev won his game. Did Gucci Reza win? Gucci Reza has not won yet, but apparently he's plus 39.7 after queen takes c6. I don't know what plus 39.7 means. That's quite hefty. That's a hefty hefty evaluation. Yeah, I've got plus 39.7. You guys see the bar, it's like way up here, but it doesn't say mate, it says plus 39.7, which is insane. Yeah, that's how can Farouk should be like the #1 blitz player in the world and can't qualify for the chess champion tour? Because he's struggled in the qualifiers. I mean, he's just struggled. Let's go back to this game between Dmitry Kolars and Laquang. Queen d3, you lose to rook h1 in the classic fossil here, because you win the queen on d3. So yeah. Okay, waiting for a move. Let's see what we get. Queen b2 and queen e5 looks quite good to me. It goes queen g2, which apparently is a huge blunder. Don't ask me why, but it is. How's my fellow Dutchy doing? Anish is, where is Giri? Giri is on, let me search. Giri is playing as Shimanov. I didn't see him on the leaderboard. Giri, he is on 4 out of 5. So if he wins this game, he's in the hunt. But actually, he's in trouble here. I said Giri, not Gary. Giri. I said Giri. Well, I mean, I've had this discussion with far too many people in recent times. So yeah, I said Giri, but it is what it is. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Who's not playing? I'm not playing. Who? You? Me? No, I mean, Anish is just playing because he's having fun. I was shocked when Anish missed a mate in 3. I mean, that's life. That's just how it goes. But anyway, it's all good. We get g4, waiting for Anish to make a move. I see chess.com YouTube stream, they always tell me that you're likely on. Okay, cool, good stuff. All right, waiting for a move here from Anish. He can either take or play f4. Why is PHN so obsessed with Emil? Well, I'll tell you, I'll give you like the realities. The realities are that Peter Heine Nielsen, like, I love the guy, he's great. He lives in this world of like pure, of what the world should be, basically. So like for Peter Heine Nielsen, he lives in this world of like very clear black and white, right and wrong, things should be a certain way. And I actually agree with Peter Heine. Like in the real world, after all that has happened with Russia, I mean, the fact that you have a lot of Russian money in chess and everything else is not a good thing. It's actually very bad. You look at this world championship match, the sponsor is a guy who is sanctioned by the government of Ukraine for supporting the Russian war effort. Very clear, it's clear as night and day. But at the end of the day, things just, the world doesn't really work like that. As much as you want it to work like that in, like, you know, pure absolute terms of right and wrong, white and black and everything else, that's just not how the world works. So even though I actually fundamentally agree with Peter, that's just not, things can't just change the way that he would like. He would like things to work in like this perfect world scenario that just is not reality, as much as everyone would like it to be. And so when there's nonstop complaining about all these things, eventually people get annoyed by it. But there are other things too, where I mean, I think that definitely, you know, Mill's always trying to defend and say that that's not the case, when of course that is completely the case, 100%. So it's completely the case, but yeah, it's what it is. So yeah, my brother's not a GM, he's a master, about 2200. So anyway, let's see. So we get cb6, rook b7. What about all American stuff? Yeah, I mean, no country is perfect. Let's be clear. You know, it astounds me. I was reading What was I looking at? I was looking at something very recently. Actually, no, I remember I was reading an article on Michael J. Fox last night. I was reading an article about Michael J. Fox, who of course very famous, has Parkinson's disease, was on a lot of TV shows, got diagnosed with Parkinson's when he was 29 years old. And I was reading how, like, he was saying that he's 61 years old and he doesn't think he'll live to be 80. He thinks, you know, he thinks he's near the end, kind of, in a sense. And like that, like, I was reading this article about how he has this whole foundation. They've raised lots of money to, like, detect Parkinson's early and all these other things. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think I saw something like they've raised, I don't even remember how much they've raised, but let's just say it's something like $100 million, just to use a number. And when you think about the amount of money that, like, the US government wasted on Iraq, I mean, we wasted like I think it was $1.9 trillion that were wasted on that, like $1.9 trillion. And you just think about all that money that could have gone towards anything like medicine, health related, curing cancer, whatever it might be, any of these diseases, etc. And it's just like, it just blows your mind. It blows your mind sometimes when you see that sort of stuff. But anyway, yeah, imagine 1.9 trillion in education. I know. So all right, anyway, back to the game. That's based. Yeah, base, exactly. All right, waiting for a move here. We got c5 played here by Shimanov. Anish takes rook e6 to cut off the king, cut off the rook. Classic kebab, of course, as well. Probably you go rook b8 though and just sit and wait, or rook d7, one of the two. I don't know which one's best. Probably king g2 here, I guess. Maybe g3. Very hard to judge. Why did my brother quit chess? Because he kind of hit the he hit the wall. He improved very quickly when he was young, but he kind of stopped improving and he just kind of gave up. So I like that you and Nielsen have respect for each other, like he has for you and Little John. Oh, I have immense respect for Peter Heine Nielsen. I mean, I actually generally agree with what he says. It's just that it's too, I know there's some fancy word that I can't use, but it's too like pure or something. There's some fancy word that I can't think of in terms of his take on the FIDE stuff, but overall I agree with him. Absolutely. Too idealistic, that's probably the word. Yeah, too idealistic. Yeah, I mean, it's like the world that you want to live in, but, like, you know that's not the reality. Yeah, it's a world you want to live in, but you know that's not how it is. That's what it is. So king g3 takes b7. You have the block and then takes, and I mean, this looks very scary. I assume that white's winning here, but maybe not. You could also go f3, which is also a move here, but we'll see. Okay, so he does take. We get rook takes d5, b7. We'll get check back here, takes, tickle tickle, wiggle wiggle, and probably rook e7 or f3 here, which is a move. Yeah, so all right, let's keep going. We need more people like Ding then. I mean, who knows, but it is what it is, you guys. It is what it is. Yeah, so get rook takes e7 played here and keep going. So all right, king f5 played here, rook c7. Oh, that's a mistake. That's a big mistake. Wait, rook c7. Wait, that's a huge mistake by Anish. Rook c7, you take the pawn with check after rook b8 takes. I think this is losing. You go rook g7 and run the king up. I think this is just winning. Yeah, rook g7 and king g4. I think this is just winning. King g4. No, it's just lost. King g5 and okay, he's gonna go king b5, king b4. I think white's winning here. You push the pawn to f7. Here takes f6 a4, f7 a3, rook f8, a2 takes and queen, and white wins. This might still be winning. Is this still winning? f4 f5. I guess it is. Yeah, still winning. Why am I streaming on Kick? Because we're on multi platforms now. We stream on Twitch and on Kick, both of them. Trying to grow chess on a new platform, trying to do what we can. It's an exciting new opportunity to try and grow chess. f5. Yeah, just king g6, and you lose by a tempo here. So yeah, just trade, and this is just winning. Queen and queen f6, queen f6, and cut the diag. Yeah. So all right, so Anish loses that game. So let's see, what do we have here in terms of standings? We have for Alireza Farouj on 5.5. We have Dmitry Kolarz, Levon Aronian, Shima Stream, and I think Anuel is Jules Mustard. So Jules Mustard, Shimanov, Levon, and Dmitry all on 5 out of 6, all doing well. So round 7 should be coming up in a second, I assume. All the games are not over. Let's see what's happening here. We have Pichot versus Noterbek Yakubov. Queen d4. Maybe just make a repetition check. Bishop f5, queen d6, queen b4. I thought the pawn was hanging there. Now king c4 and you run up, you hide the king on b5, b6, and white wins the game. Yeah, I'm confused by the Chess Kid Master. Shouldn't it be only kids? It should, no, actually it should be like only fans. Ha ha ha. Anyway, yeah, it's obviously it's kind of weird to have this tournament called that, but it is what it is. c6, cut the diag, cut everything, just c6. c6 wins. Maybe queen d8 also wins, but still. It's definitely confusing though. Yeah, actually, you see the title, it's like, what's going on here? It's just weird. So all right, round 7, let's watch Alireza. He's playing against Jules Mustard. Farouja is a kid. Farouja is 19 years old. He is legally I'm an adult. Yeah. So all right, we get another Caro Khan. Gucci Reza playing the Caro Khan here. He's playing Jules Mustard. I don't play because I'm already qualified, you guys. Those of you who are wondering about me, I'm already qualified. So like I can't play, because if I play I could take away a spot from somebody, and that's of course not allowed. Yeah, I lost to Jules Mustard right before the candidates. I remember this very well. I was playing the Rapid Chess Championship, and I played the first day from Colorado Springs, or Denver rather to be precise. I played from Denver Springs. I streamed it. I qualified from the Rapid Chess Championship to knockout. I flew that evening to Spain, and then I got like an airport hotel really close to the airport in Madrid, and I played the knockout the following day. I was completely jet lagged. I messed up this horrible position where I was just up in exchange in the first game in Italian, and I lost in the tiebreaker. So yeah, I did play Jules Mustard in the RCC. Where am I? I'm currently in Florida. I'm in Florida, so that's where I am. Jordan Van Forest is playing too. Yeah. What are the must-see places in Japan? I would recommend that you have to go to Kyoto. By far and away my favorite place in Japan, no doubt about it. Obviously you have to see Tokyo as well, but Kyoto is an absolute must. Kyoto, Tokyo. I mean, you can go far north, you can also go far south. I mean, Osaka, I would say Kyoto's the only must see. Kyoto, and then just stay in Tokyo. Those two places. Yeah, that's what I recommend. Is it better to live in the US than in Europe? Damn right, it's better to live in America. You can get anything at any time, whether you want food, whether you want guns, whatever you want, you can get it whatever you want. So of course America's much better. Anyway, okay. And also taxes. We don't pay like 60% in taxes for things that you don't need. All right. Anyway, okay, Bishop H4. Let's see what we get here. See what Alireza does here. Is Farouja still practicing? I believe he will be number 1. I think Alireza is still practicing. Yeah. Anyway, I'm obviously trolling, but no, I would say for chess, actually, in general terms, as far as chess goes, it's actually probably better to live in Europe. Actually, I mean, like, as far as chess goes, I think it's better to live in Europe, because it does add up, like the wear and tear of traveling to tournaments outside the US. If you're not at the very top, it is difficult. Like if you're a top player, you can play tournaments in like St. Louis and Missouri, but otherwise it's very difficult, and you have to travel to Europe and elsewhere. Draw tables. We get tables on move number 12. Tablas. What? Quoi? I don't understand what the draw is here, but we got a draw in this game. Let's move around. Let's watch Shimanov's game. We get another Caro-Kann. Everybody playing the Caro-Kann for some reason, very annoying, but that's what we're getting. So Levant also playing this classic D3 Caro-Kann like Hikaru Nakamura did all those months ago in the Air Things Masters. So yeah, in terms of if you're trying to get better at chess, I actually think these days, even though there are norm tournaments in the US, like if you're like FIDE master, international master, it's probably easier to play tournaments every month in Europe than it is in the US. For example, there are countries like Spain, which has like tournaments every single month, 1-2 tournaments every month. You can just play every single tournament on and on and on. So I actually think like if you're trying to improve at chess, being in Europe is a big benefit as opposed to being in the US. Absolutely huge benefit. So yeah, and Spain, I mean Spain is chess. Germany's got a lot of chess these days. France also. I mean they're all great. Yeah, in Spain it's like you can play almost every week again. There was a period in the 90s when a lot of top GMs actually moved to Spain, very specifically Vichy Anand and Veselin Topalov. They moved to Spain and just like play tournaments nonstop. You also had other people like the parents of Anna Kramling, like Juan Belon Lopez, I think is his last name. Juan Manuel Belon Lopez, and you also had a Pia Kramling. They were just playing like every single month in Spain in tournaments. And at some point they moved back. I think they moved to Sweden because there weren't tournaments the way there used to be. But now I think the tournaments are kind of back. So Spain once again is a great place to be, I think, if you're looking for tournaments to play in. And I myself played a lot of tournaments in Spain too when I was younger. I made my international norms in Spain at the Linares and Ubeda tournaments many moons ago. So yeah, I think if you ask me to pick a place to be, I would say Spain. Spain is where I would be if you're trying to improve at chess and you're like a strong amateur. That's where I would play. Your chance of getting killed by a gun are lower in Europe. Okay, thank you. That's beside the point though. That's completely beside the point. But hey, to each their own, I guess. So Rook D8, King H1 played by Lev. White is a good knight, good bishop here, pretty balanced position, not a whole lot going on. People in Spain are poor. Well, poor is a relative phrase, you guys. When you say poor, there are a couple things. Like, here's a question: if you make like, let's just say you make $30,000 a year after taxes, but you have free healthcare, if things are very quiet, you live in a nice little town, you can afford to go out once a week to go eat a nice dinner or something. I mean, are you really poor at the end of the day? I'm not so sure that's actually true. I'm not sure that's true. So, like, yeah, that's the thing. We got bishop b4 here. We got knight takes b4, a takes b4, f4. I mean, are you really poor if you can go out like on Saturday night and like go out and party in Barcelona, something like that, and you don't have any worries? Are you actually poor? I don't know if I believe that. Something happened with the camera? No. Is the angle bad? I mean, I have moved the camera a little bit here or there. I can tilt it back up a little if you want me to. I think it's good, but I think it's fine. Is it bad? I'll tilt it back up. Give me a second. It's slightly lopsided. I mean, I'll tilt it back up just a tad. Just a tad. I mean, I don't know. Is that better? I just tilted it back up a little bit. So yeah, maybe that's good, maybe not good, but it's all good. Actually, I'll tell you why it was tilted down. You know why it was tilted down? Because when I played the Air Things Masters for the knockout portion, they basically said the cam was too high. They asked me to tilt it down more. It's slightly sideways. It's not sideways. It's not sideways. No, it's all good. It's not sideways. Don't bait me like that, you guys. Yeah, they wanted me to tilt. Exactly. Yeah. They mean it's not level. Yeah, I don't care. I literally don't care. So, we get a3, probably rook a3. White has a double op combo. However, you have a slight weakness on e4 here. Black is targeting the pawn. So, we'll see. Your sound is gone. I do apologize if you lost sound, but yeah. Pineapple in picture is better. Okay, it's better. Fair enough. Yeah. Where's my other chair? It's sitting off to the side. I don't use it, you guys, because I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like the Streamlabs chair. It's really, it hurts my back. So yeah. What are the green toys in the back? Sure. So the first one is I have this dude, this great little dude. This is my alligator dude. I mean, he's just chilling. He's moving. And this I got at Gatorland here in Florida. So it even says Gatorland. I don't know if I move out of the picture, maybe you can read it. But yeah, I bought this at Gatorland. I bought this in Gatorland in Florida. So this is green guy number 1. He's an alligator. Green guy number 2, I have to be careful because the head will fall off if I'm not careful. Because it fell on the floor once. So this is green guy number 2. This is of course the alien dude. Let me get out of the picture so it'll focus on the print. This is from Meteor Crater. You can see it. It's Meteor Crater from Arizona. So yeah, this is from northern Arizona. So yeah, there you go. And that's what we have. And then of course, last but not least, for anybody who's wondering, I have this nice bobblehead which someone gave to me in St. Louis during the American Cup. There's a bobblehead of me as well. So yeah, this is the last thing we have. I'll get out of the camera so it zooms in. So yeah, so that's what we have. All right. Okay, so anyway, back to the game as we were doing. We get f5 played here by Lev. Idea to play g4 g5. Maybe black can go knight b8 knight 6 knight 4, create the classic bash in the middle of the board and blunt the bishop's threats on the diagonal. I really like knight b8 knight c6 here. Do I know what happened to Lebanon? What are your thoughts? I don't know. When am I coming to India? I don't know. No idea. The bobblehead is way cooler than the trophy. Yeah, actually somebody did post that. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Someone posted it on our chest a long time ago. Is this what it is? Let me see if it loads. Yeah, this was insane. Actually, you guys, when they take their next break after this round, I'm going to show you the video because they only posted on our chest. Yeah. Yeah, there's a short video. There is knight b8. Actually, I'll just show it right now because it plays a 5 minutes. So let me show you this video. Let me change the scene. Better? Yeah. Let me stop the music and let me show you this video. This guy, like, this is insane actually. Here we go. No, I like what he's doing though. Will he see knight e4 though? It's very hard. I don't know.
I see it. Oh my god, I see it.
Turn the volume up a little. Yeah, so anyway, you guys, yeah, there you go. So back to the chess. Let me change the scene, of course. Yeah, so that was actually the guy put that video up on Reddit. So just thought I'd point that out for you guys. Yeah, the catchy bop, that song is boppy. What happened in this game? We got knight c6, knight c3. Okay, so white trying to get a bash with knight d5. Buy one of those. Yeah, I mean, it's really nice. Did he go to your house? No, I got it. He brought it to the American Cup in St. Louis, Missouri. This tournament is 9 rounds. Top 8 players play a knockout, I believe. Top 8 or top 10, I don't know. We'll see obviously very soon what the format is. Everyone in the UK regretting Brexit, so Spain leaving is probably not a good idea. Wait, Spain is leaving the EU? Wait, what? What? Spain's leaving the EU? What? Are you trolling, right? Wait, then what do you mean that? Okay, I don't know what you mean. Yeah, no, it's a troll. I was like, for a second I was like, wait a second, I know Barcelona wants to separate from Spain, but I was like, wait, what's going on? All right, so black should be better here with the bash. Maybe rook a8, trade the rooks, target the pawn. Yeah, I don't like what Levon's done here at all. I think he's in some trouble in this end game. Get over it, Ramoner. Yeah. Okay, knight takes b3 and back. Lev is gonna have to get some kind of cheese here because he's in a lot of trouble after knight takes b3 and knight d4. Yeah, he's gonna be in trouble here. He's gonna be in trouble for sure. Yeah, for sure he's gonna be in trouble. Yeah. but it is what it is. Okay, so we get h6, which of course which is a bit much here. We get h6. I mean, knight takes b3, which is good. We get queen a2, probably just move the bishop to b7 or c6 and go from there. Yeah. All right, bishop c6 played, waiting for a move. Hikaru, I am not religious, really. No, I'm not religious at all. Get h3, probably like queen b7 to target the pawn, or maybe queen c7, queen a8. I think queen b7 is what I would play here. Maybe you can even go knight e8 and knight d6. Maybe you go something like this and then like knight d6, for example, just to illustrate something like this with the knight still targeting all the pawns. Something like this might make sense here. F for what? Yeah. So yeah, keep rolling, you guys. I think it's 9 rounds, and then I think it's 8 players play a knockout. So you can see the standings of what the top 7 I think are showing. So 8 players qualify. Queen b7, knight d5. We'll get takes. I mean, it's really hard to play because even here with D's knights on d6 and d4, feels to me like black is clearly better here after takes and knight e8. Yeah, I don't know what the F was for, but anyway. Kind of confused why Shimonov is thinking here. The knockout is today. They play 9 rounds and they play a knockout right after, which is why we're covering it. If it's just the tournament and then a knockout tomorrow, I wouldn't cover it. But they do both today. We get queen a8, which is a great move as well. I think I heard them say top 10 qualify, so 5 people do make it. Okay. Do I see Magnus trying to win the world championship again? I think Magnus will come back if there is a format change. I don't think so. I don't think that Magnus is coming back without a format change. I don't believe it. I don't think it's happening without a format change. I will say that. Did she say chess on the beach? No, she said sex on the beach. All right. Yeah. So let's see what we get here. Yeah, I don't think Magnus is going to play though if there isn't a format change. I will say that. That's my guess. Okay, take with this. That I did not expect. That's not what I expected at all. I'm actually kind of confused by that move. I guess the point is takes there's queen e5, whereas in the other line before, if you take here, if you take this way, you lose a juicer. So I guess that's why now Levon takes with the e-pawn, trying to complicate it. I mean, I still think the black is better here, but it's going to be tricky for both sides to navigate with limited time. Is there a video of Ding winning? I mean, there are many videos. I don't have a format suggestion right off. No. Plays h5 to stop g4. Very logical human move. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Magnus will. I mean, I don't think Magnus will play. Borning is raging. You guys have literally said Borning has been raging all day long. I don't know what that means, nor do I particularly care. Probably you go queen e8 here to guard the pawn. That's what I would do, so you can take the juicer. What's the next big tournament where either Magnus or Ding will play? I think they're both playing the Grand Prix in not Grand Prix, sorry, Grand Chess Tour event in Warsaw, Poland. Of course, if Magnus just mops the floor with Ding, that's also not going to be a good look. So you kind of hope that Ding doesn't just get blown away by Magnus when they play in Poland. Because if he gets blown away by Magnus, that's going to start looking pretty ugly. Yeah. So we'll see. Both of them are playing in Bucharest in the Grand Chess Tour in a few days. This is also true. Yeah. Okay, waiting for a move here. Let's see what we get. Levon takes. We get takes. Okay, now both sides have passed pawn. Both sides are pushing P. But black's pawn is better because the knight can rotate. The bishop can only target light squares. So even knight e8, knight d6, or queen e8 all looks very, very pleasant. Magnus is not playing in Romania, but he's playing in Poland. Yeah, queen c7 stops the pawn push. I think there's a good chance that that the Shimonov wins this game if he's precise. Because the bishop is much worse than the knight here. It's just staring at a dead pawn wall. King f1 to play queen e7. Nice technique here. Even knight e8, knight d6. Like, I think Lev is in a lot of trouble here. That isn't to say that Levon can't still save it, but I'd be very scared with this position. So I'm gonna go use the restroom quickly and I'll be right back. Pause champ? Not exactly, no. Not exactly. What happened? We got some more moves played. Pawn takes. Magnus is frying his brain at the drinks table. Well, you know, it's, yeah, it is what it is. If he's been drinking and partying and doing all these things, hey, it's all good. It's his life. Let him live his life. As we say in America, I mean, live free, or that's actually not America, that's New Hampshire, where it's say live free or die. That's the saying, right? I think that's the saying, that's the state motto for New Hampshire. I think it's live free or die, right? Live free or die. Yeah, that's the official motto of the state of New Hampshire. Yep, live free or die. So I don't know what you guys are talking about with Magnus. Let him live life. D3 played. Speaking of live free or die, Levon is in the process of dying in this game here. He's getting smoked by Shimonov after bishop f3 knight e4 takes. There's queen e2 and the pawn queens. Live free or die hard. I think knight e4 is just GG here. Knight e4 and queen f2 is game. Checks. Okay, so he's gonna go d2, I guess. Knight e4 is GG on the spot, but this might also just be GG as well. Yeah, it's, I mean, GG, why not? Let's see what happens. Yeah, just d2 and then knight e4 and queen e1. I mean, this is just not rocket science. Very costly loss here for Lev here. Queen g3 just wins on the spot because it stops d6. Takes and knight e4 might win, but I don't know why you want to go for that. Yeah, it just takes. It stops the pawn. Yeah, queen d3. Probably just eat the juicers and go knight g4. Just takes knight g4 due to the pin. GG. GG, why not? Yeah, queen h3 here, and knight g4. GG. Queen g3 and knight g4 also probably just wins, but both moves win here. It's not looking good for the LeBron and the Lakers. Knight g4. It's not looking good for LeBron Aronian, that's for sure. Knight g4 is just GG. I'd be shocked if he misses it. Yeah, he's not going to miss it. And Lev loses. Very, very costly loss for LeBron Aronian. He loses, and with it, he's actually outside the top 8 now. Which is why when I've spoken about these events, you guys, in qualification, it's so important that you try to finish in the top 3, because there's no guarantee for any top player that they're going to make it. And speaking of top players, Jordan Van Forest is playing against Dennis Lazovic. He's in a little bit of trouble here due to the pin of the pawn and the knight. This is actually quite scary. Maybe knight f5 is okay, but it looks scary. Do I think Magnus would be better in poker? Of course not, you guys. I mean, he might have some success if he plays like random cash games, but if he goes and starts playing like EPT, WPT type events, I mean, no. I mean, he's got no chance. No chance. I mean, because you're not playing against casuals at that point. Like, you're playing against really serious people who are very hardcore. Apparently, this is mistakes of g4. But yeah, I mean, if you guys think that Magnus is going to go play against like legitimate, like high level players and he's like big MTTs, I mean, no chance. Maybe you have h4 here to stop g4. Yeah, I mean, it's just no chance. Queen c2. Okay. Maybe g4. There's still knight g3, knight e2, knight f4. Yeah, takes g4, knight g3, and knight e2. I mean, it's looking kind of sketchy here for white. Maybe white's still kind of okay. Yeah. Hikaru, you should go play. You should play Go. I actually know how to play Go. I studied Go when I was younger, but I just couldn't get any good at it. I tried. Yeah. I mean, Magnus could have some success in MTTs 1 to 5. Yeah, but the problem for somebody like Magnus, and this is frankly a problem for someone like me too, is that like you're playing knight d2, GG, why not? Classic fork. Thing with the problem with that is that if you try to, you're gonna lose all the juicers. Takes knight h2 also. Like, it's all falling apart here. Oh, knight f3 and g3. h4 was a slip, by the way. He meant to go hg4, but yeah, Jordan wins the game. Another game in the books. Let's see what else do we have. Okay, we have another typical 3v2 game going on here. But the problem for Magnus is, again, if you're playing 5K buy-ins, what is the real allure? That's the problem. Like, yeah, you can maybe finish in the top, like, let's just say you get to like top 2, top 3 tables, final 2, final 3 tables, make like a couple $1,000. Like, for somebody like Magnus, that's not really going to draw him in. So like, you need to have higher stakes. And if you're playing at higher stakes, obviously everybody's going to destroy you. That's the problem. So like, you play some like 10K buy-in or 25K buy-in, I mean, nobody is a slouch at that point, at that level. So you're just going to get destroyed in post-flop play. So that's the thing. Like, I mean, it's like it's the same thing for me. It's like if I go play a $1,000 buy-in or something, you know, I go play a $1,000 buy-in tournament. It's like, sure, I make the final 2 tables and I make like maybe $1,500, $2,000. Like, that's nice and fine, but the real rush, the allure of it is that you have the chance to like win the whole thing and make like $1 million or $500,000 or whatever it might be. That's the allure to it. So if you're so successful somewhere else, it's like that's what's going to give you the adrenaline and the interest. That's the thing. So that's why I mean I don't really see Magnus having much success because he's going to want to do that. Vichy is playing in the Grand Chess Tour. What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, did Nebel withdraw or something? Or are you trolling? I don't know why you're saying Vichy's back in. Your expressions are an open book in chess. Do you have a poker face? Oh, in poker I'm very quiet. I don't say a thing and I don't have any reactions facially. No, I'm just very quiet in poker. Like I'm the exact opposite. I remember I played a poker event in Isle of Man and there was this guy at my table and he called me the silent, I think he called me the silent assassin. That's what he called me, the silent ninja, one of the two. I don't remember which one. Okay, F5, excellent move here played by Nasuda, and this will be a draw. Yeah, I don't remember what I think he called me the silent assassin. But anyway, yeah, you guys get the point. I just don't talk when I play poker. Vichy is playing no troll. Okay, so I don't know, maybe that'll be my nickname if I start returning to playing poker. You guys are gonna call me the silent assassin. Yeah, King F6 draw. Okay, we get another draw. That's the end of round 7. I don't remember if they have the break after round 7 or if it's after round 8 here. Okay, knight c5 was a draw. This too is, it's all just a draw here. My stream schedules are streaming Monday through Friday this week. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll be on Twitch obviously, but today we're here on Kick and we're still going to stream for quite a while. We're nowhere near the end of the stream today, so we're going to be streaming quite a bit today on Kick. We'll be streaming tomorrow on Twitch. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday we'll be back here on Kick for the entirety of the days. So yeah, we'll be streaming Monday through Friday this week and next week. That's the schedule. We posted it on Twitter, of course. Can I find the polling event? It's a very haphazard website. But basically you need to search Grand Chess Tour 2023 and that'll send you to this page, which I will actually show you. I'll just put the link in chat so you guys can see it. That's where it will take you. I don't know why the page says taxonomy 2023, but whatever. It does. So yeah, I mean, whatever. It's a very weird yeah, the website's very weird. It doesn't look laid out well at all, but it's what it is. Well, I have lunch on stream. I already ate lunch earlier, so no more food. Okay, game ends in a draw. I think all the games are over. Yeah, I think they have a break after round 7. This is the second big break, and then they do the final 2 rounds. So let's see what the standings are. As we look at the standings, we have Alireza on 6 out of 7, Shimanov on 6 out of 7. Bunch of guys on 5.5. Very likely these top 2 guys are going to draw their games quickly, draw 2 games, just make it into the top 8. Everybody else is going to have to fight though. LeBron, Aronian on 5 out of 7. Bunch of guys on 5.5. So no guarantees for anybody. Fedosev also on 5.5 as well. So very tough. Very tough field. Tough field. Daily Mail congratulating, saying China dethroned Russia and the US dominance. Are you serious? Wait, what? Let me pull this up. Wait a second. He beat Russia's to clinch the victory. Okay. Wait, let me see. What does it say? Does it say that? Okay, you guys, here we go. So speaking of media and their inability to say things the correct way, let's pull this up, you guys, so you can see this. Actually, I don't even need to change the scene. You'll see this. So let me stop the music and read you this article. Okay. For decades, Russia and the United States were the only 2 superpowers in the world of chess. For decades, Russia and the US were the only 2 superpowers. Oh my god, you can't be serious. You cannot be serious. Speaking of the media, I mean, how do you even write this? For decades, Russia and the US were the only 2 superpowers in the world of chess. I don't know. I feel like there's a certain guy who was the world chess champion for the last decade from a certain country called Norway. Also, I feel like the last United States chess champion was, I don't know, Bobby Fischer, like in, I don't know, 1972. I feel like it was 50 years ago, but what do I know anyway? Yeah, welcome. Also, by the way, don't forget about this Indian guy too. There was kind of this somewhat decent player from India by the name of Vishy Anand. I guess we're forgetting about him too, but hey, apparently Vishy and Magus were American or Russian. Ay 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 ay. I mean, that's, what do you want me to say? Yeah, what do you want me to say? Let's get back to the regular stuff. I can't believe that. Yeah, I can't believe that. That's welcome to the world of reporting. Welcome to the world of reporting. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hilarious. Just hilarious. Insane, insane. Comical. Yeah, just hilarious. But anyway, you guys, all right. Yikes. Okay, let's see. Do we don't have more games, just the final break before round 8 starts. You think it's someone's actual job to write that? Yeah, I just mean, it's bizarre, isn't it? Is that what passed from like actual media reporting these days? I mean, I don't care if you say Norway's in a superpower, but like, let's be honest, the two most famous chess players prior to in the last, like, not prior to Mag, sorry, but in the last like 30 years are, okay, Garry Kasparov, who is Russian, Vishy Anand, who's Indian, and Magnus Carlsen, who's Norwegian. None of those guys are even American. Vishy's full name is Vishy Jinping. Yeah, exactly. That is Vishy's full name. Vishy Anand Jinping. Yes, that's his full name, right? Unreal. Insane. Anyway, we're on the short break, you guys, before round 8 begins. Final 2 rounds of this qualifier, and then they play the knockout phase, which we will be covering, obviously, as well. And then we'll move on to playing Blitz, continuing our speed run, and doing everything else that we have scheduled for today. Isn't Gary from Azerbaijan? He is from he was born in Azerbaijan. His mother is of Armenian descent. So I think he's like Armenian Jewish, if I am correct. I could be wrong on that, but I think so. So anyway, it is what it is. Speed run today, I might do it. I don't know, we'll see. I have the legendary speed run, which I might get back to today. I haven't really decided what I'm doing after this ends yet, but we'll figure it out. For the Daily Mail, it's Russian. Indeed it is. How did I know how do I know one else in the first place? Yeah, because we follow chess. But anyway, okay, let's see. Do we have round 8? Yeah, we do have round 8. Okay, Gucci Reza playing Shimonov. This will probably be a draw quickly. I don't expect this to be super exciting. I'd be surprised if either player wants to take big gambles. I do want to play Blitz. My Blitz rating is actually quite high suddenly. It's back to like 3165 or something. My Blitz rating is quite high, or not super high, but it's like it's in the zone where, like, if I have a couple good games, I'm gonna be like yeah, it's 3163, so it's actually not as high as I thought it was, but it's still decent. So yeah, let's refresh. Oh, actually, where's the tournament? It just popped off. 1 second. Where's it? Watch if it will ever load. Oh, come on. Refresh. Or not. Is chess.com going to die on me suddenly? Please wait. It's taking longer than usual to connect. Okay, where is it? It's somewhere in here. There we go. All right. So now you guys should see it again. Yeah, it took way too long. All right. Yeah. All right. We have the game E4 played by Gucci Reza. He might try to win this game as well. Do I watch Ted Lasso? I have not really watched it. No. Magnus Carlsen entered the Poker Stars main event. Yeah, you guys, I'm aware of that. I don't know if he's getting bankrolled or he's just playing it for fun. But yeah, he is playing. Why am I spectating not playing? Because I already qualified. So Alireza plays the classic exchange variation. This is what I played as a child up until I was 2300. This is exactly what I played until I was 2400 over the board. The setup with the 3 pawns and the bishop on d3, followed with ideas like bishop f4. On Chess Ranger second on Blitz behind Gucci Reza? No. Oh, sorry, you mean actual Blitz. I thought you meant chess.com Blitz. Yeah, actual Blitz, like Gucci Reza and I are far ahead of everybody else, I believe. So I guess we'll get c3 and bishop f4 played here. When you play chess, you are a dream. Thank you so much. Again, very standard. Would Danny ever play when he's 3200? Almost certainly not. I mean, and I wouldn't blame him. So As far as Magnus playing again, for those of you guys who are asking poker questions, I mean, I think Magnus is just having fun doing what he can. So yeah. Okay, we get queen b3, queen c7, all very standard. You can play h3, knight d2, knight f3. So all right, we get knight d2, knight f3. I played like that when I was a child. Yeah. So all right, knight e2 played, probably knight f4, bishop f4 next move. What do I do in my leisure time? In my leisure time, I watch sports. Like, I'll probably stream until the hockey game tonight, which starts at like 7 p.m. or something. So I'll probably be streaming till then. And then I'll watch the Rangers, just like I watched the Panthers last night. So I'll probably watch sports tonight. That's what I'll do in my spare time. When you get to playoffs, of course, I love watching playoff sports. Yeah. So I did not see the Warriors last night. I was very disappointed to see that the Warriors won, because when I was actually in Boston, maybe a couple months back, I went to lunch with Daryl Morey, and also I met the general manager of the Sacramento Kings. He was there too. So it was all pretty cool. So I was very sad to see the see the Warriors win. I mean, everybody's so sick and tired of Draymond Green and all those guys. So it was very sad to see that the Kings couldn't win, but that's how it goes. Of course, the Panthers won a huge game against the Bruins, which was awesome, because nobody likes Boston or any of the Boston teams. So yeah, that was great. Okay, we get knight e2 here. Idea bishop f4, knight f4, because the bishop's on h5. He takes, so we're gonna get takes, knight c6, e6, bishop d6. Basically, that's what will be played. Yeah. Bornik is raging and out of control. I don't know, you guys. Okay, he's gonna go like bishop d6, knight c6. White's gonna go like knight f3 and bishop d3 and castles back. Warriors all the way. Nobody likes the Warriors. Come on, let's be serious. Boston deniers. I mean, nobody likes Boston. So anyway, I watched the Bruins. I watched the Bruins lose. I haven't been following the West at all, because obviously in the East, both the teams that I've followed in recent times, the Panthers, but also the team that I've loved since I was a kid, the Rangers, have both been in it. So I haven't been following the Western Conference at all. Probably rook e1 here to stop knight to e4 and f5 to create the Stonewall Jackson. Probably knight e4 and f5 again. Stonewall Jackson incoming, or bishop f4 maybe is also a move. Maybe. Anytime Warriors win, it's a loss for humanity. I agree with that. But anyway, we've got a5 here. I assume knight e4 and f5 to create the Stonewall Jackson has to be right. Or you can maybe play b6 or b5. There's some shades that are similar to the Ding game against Nepo, where you get the structure on the queen side with these 4 pawns to try and stop black from pushing. Do I like the Heat? I mean, I'm familiar with the Heat, but I don't watch them that much. Obviously Jimmy Butler, as usual, is like scoring like 900 points every game, and he literally is the Miami Heat. But I'm not following closely. I'm trying to get back into the Knicks, of course, because for the first time since I was like 10 years old, Knicks kind of are actually a good team. So yeah, I mean, I love the Knicks when I was a kid. I mean, obviously the early days around like 98, 99. I mean, towards the end of Patrick Ewing's tenure, I mean, you of course had like Allen Houston, Latrell Sprewell, all those guys. Then of course there was like the next generation with or not next generation, but then you also had like Larry Johnson. That last spurt, there was like one last spurt around like 2002 that they were like really good, I feel like, and then it just went downhill immediately. So yeah, we get rookie 2, Gucci resin, tending to create the double stack on e1. John Starks, Patrick Ewing, and Anthony Mason, and or I said Oakley Ewing, Anthony Mason, and Starks. Yeah, so those were the good old days. Okay, idea to play knight to f4 and trade the knight for the bishop. Again, White's trying to jam a knight on e5 here. Gucci Reza is never not funny. I mean, it's a great name for a guy who wants to be a fashion designer. So let's see what we get. Gucci Reza is the man though. Also, by the way, speaking of Gucci Reza will be playing in the he will be playing in the event starting in Romania in 4 days, so he's trying to stay sharp here. Yeah, GG, why not is immortal? It is. Yeah, by the way, I think Ding and Richard basically confirmed that it was them, just to be clear. They pretty much confirmed it when Ding spoke about the leak, and he's like, I have no ideas left. So what that tells me is that actually my initial thoughts were completely correct on the topic, for everybody who's wondering, which is that those ideas that Ding had in the leaks were legitimate ideas he wanted to use in the match, and then he couldn't use them. And luckily he was able to find some new stuff and use them instead. Gucci Reza is also playing Norway chess. Indeed, Gucci Reza is playing Norway chess. Yes, he is. What do I have against the Warriors? I get tired of teams that just shoot the 3-ball nonstop. I just get tired of it. I mean, it's just silly. Like, that's not basketball. You just jack up threes every single time you have the ball. Like, and maybe mathematically it's fine, but I mean, I don't like it. Okay, rook d8 played. I guess idea is bishop d6 maybe here, maybe b5 at some point. No triangles here. No. Oh, you mean you missed the Phil Jackson triangle? Is that what you mean? Maybe. Yeah. No. Let's see. Kings do the exact same thing, sure, but the Kings also haven't been good for the last 10 years. There's slight difference. But anyway, let's see what we get here. Waiting for, didn't I tell you guys that I had a feeling this was going to be a quick draw? I had a feeling this was going to be a draw, and it is a draw. Yeah, let's move along then. Let's see what happens here. I had a feeling it was going to be a draw. I didn't expect it to be a draw there though. Somebody's missing a rook, right? Or no, wait. Yeah, somebody's missing a rook. Wait, what is this? So is it some kind of a French opening? Saxon exchange. So white has a bishop and 2 pawns for the tower. Looks better for black to me, just based on this great bishop on f6 towards the diagonal. There's like 1 2 3 4 things right in a row, so this looks quite good for black, but I don't know if it's quite good or just a little bit good. At this point, unless rules change, every team is going to do that simply because 3 is greater than 2. Yeah, I mean, I get the math behind jacking up 3 balls, of course, but still. Yeah, it's what it is. Okay, this is going. What else do we have? Jordan Van Forest drew quickly. We have Kohlers versus Shevchenko. We have Shakhriyar Mamedyarov versus LeBron Aronian. So let's see what's happening. We have a classic G3 Nimzo Indian here, all very standard. Rookie 1, E3, all pretty known. So hard to judge. I think black is better because of the chain of pawns and the pass pawn, the endgame. If white can open up the diagonal, white gets a lot of play too. Yeah, we get trade. Probably the ability to put the piece on the dark square should give black an edge. Also open F and open E files, but still not clear cut either. Agreed that it's not great aesthetically, but hard to change it. Yeah, I mean, that's my issue with basketball when I watch it, but still, yeah. LeBron Aronian, he's got some advantage here though. LeBron has some play. He's definitely doing okay in this position. Quite reasonable, actually. Who's taking the Stanley Cup? I said it before, and I'll say it again. I said it before. Assuming they win tonight in Game 7, I still think the New York Rangers are going to win the Stanley Cup. But of course, a Game 7 is always very scary. I mean, I assume at the critical moments, eventually, like Tarasenko, Artemi Panarin, Charlie, Moist Critical will wake up and score some goals. So, assuming that Moist Critical, Panarin, Tarasenko, and Kane play well, Rangers will win the cup. Oh, I think that the Panthers are kind of maybe a sleeper pick because they're a number 8 seed. Nobody has any expectations whatsoever, and they could be a sleeper where they just get red. I mean, they got red hot at the end of regular season, won 6 in a row. They beat the Bruins. They could be a sleeper pick where they're just like that number 8 seed that just suddenly gets like red hot at the absolute right time. I don't expect it, but it could happen. So the Kraken, Seattle Kraken beat the Avs. Wait, the Krakens won? I had no idea. Okay. Yeah. Game 7 is tonight. I'll probably stream till the game. Maybe we'll see. It's still a long ways away. Okay, we get trade bishop c3. This is likely going to be a draw due to rook and pawn endgame. I mean, takes in c5 and d6 to break the chain should be a draw. Takes c5 here. Takes rook b1. Actually, maybe not so easy. Should be a draw, but it's actually not trivial. Maybe you go here. Takes here. c5 rook c4. Takes rook b1 rook b4. Not trivial, actually. Should be a draw, but not trivial. Seattle for the Cup, baby, and Seahawks for the Super Bowl. Just bring the Sonics back. Sonics are gone, you guys. I'm sorry. Maybe you didn't know that, but you know, Sean Kemp is like in jail, isn't he, for like assault or something, or like assault with a deadly weapon? Didn't Sean Kemp get arrested? So yeah, this notion of the Supersonics coming back, I'm sorry, you guys, but that's not realistic. Yeah. No, it's not realistic, but it's cool story, bro, as we like to say. Yeah. First degree assault with a weapon. Jesus. Rook c4 played. Yeah. Have I heard about First Republic Bank? Yeah, I'm aware because I had some shares, unfortunately, but not a big deal at the end of the day. It was a gamble, and shockingly they went bust, which is frankly really surprising. I should get a different microphone. The sound is abrasive. What? The sound is abrasive? I assume you're debating me. Yeah, you must be. That must just be a bait. But yeah, I mean, as far as First Republic, I mean, I'm just shocked that it happened. That basically it got as bad as it did. I mean, it feels like there have to be some regulations against this, because otherwise it sounds like a situation where people can short a bank and just you can get a mass withdrawal. I mean, of like $100 billion, and out of nowhere the bank goes under. So yeah. No, I mean, I think it's very troubling. So let's see. All right, so probably we're gonna get a draw. King e8. Maybe can you go to e8, d6, b5, rook a7? I mean, d6, rook d4, rook a5, takes rook a6, back here, and rook e2. Probably a draw. Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see what we get. We get king e8 being played here. Very tricky here. I think this might be winning. I think we might have gotten a blunder here. I think this is winning for black. There's rook a5. Yeah, the bar is actually not working, by the way. The bar is not working because the line that's giving is rook a7, rook a5, rook b7, but this is just winning. I mean, what is it even suggesting? There's check. I mean, this is just winning for black. What the heck? Is there something wrong with the bar? I mean, this is not -1, just to be clear. This is like -5 or more. Wait, what? Yeah, I think there's something wrong with the chess.com evaluation. Let me refresh this. Maybe it'll change. Yeah, there's something weird. Yeah, I think this is winning for black. Actually, I think this is completely winning. So I'm really confused by what's going on here. It doesn't make any sense at all to me. Okay, a3 probably, and then you have rook a5 and a2. I don't know how black. Wait, how are you supposed to stop the pawn though? Why do you go king d8? I also don't understand king d8. It's because he wants to go a3. So h4, a3, rook a7 takes. Yeah, this pawn was already on h4 to illustrate the point. This would actually be fine because you could take and play h5, and you get the wide peepos and you draw. But because the pawn is on h2, you don't have an easy draw. So yeah, the eval bar is strange. I don't know if it's on my end or their end, but whatever, it's weird. I saw on the GCT site that Kirill Shevchenko is already playing under the Romanian flag. Is there some Romanian Rex Sinkle over there? Yeah, so Superbet, which is very big on gambling, is basically sponsoring chess. So, you know, there are all these people, speaking of virtue signaling, who are busy saying, you know, like, gambling bad, but gambling only bad when gambling is kick. It's not bad. Gambling is not bad when it's anything else. Only bad when it's kick. So yes, there is Superbet, which is a gambling site based in Romania. They're supporting chess quite heavily. So that's what we have. Wait, are you in time here? B5 here, B4 here. You're actually in time to get the king over, so it's not a guaranteed loss. King E3, B4, King D3, B3, King C. Maybe not. Maybe LeBron blundered here. So Viva, there might be King D2. King D2, Rook C5, Rook C5. No, this must be winning. No, Rook C5. Maybe not so clear actually. Wait, he goes King D4. So he goes King D4 to cut this off. King C3. And now Rook B5 wins. Yeah. So basically you had to go King D2 because then on B3 I think you have King C1 and you're in time to stop the two juicers. But okay, LeBron's gonna win the game here. LeBron is gonna win here, so LeBron will move to 6 out of 7. He's in the hunt now he's in the hunt for second place. Let's take a look at the standings. What do we have? Fallujah, of course they drew quickly. There's 1 2 3 guys. So Dmitry and Anuel are playing. Shevchenko is playing against Meyer. Those are the two big games. Chess is tough. Chess is very tough. Chess is extremely difficult. Yeah. So let's see what we get here from Meyer. Meyer actually may be in some trouble. White has a nice wooden shield here with the bishop on C3. So this wooden shield on C3, I think White's in good shape. Yeah. Endgames are tough. We're going to play some chess later on. We're just covering this qualifier because there are so many prestigious and prominent names, including Gucci Reza, the famous fashion designer from Iran. You have LeBron Aronian, the famous basketball player. He's also playing in this tournament. So we're just covering it for that reason. We'll cover Master Chef later on. Later on, we'll cover Master Chef. We'll probably do we'll start season 2 a little bit later on. Not now though. Yeah. Switching streams platforms because we can't miss a Hikaru stream. Yeah, I mean, I like to think what I do is unique. I like to think that we bring you great chess content that you can't get anywhere else. So thank you to all the fans who are watching. Hope you guys are having fun. I do expect just for anyone who wants to be like a viewer, Andy, I expect numbers to be lower across the board, just YouTube, Twitch, etc. for the next week or so in general, because I think everybody's probably going to be dealing with chess burnout, just too much coverage of the World Chess Championship. So we can also get the kebab with Rook D7. I was about to say Rook D7, classic kebab attack, and I think Jules Mustard is going to win this game against Georg Meyer. So yeah, I think the chess is going to slow down for a bit, because I think everybody's going to deal with the burnout, just too much coverage of everything. Takes knight g6. Isn't this just a classic fork? Take 6 knight g6 is a fork because you don't have the check, and I think this is just winning for white. Yeah, white's just up 2 pawns. You have two pawns, so white is just winning. TT is tomorrow. Yeah. So you did miss the finale. Whitney won season 1, and at least she's a chef and she didn't have to resort to scamming people on Reddit the way that David Miller did. I mean, I even showed at the end of the episode, David Miller finished second, but he started scamming people on Reddit. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Queen E5. Okay, this is over, and just to point it out, yeah, it was not good. I'll show you guys in a second. Yeah, what happened to David Miller? Okay, white's gonna win this game. Yeah, I'll show you guys in a second. Yeah, just F5, GG. Bishop C3 or B4, B5. White just starts pushing all the pawns. Bishop C3 and A4, B5. Bishop guards the pawn. A4 and B5. And the classic wide Pipos rule today. Bishop D4 is good. Bishop E5 is good. As long as you don't allow a fork here, you win. Although even King D5 check, King C6 takes, Bishop D4 probably wins. Yeah. Maybe no, B5 probably works, but yeah, he's just gonna go for this one because there's Bishop D4 to trap the knight on the rim. Yeah, King C5, King B6, good enough. Yeah. Yeah, will there be a 3,000 rated player in a lifetime? Very unlikely. Unless things like Neuralink exist and someone gets access ahead of everybody else. No chance. Yeah, King B6, King A6 is over. So actually, yeah, so those of you guys who are wondering, I'll pull this up very quickly since we're at the end of the round, just to show you guys what we're talking about. Yeah, this is just over, right? That's just over. Okay, so you see we have this from the final one. It says after his appearance, David got married in Vegas and now is his son. He returned to his previous career in software but still has a passion for cooking, often posting on social media. He was successfully banned from Armech Market, a mechanical keyboard community on Reddit, for scamming users. So yeah, he went into a different trade after being on MasterChef. So it's just kind of funny. That's what he did after MasterChef. Problem? Is that a problem? Yeah, it kind of is a problem. Kind of a problem. So anyway, all right, back to chess. Okay, this game's over. I think all the games are over in round 8, or no, there's still a few. Let's see what FIDE is doing. He's playing against Kovalenko. Knight c2, bishop e2, good move. Knight 8, oh, knight a1, bishop d1. Tricky position to play. King d4, king f5. Can I call the championship results unexpected? No, nothing about it is really all that unexpected. I think what I would say, FIDE trying to actually put the bishop on c4 and create a wooden shield here and then run the king up. He's gonna go like bishop e8, b5, c4, but bishop e8 actually allows knight a1. So there's knight e3 now to hit the bishop maybe as well, and we'll see what happens. There's something so funny to me about successfully banned. Yeah, the results were unexpected from the standpoint of how we got there. I think either player could have won. I think from the start I would have said either player could have won, but the way that it got to the end was very unusual. They must have had some problem banning him from Reddit since they used successfully banned. Probably true. Okay. Yeah. Okay, knight c2 back, king d5, king. I mean, there is knight a1 here. Knight a1, king c4, king e5. Knight a1 is actually very pesky here. Let's see if Kovalenko can play knight a1 because it's actually the only move here. He does play it. Yeah, king e5 now, or king g5 to blunt the bishop and the pawn. Yeah, maybe knight c2 back and then knight e3. I mean, knight a1. Yeah, somehow FIDE misplayed this. It's actually not trivial anymore to win. Yeah, knight c2, f6. Okay, takes. Still tricky here. He's gonna try to run in, but I think you're too slow here. I think you're just too slow. King e3. Here takes king b5, and I think you start pushing p. Actually, king b6 important because king b5 allows knight b2. King b6 very important move here, and he finds it. No, that's wrong. Wait, what? Knight e5. d3 takes a5 check. Is that a draw? Oh, that's actually a draw. There's knight d7 and knight b8. It's actually a draw with knight d7, and Kovalenko has a minute to find it. I think he's gonna find it. Knight d7 is really unfortunate. Yeah, you go knight b8 and it's a draw. Knight d7. Yeah, b4, king c4, and king b5 and knight b6. Oh, FIDE is gonna be pissed. He's gonna be really pissed because he was winning and now it's a draw. Oh, and he probably threw away his chance at qualifying by not winning this. Yeah, king b4 and it's a draw. He's gonna be really unhappy because he should have won this. Yeah, it's just a draw. Brutal. All right, round number 9. Gucci Reza playing as Anish Giri, who, as we know, cannot play in the knockout portion. So I don't know what Anish is doing here, but Anish is playing this event. As I mentioned before, he can't play the Chess Kid Cup because he's playing in the Grand Chester event in Warsaw, Poland at the exact same time. Literally, there will be games going on in both tournaments. So I'm kind of curious to see if Anish is aware he's just playing for the memes or what's going on. Maybe he just wants to warm up and be sharp. But definitely a little bit surprising, that's for sure. So let's see. What are they qualifying for? They're qualifying for the Chess Kid Cup. That's what they're qualifying for. Chess Kid Cup. Yeah. He just wants to know he can qualify. Probably true. Probably true. Okay, we get e4. We're gonna get a classic Ich bin ein Berliner draw. What are the standings? Anish on 6.5. Yeah, Anish is happy with a draw. Yeah. Does Anish not realize that he can't play 2 terms at the same time? Seriously, I wonder if Anish doesn't realize that. Like, no joke, no joke. I actually wonder. I mean, he can't play. Like, he actually can't play. Okay, we get 2 quick draws. Let's see how LeBron does. LeBron is playing against Dmitry Kolarov. He probably needs to win this, actually. Let's look at the standings. Aronian is on what? He's on 6 out of 8. Everybody else is already drawing their game. So if LeBron doesn't win, you assume he qualifies, but it's not clear. Maybe he's not playing the other event. No, he literally is playing. I can show you guys. I'll show you guys. I mean, he's literally playing. I'll show you guys literally right here. Right here. Let me pull this up. Okay, we click on read more. Actually, wrong. I clicked the wrong read more. That was the wrong one. Wait, let's go back. Let me go back. Wait, what? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I will click on. No, wait, did they just change the site? Wait, what the heck? Wait, did they just change the website while we were watching this? No, here we go. Okay, there we go. So you guys can see it now, right? There's a super bet event in Poland, which is May 19th to 26th, and you have Anish Giri is listed number 6 playing in the event. He's very clearly playing. Very clearly playing. As is Magnus Carlsen, which is why Magnus is not playing the next event. So they're both playing here. So unless Anish somehow has like gotten them to change the times, there's no way. So I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, maybe there's something that I'm missing here, but if Magnus already had to withdraw, there's no way that that Anish can play both. Magnus is a wild card, so he's only playing a handful of events. We get knife to f5 here, played by LeBron. Idea to put this great knife here, maybe sack a bishop, maybe go knight h4 and queen g4. Very aggressive setup, like knight h4 and let's just say some queen g4. And look at D's knights in partnership with the queen, and really scary to play. Why isn't Duda playing his home event? That I don't know. I have no idea what the deal is with Duda. The dude is the dude, and he will do whatever he wants. So yeah. Oh, he is playing. Oh, I didn't. Maybe he is playing. I don't know. But anyway, whatever. Yeah, Le Dude. Yeah, the Big Lebowski. Magnus is the wild card. Yes, he's playing 2 events. He's playing in Croatia, and he's playing in Poland as the wild card. He's not playing the full Grand Chess Tour. Yeah, I mean, the last time, I mean, Magnus and I have not played, I think, the Grand Chess Tour since like 2019. That was the last time we both played, I believe. So it's a different era, blast from the past. I'm not playing this tournament because I'm already qualified to the grand final with the top 8 players. Am I playing Croatian? No, you guys. I'm not playing any of the Grand Chess Tour events, most likely. Only you and Raja from the last candidates are not playing. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to play the Grand Chess Tour. I'm focused on the Chess Champions Tour, and I'm focused on streaming again. I will play what I can here or there in terms of tournaments, but my focus is obviously on streaming first. It always has been, and it always will be. That's just the reality. So, all right. This is the final round of the event. Anish is definitely going to qualify for the knockout. We'll see if Anish does more than that. But Anish also, by the way, has a lot to play for because he's trying to Anish is trying to qualify for the candidates tournament, and so that's what he's doing. Yeah. Get knight takes d6, probably c takes d6. Guard the pawn at e5 here and keep developing. I haven't seen Timur Gureyev play much lately. He's still playing. He played in the Kazakhstan Cup. He missed a win, unfortunately, in a game against Hans Niemann, the famed player. He missed a win in that game. It ended in a draw, but he should have actually won. So I saw he's playing the Kazakhstan Cup. So yeah. Anyway, so let's see. C takes d6 played. We have maybe like a4. Yeah. You have a chance to make it win the world championships. Magnus isn't a champ. That's a topic for another day. Okay, knight d2, maybe knight c4, maybe bishop c4, etc. in this position. Magnus doesn't update his Twitter bio. He's not going to update his bio, I don't think. I'd be very surprised if Magnus changes the bio because he can legitimately claim he's the world champion because he's the world champion in Rapid and rapid chess and blitz chess as well, I think, right? Yeah, and take with the bishop, take with the queen. Great, but Hikaru have 1.5 million followers on Twitch and YouTube. Who cares? The Kazakh tournament was not won by Hans Niemann, even though he was the highest rated player by at least like 30 or 40 points. He finished in like 9th place. So yeah, okay, we got takes played here. There's knight f3, knight c4, and go from there. How about Fischer Random World Championship? What about that? Maybe I'll play, who knows? Yeah, so Magnus will always be the world champ no matter what, most likely. Yeah, most likely that is true. Yeah. Anyway, you are world champion. Yes, technically I am a world champion at Fischer Random. I'm a 960 world chess champion. Knight f1. Okay, black has a better center here after takes f6, but white does have the double op combo. So yeah, so let's see what we got here. MBL is a world champion rapper, but it's not right now. No, he's not. We're waiting for a move here. Let's see what we get. There's like rook f d8 and rook a d8 that can be played, or queen d1. One of these three moves will be played here. One of the rooks at the center or a queen trade. Magnus isn't the only one needing to update his bio. Oh, do you mean me, or wait, who? I don't know what you mean, but anyway, yeah. Is Cagnus Marlson retiring from chess? No, he's not. How many players qualify? I believe 5 players qualify, so I think the top 10 players play individual matches. I mean, queen d1 is probably the logical move, because if you play rook d8, for example, after takes, you walk into knight e3 with a fork, or not a fork but an attack, and there's like knight c4. You can even go bishop c4 here. Just if the rook feels a little bit loose in the center, but Dmitry Kolarz is using his time here, so we'll see if that actually happens. Knockout will happen as soon as this ends. Yeah. If I had a chance to play the cancel, I'd play in it. Maybe. I honestly don't. I can't say for sure that I would. Just looking at the state of FIDE and various things, like even Emil's tweets this morning. I don't even know if I want to deal with FIDE. I really don't know if I want to deal with them, period. So it's not out of the question that like I just won't even bother. So we get queen d1, rook d1, rook d8, and combined with f6 here. I have an error in the schedule on Twitter. What? I have an error in my schedule? I don't think I do. Do I have the wrong time? Yeah, we'll see. By the way, what was this tweet? Wait, also I just noticed another tweet, because you guys made me open Twitter. Wait, sorry, what is this tweet? What is this tweet? We have a tweet from Maria Emilianova, by the way, which says, when will FIDE officials stop shouting at women unable to admit their own fridge ups, asking for a friend? When will FIDE officials stop shouting at women? No good. Just no good. Just no good, you guys. That's just no good. No good. Is that video? No, it's not. That's someone doing it. No, probably it's probably they're mad at something, like as usual. No, I'm betting you that the reason Maria's not saying it is there's a very specific reason. It's probably because she doesn't want them like yelling at her for bringing it. Did I see her follower response? No. I can pull it up probably, but yeah. I mean, let me see. Where is it? Oh yeah, her next tweet was, this tweet is a perfect way to see who are the enablers. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. Okay, so we get knight f6, a4, knight d5, knight c6. Probably a balanced position, but Lev can't really lose here. Did I get a Twitter subscription button? I mean, I tried to sign up for it, so I guess if they want to give me a chance to do it, I will. But yeah, yeah. The rise and fall of FIDE is soon on Netflix. Okay, knight c6, of course, and then rook d8 will be played. Still fairly balanced. Probably knight e3 here and just try to draw the game. I mean, I think if LeBron draws the game, he will qualify, but I could be wrong. Okay, rook e1. Probably rook d8, bishop b5, and f6 to connect the center. That's what I expect, but we'll see. Anish qualifying would cause issues to the bracket. Anish is going to be in the top 10. I mean, is Anish legitimately like going to be skipping the Grand Chess Tour event, or what's going on? Because either Anish is skipping the Grand Chess Tour event, or he is messing up everything here by playing in the event. And that's on chess.com, like, to figure it out. Like, obviously I'm not going to say anything to them, but they should be able to figure out who's playing in the event. Yeah, I don't think he's trolling. I think there's a good chance that Anish simply does not realize that he can't. You said you were gonna get verified on TikTok, but you get verified? I mean, I don't think so. I mean, TikTok is insane. TikTok is completely insane. I mean, probably Anish is not aware, and chess.com is so lazy that they actually don't know how to look. No, probably Anish is just playing because he doesn't realize, and chess.com is too lazy to actually look and realize that Anish is can't play. So it's not just FIDE that makes mistakes. Let's be clear on that. Because I mean, if I was running this tournament, like I was at chess.com running this tournament, I noticed this like maybe 3 rounds into the event, maybe even earlier than that. I noticed that this was a problem. So okay, probably level trade the bishop and go knight d2, and we'll get a draw pretty soon, I think. Yeah. Well, number 11 seed should qualify, but if chess.com doesn't realize, then it's on them. Yeah, it's gonna be like takes rook d8. We're gonna get some kind of exchange here, like rook d8 takes bishop e3 rook d1. This will be a draw pretty soon, I think. Yeah. So anyway, get f6, solid move, bishop e3 rook d8. Should just be a draw pretty soon. Alireza is not playing the specific event, though. He's not playing the Grand Chess Tour event in Poland. There's a very specific event that conflicts with the next Chess Champions Tour event, and Alireza is not playing in that. Neither is Fabiano. Yeah. Gary started his comments on the World Chess Championship. That's interesting. Let's take a look at that down the road. Yeah, let's see. See what we have. I was traveling and unable to answer many questions. Okay, so Gary has 1 of 8. So all right, I'll take a look at that after this ends. Probably we're gonna get like knight c6, bishop b5, just like a draw. Bishop d1 is maybe a move. Takes rook d8, but again, in this situation where I think a draw is good for both players, I don't know why. Goes there, interesting. So takes. There's bishop c4 and b3. That's why. Okay. Nice idea. After takes, you go check and then b3 to trap the bishop on the edge. All games are 15+3 winners bracket matches are best of 4. Yeah. 97. Excellent move played here to go knight to d5. You can also take and drop the juicer back now because the knight's no longer in the way. Did Ding say anything about the leak chess accounts? Ding said that after the leak preparation, he had to come up with new ideas, which more or less confirms what I already said in my video, what everyone also knew, even if they tried to pretend it wasn't the case, which was just very clearly that that as far as Ding goes, that those were his accounts. That was his account. That was Richard Rapport's account. And it's remarkable. He won the match in spite of that leak, in spite of losing valuable ideas, time that he has spent playing all those lines, and you know, more power to him. More power. Do I think Magnus will be like Gary when he gets older? Absolutely not, because I think Magnus is aware of what he does. I think Gary, there are a lot of people around Gary who tell him he's the greatest thing ever, since like greatest thing ever in history. And so Gary is, I think, a little bit more of an inflated sense of ego. Magnus, I think, knows he's great at chess, but he doesn't think it's like that would make him like president of Norway or king of Norway or whatever. See what we get from LeBron. LeBron can go bishop to f3, potentially make a draw. You look good today. Nice shirt. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, let's see what we get here. Waiting for a move. Okay, we get bishop c5. Move the knight, move the king, rook d8 down the road. He goes knight d5, probably bishop f3. Okay, b3. I don't know if I like b3. Like bishop d3, c4, knight f4. Maybe bishop f3 back, e4 takes rook e8, bishop h7 at the end. It's kind of still good. Gary said Magnus would get bored of poker soon. That'd be pretty funny if it said that. Yeah. Okay, Gary started his thread, so I will cover I'll cover the Gary tweets once we see once all 8 tweets are up. Rook c8, excellent move played here by Dmitry Kolarov. This is probably going to be a draw here. Yeah, probably going to be a draw. I mean, maybe you can go bishop d6, but still knight c. I mean, it's starting to feel a little bit scary. I mean, I don't know if I like this. Starting to feel a little bit scary. Goes bishop a3, knight b4. Now the knight is better than the bishop, and these pawns are weak because the light square bishop can target them from all sides. Probably bishop. I don't know. Bishop f3 runs into knight c2. This is scary. I would not want to play this bishop from the white side. Goes bishop f3. I mean, there is just b6, I guess, to hold all the glue because you still bishop c2. Okay, bishop d5, I assume. If you go rook d1 e4, you're potentially, I think, in some trouble here. Or maybe you can even take rook d1 e4, of course. e4 only move, he plays it. Bishop g4, obvious. Rook to c6 and then rook b6. I mean, this is getting scary. Rook c6, rook b6, and I think white could lose this game. I think white could lose here. Definitely possible. Although maybe you have c5 with bishop e6 ideas to hit the king and the rook, maybe. Although bishop e2, c5, rook c6, you just lose the pawn. Lev might actually be messing this up. Lev might actually lose this game and blow his chance at playing the next event. Yeah, rook b6, c5. I mean, he found it. Rook c6. Yeah, just draw. What? I mean, rook c6 and black. What? I mean, black just wins the pawn. You can't guard it with the knight or with the bishop. Too much respect, apparently. Yeah, way too much respect. Okay, let's see what else do we have. We have this game. Jordan Van Force against Jordan Van Force against Itur Zaga. White's maybe a little better. Probably rook and bishop versus rook is incoming somewhere. Takes, and then somehow e3 or f4. Yeah, f4. No, f4. There's rook f7. Never mind. There's rook g4 to go rook here. Still maybe a rook f3. Oh wait, he can sneak the king in. Oh, Iturzaga misplayed this. Actually, wait, now it might be winning. King e5 and king f6. Iturzaga completely bungled this. That's very dirty. He tricked him. King f6, king d8, check, rook c7, and rook c8, and white wins. Oh, Jordan tricked him. That's so sneaky. So sneaky. Yeah, he missed the idea of running the king up. So sneaky. And takes, and oh, brutal, cheeky. Yeah, so Jordan wins this game, which means he's in the top 10 too. Brutal. All right, let's see, what else do we have? Okay, not so many games left, it looks like. All the top games are over. So what are the standings? Alireza and Jules Mustard, Shima Shrim and Joppy, all 4 of those guys are qualified for sure. And then I think it's 6 more. You have 1 2 3 4 5 6 guys on 6.5 who also make it in, unless TPT again wins. TPT again is playing who? TPT again. Gijaro is actually winning, so maybe he can sneak in too. We have 8 out of 8 Gary tweets. Okay. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom one more time because I just drank a whole nother jug of water, so I'm using the restroom way too much, but I'll use the restroom, then we'll cover the tweets and we'll cover the knockout. So give me 1 second, you guys. Use the restroom. Tweets, more tweets. All right, so we have let's pull up the Gary tweets. Let me find it. Let me change Twitter to dark mode because you guys were complaining about it. So let me go to my settings, display. Let's go to not font size. Okay, yeah, so you guys want dark mode. Okay, so F2 is winning, by the way. Yeah, you guys want a dark mode, so give me a second. Yeah, it just takes and king d7 and rook a1 and then rook a2 and f1 queen GG. Yeah, here, and then rook a1 to queen or go rook a2. Classic box. Yep, classic boxeroo, and he wins. Okay, so let's cover the tweets, you guys. And let me stop the music and we'll change the scene. Give me 1 second, or actually no, let me pull this up. Here we go. All right, so you guys should see this, right? Does this look good? Let me change the scene. There we go. All right, let's cover this. Let me adjust this, of course. Let me make this a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay, here's the thread. Let's make this smaller, make this bigger, and here we go. All right, good. This is good. Pull this out a little bit. Okay, here is the thread from Garry Kasparov, the world chess champion. And we will, of course, this a little bit smaller. All right, make this, get rid of this little white. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's cover the thread from Garry Kasparov. So here's what we have from the former world chess champion, probably second greatest player of all time. I was traveling and unable to answer many requests for comment about the FIDE World Championship match that just concluded. Now a short thread, 1 out of 8. First off, congratulations to Ding Laurent on his victory. Welcome to our very, very small club. Next, the chess was uneven but hard fought, a logical outcome in a new era of primus inter pares in the title hunt that may last a while, depending on how motivation of the 800-pound Norwegian not in the room. He may grow bored of poker soon. So Garry trying to sound like very fancy and very, very fancy schmancy with the Latin here. Next up, we have Nepomniachtchi's nerves failed him at the crucial moments, especially game 12. Ding managed to impose his will just often enough in the short match. In my day, they would just be getting started after 14 games. So here comes Garry with the typical, like, his attempt to like flex and be like, in my day, we played 50-game matches. You know, we used to have real endurance, real stamina. So here comes Garry, like with the big ol' like we were better than these modern day guys. Because Garry played that like 48-game match against Anatoly Karpov back in the day, I think it was. So this is good. Next one, we have questions around Ding's title do not compare to my situation in 1993. They are more like Karpov's in 1975 when Bobby Fischer refused to play, but much cleaner. The only person alive who could dispute Ding's claim, Carlsen, does not. He abdicated freely. Next up, we have Kasparov was clearly the second best player in the world in 1975. However, while things are much more balanced now, Ding's confidence in match preparation will give him a boost, but for now, it is beside the point. Politics must be mentioned whenever Russia is involved. Unfortunately, Kaisa, the goddess of chess, simply could not abide a Russian victory. Chess tradition and FIDE may be on Russia's side, but the gods are clearly with Ukraine. Okay, that's it, right? Or is there an 8 out of 8? I don't see any 8 out of 8, right? Is there an 8 out of 8? No, there's no 8 out of 8. So it's actually seven tweets, not 8, but nonetheless, politics must be mentioned whenever Russia is involved. Unfortunately, Kaisa, the goddess of chess, simply could not abide a Russian victory. Chess tradition and FIDE may be on Russia's side, but the gods are clearly with Ukraine. So there's Garry taking a shot at FIDE being run by Russians, and of course, a lot of the sponsorship money being Russian. So there is Garry. Why does he sound sour about Nepo loss? I don't think Gary's sour. I think Gary's probably not happy. About there. Yeah. There is 8 out of 8. Wait, what? I mean, he's drafting 8 out of 8. Wait, am I blind? I see 7 out of 8 right here. I'll just click on Garry. I'll just click on it just to make sure that I'm. Oh, there it is. 8 out of 8. Okay, it says we look forward to welcoming the new champion, only the 17th in the modern history of our game since 1886 at the Grand Chess Tour for the Supervet Classic in a few days. Rest up quickly, Ding Laurent, and congratulations once again. 8 out of 8. All right, so there we go. I mean, a nice ad. Yeah, that's an ad for the Grand Chess Tour. Who cares? No big deal. So that's Gary's take in general. Nothing too crazy. I mean, I think Gary's. I will say that Gary's. I feel like is not happy with the quality of the play in general. But it doesn't sound sour, but it doesn't sound like he's super thrilled. Like, I feel like when Vichy won the world championship, it was much more like Vichy did a great job, deserving, etc., etc., etc. I mean, nothing wrong with it, but it doesn't have that same ring to it. That is definitely true. Like when when Vichy beat beat Topalov, everybody was like cheering, and Gary was definitely much more enthusiastic. So I don't know if it's like Russia, the quality, what it is about the match, but it definitely doesn't sound super enthusiastic. I don't know, it doesn't sound crazy. So it's what it is. All right, so back to the chess, because that's what we're here to cover. Let me put the music back on as well. So all right, here we go. So this game is over. Let's go back to see the standings. Of course, we have the results here. Well, I guess we have the results on the official page too. Let's see. Standings are: number 1 is Alireza Firouzja, number 2 is Anuel, number 3 is Shima, number 4 is Joppy, number 5 is Levon Aronian, number 6 is Anish Giri, number 7 is Dimitri Andreykin, and number 8 is David Anton Gyar. Number 9 is Dmitry Kolarz. Number 10 is Kirill Shevchenko. So these top guys advance to the knockout stage. Assuming that Anish Giri plays in the knockout stage, they will be playing 2-game, I think it's rapid chess. I think it's like 10-minute games. So we are going to cover that and see who makes it through. Then we're going to cover the Magnus article. Then we're going to play Blitz. Then we're going to watch MasterChef. That's going to be the schedule, or the run of the show. I thought you were here to cover cooking show, not Iron Chef, by the way. Yeah, Master Chef. Hopefully this will result in reduced FIDE funding, allowing the proper chess platforms to continue blooming. I mean, chess.com is already taking over. There's no other way of putting it. They are taking over. So I guess we're waiting. Basically, since I did actually have to play, they are playing the knockouts very soon, but just those of you who are wondering, since I did have to qualify for the very first event, what happens here is they're all in a Zoom call, and the players decide who they want to play. So Alireza, who's number 1, he can pick any of the next 9 guys that he wants to play. He could pick Shevchenko, Kolarz, he could pick Anton Gyar, he could pick Andreykin, Anish Giri, LeBron Aronian, he could pick Jordan Van Forest. He can pick anybody, and basically they go in order. So then Jules Mustard makes the pick, then Shima Stream makes a pick, etc. If Alireza really wants to be nasty, he'll pick either Aronian or Anish Giri. If he wants to be really nasty and try to eliminate one of the players who are his competition, he should pick LeBron Aronian or Anish Giri if he thinks he can beat them. But will he actually pick one of them, or will he try to go for the soft pairing to ensure the best chance of qualifying is what it comes down to. Who would I pick? Honestly, in this situation, I mean, it's very different, but if I had to pick, if let's just say like I do poorly and it's the next event, I would probably actually go for the throat. I would actually pick, I would probably pick Levon. That's who I would pick. We're going to start MasterChef later on today. So yeah, you have 10 players, there are 5 individual matches, and basically the winner of each match makes it into the next round, which will be the finals. GMHikaru, Daniel believes he's strong enough that he should be able to stabilize around 3,200. Bliss, do you agree? Absolutely not. If he plays against players who are north of 3,000, he will not stabilize at 32. If he finds like the 2,900-ish, the Rustomovs, etc. of the world, I mean, it's very easy to keep that rating, but if he plays against like the top guys who are all north of 3K, he will not keep 3,200. No, he just won't. I mean, I have enough trouble keeping it myself these days, and so I no, definitely not. I think that's a bad take by Daniel, if he actually said that. He can't pick Levon since he got 5th place. No, you're wrong, you guys. Alireza can pick anybody. He's the number 1. He won the event. He's the number 1 seed. He can pick any player. It's not 1 plays 10. It's not automatic. You pick your opponent in this format. This top seed picks his opponent. So Alireza can pick Aronian if he wants to. Yeah, it's not where it's 1 plays 10, 2 plays 9, 3 plays 8. It's you pick your opponent. So top 5 players will get to pick their opponent if they have not been picked. Oh, you can't pick number 5? I was pretty sure you could pick anybody you want to. I didn't think so. But maybe I'm wrong. But who knows? Who would I pick if I was number 1? I would not pick Andreykin for sure. I would not pick Andreykin. That much is clear. Oh, you can only pick 6 through 10. Okay, so Levon is safe then. Van Forest has 7 points, but he didn't make it. He did make it. He's number 4. He is number 4. Okay. So I don't know who you pick here. Why is a fashion dude playing chess? Because chess is an easy game. You have a professional podcaster who's pretty good at chess. He tries to moonlight as a chess player. You have a streamer who also moonlights as a pro chess player. You have a poker player also trying to play chess casually when he's not busy playing serious poker tournaments. So I mean, you got a lot of guys who just play chess casually these days because it's very easy to get to the top at chess. Yeah, I mean, you podcaster, streamer, poker player, fashion designer. I mean, 4 of the top 10 players in the world of chess don't even play chess professionally anymore. So anyway, that's what we have. I'm funny? No, I'm not really very funny. That's just reality. You also have Genshin Impact streamers too. Yes. Alireza is playing good chess. I don't think he's playing at like a 2800 plus level, but he's playing at a good level. It's not like he's something like much weaker than he was before. He's playing completely fine. So yeah. As our notice, have you been streaming 6 hours? I am not even paying attention. I can actually, the way that I know that I've been going for a while is because I can see the sun's not coming in directly, but I can sort of see the sun, and when it gets to this point where it's starting to shine, I know it's like later in the afternoon generally, like it's getting a little bit later. So yeah, we've been live for what, like 7 hours or something. I don't even know, but anyway, it's all good. 6:48, not bad. Who is the biggest chess grinder? You know, do you mean like as a chess player? Do you mean like as a streamer, content creator? Who do you mean? I don't know. Yeah, no, I know when the sun starts coming in that it's getting around like, it's like usually somewhere near 4 p.m. Yeah, I didn't watch the FIDE closing ceremony. Nope. I could do a 24-hour stream at some point in the future. I very well might, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know, as a pro chess player, who's the biggest grinder? I would say I'll tell you who. It's Anish Giri. Anish Giri has like multiple kids. At this point, he has like 2 kids with his wife. He does commentary. And even though he does commentary, I know he's studying like 5-6 hours every single day of chess at least. So Anish Giri by far is the biggest tryhard, no doubt about it. And it shows in his opening preparation, which is always very, very good. So yeah, am I intimidated by Magnus? I haven't been intimidated by Magnus since 2019. So no. Yeah. All right, so I think for this, let's see the match play. We don't have the games yet, but we're waiting for the games to pop up. So if you guys have questions, I will answer the questions right now before we get into this final phase of the knockout. Those of you guys who are wondering, go ahead and ask me the questions that you're dying to ask before we get to that point. Yeah, if you guys have questions or things you want, just ask me before we get going. I'll be playing Blitz. I told you to run a show. We'll cover the Magus article, we'll play Blitz later, and then we'll do Master Chef. Those are the final 3 things on the agenda. Do I wear socks every day? No, I don't wear socks every day. My shoe size, I believe, is 9.5 if I'm not mistaken. No, I mean, I don't. I mean, maybe I should wear sandals, but as someone who's Japanese, I never wear footwear in the house. That's just something I grew up with, so I never wear footwear in the house. Will I play the Rapid and Blitz World Championship? We'll see if I play it. I'm very disenchanted with FIDE right now. I'm not happy with them. We'll see if I choose to actually play in FIDE organized events going forward, because I very well might not. Between yesterday's nonsense of threats of legal action, and then between like today seeing Emil's tweets, I might decide I've had enough. I've had enough of FIDE nonsense, if I'm being honest. So we'll see. Like I'm not actually joking. Like I might just decide I've had enough, because like, you know, when you deal with that nonsense, like threats of legal action, when you have to deal with stuff like you have to deal with stuff like tweets from Emil, who's, you know, the CEO, which of course sounds insane to me, but you have Emil as like the CEO of FIDE. Like, it's just like, what's the point? Legal action, I mean, they basically threatened legal action if I didn't stop showing the cameras on my stream. That's what they did. They threatened legal action. That's why yesterday I turned off the cams late in it, because it's just like, even though I'm pretty confident that it's covered under fair use, like I don't need any of that. So yeah, so that's the bottom line. So between that and between Emil's tweets, like I'm kind of getting to the point where it's like, I'm not even sure that I really want to I even want to deal with FIDE stuff anymore, honestly. Yeah, I'm just not even sure I want to deal with it. So yeah, anyway. Yeah, the amount of attention you bring to chess and they threaten legal action. I mean, like Chess24 was not happy, but they didn't threaten legal action. Even though I was covering their events, they didn't threaten that, because they understood the name of the game. But yeah, it's what it is. It's what it is. So anyway, that's the bottom line that I would say is, like, after that and after today's stuff with Emil, there's a very good chance that I might just be like, enough with FIDE. I don't want to deal with them ever again. So like it's not a laughing matter, actually, not a laughing matter. I mean, I'm betting that someone like Dvorkovich will probably email me and ask me, like, am I serious? Like, that I won't play like FIDE organized events again. And it's an open question at this moment in my mind, frankly. So we'll see. Obviously it's only been a day since not even a day since the Emil tweets, but based on that, and based on the stuff yesterday, and then based on the Emil stuff, like I really right now there's not a good taste in my mouth. So no guarantee that I'll actually be like I'll forgive them and just be like, okay, it's nothing. So we'll see. Anyway, waiting for the next set of matches, which will be starting pretty soon. Firo, let's pull up Farouche's game. He's playing David Anton Hikaru, same opening. We have our classic Karo Khan. Is exactly what they played before. So yeah, it's also clipped from the bottom. Who cares? It's life. Okay. Anyway, same opening as before. Idea Bishop G7, Knight F5. Clearly both players have done some preparation before this game that's happening right now. Well, I played 2. I'm gonna play some blitz after this. This is a qualifier, so I'm gonna play some blitz after this, and then we're gonna do master shot. That's what we're doing. That's the plan. See, Bishop G7, probably Bishop F1 followed by D4. They started. Yeah, they did start. There are no ads here. No ads. No. I don't think it's clipped. Is it? Is it clipped? Maybe at the bottom it's clipped a little bit. I can't tell. No, it looks fine to me, but it all looks good. Yeah. So we'll see what we get here. So anyway, we keep going. Again, what do we have? We got A3 here. Idea to play D4, B4. Articles after this, right? We still have an article. Thank you to Roz for the 2 months. Thank you so much. Yeah. Actually, I don't know if I'll do the article. Maybe I'll just play Blitz, because we've been going for a long time today. So maybe I'll just play some Blitz and then do Master Shot. We've been live like 8 hours or something insane. So how do you make money on Kick without ads? Through you guys subscribing to the channel. Thank you for asking. So when you guys do subscribe to the channel, I do get a 95.5 sub split. So that means that when you subscribe for $5, I do end up getting $4.75 out of the $5, whereas on Twitch I would get 50-50 or $2.50. Now you might think that doesn't matter, but when you add up the subs over and over, 100 to 100 or 1,000, etc., it does add up quite a bit. So yeah, I'm gonna play some Blitz and we're gonna do master stuff. At least that's the plan. Can I use your Prime here? No, you can't. You can't, unfortunately. Are the Twitch ad payments pretty small? Twitch takes half. Yes, Twitch does take half. Okay, this looks pretty normal. Probably C4 here to close the center, and then maybe knight d2, knight e4 down the road, or maybe bishop f4. It looks a little bit like a king's Indian attack, kind of with the c4 h5. I really like Alireza's opening here. I think it makes a lot of sense. Now this is a 2-game match for those of you guys who are wondering. Yeah, 50-50 is the lowest in the entire industry. Yeah, entire industry. So it's quite low. Actually, I'm gonna get a little bit more food as well, so give me 1 second, because this game will heat up in like a minute. All right, what do we have? We have d4, queen e2, and trade, which is interesting. Not what I was expecting. So let's see what we got. I just got a bar. I didn't have any food like I thought I did. So b4 knight b3 looks okay for black. What kind of bar? It's a Kirkland signature nut bars, almond, cashews, and pecans from Costco, of course. Okay, so he goes knight to 2. The idea is, of course, to play f4 and knight to e4. He wants to go f4, guard the pawn, and like knight e4, knight c4, and jump to d6 or f6. That's the idea. I don't really like black's position here. Like b4, knight c4, f4. Yeah. I thought white had knight c4 to go knight d6, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, queen c6. Okay. Rook b1, obviously. Knight d6, rook d6 is probably not good for white. So probably rook b1, but then black castles. Hard to judge what's going on here. Yeah, you castle. I'll answer your questions when I finish this bar. Sorry. I don't like knight f5. Obviously got a castle here. I mean, maybe you can go b5, but I doubt it. I did play Michael Adams, but I'm just finishing the bar, so I didn't answer. Yeah, so knight d2 or knight c1 are both playable. Knight c5 also maybe a move, but we'll see what he does. Yeah, so you guys are asking about Michael Adams. I played Michael Adams many times. I played him when I was 15 years old, and I played him in the FIDE Grand Prix, or sorry, I was 17 in the FIDE World Cup in Libya. So yeah, I have played him. Okay, knight c5. So b4, there's knight a4, knight c3. I actually kind of like what's happening here. I feel like the way that Anton has played this is pretty good. He's probably spending too much time here. No, I lost that match, but I beat him in the FIDE World Cup in 2015 in Baku, Azerbaijan, actually. So yeah. So yeah, we keep going. Okay, knight h2 played here by Farouj. He wants to go knight g4, maybe f4, maybe bishop f4. He's trying to play like a king's any attack. I actually really like this idea with knight g4 and knight f6 here. I really like it. So he's gonna go knight g4 to go knight f6, I guess. Although honestly, after knight g4 and queen d8 or knight b3, how do you break through? I'm actually a little bit confused. I mean, I feel like white wants to go like bishop f4, bishop e4, h5, just attack on the king side, but it's not so easy to break through. Yeah, really not easy to break through. We have bishop f4 standard, probably knight b3, maybe a5, a4, knight b3. But if black isn't quick here, white's going to get a very big attack on the king side. Okay, knight d7, so he tries to attack the pawn, cover the f6 square. Not too shocking. We get queen d2, h5, logical move. Probably knight h2 and knight f3, but I don't actually like the way that Alireza is playing this. After knight h2 and rook c7 and rook c8, black is going to enter on the c file and create the kebab, and white's going to have to go rook c1 and trade the rooks. And I don't actually love this position. It's why did Magnus drop out? Because he's playing the Grand Chess Tour event in Warsaw, Poland, which is at the exact same dates as the next event. So yeah, rook c7 and rook c8 is move. I don't know what these guys on Twitch were thinking. They lost more and more from losing Hikaru than paying him. I mean, it's not really about that, honestly. It's just at the end of the day, Twitch does not really value its streamers very highly. That's just the reality. So he's gonna go rook f8 and rook c2 here. And I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe you have queen a5 here, maybe. maybe queen a5, but I'm not thrilled by the position here. I don't really like the position for Alireza. He's up on clock though, which is useful. Probably he's gonna go rook c1. Now this is a 2-game match, so he doesn't have to go all in and risk a loss, but we'll see. We'll see. How many Morphe number 3 players have you played against? Oh yeah, Morphe number. Yes, you guys who are asking me about the Morphe number. Yeah, so you're asking me about the Morphe number. The number of people that I played who had the Morphe number of 3 was I played multiples. I played against Arthur Biscayr and Stuart Rubin. Those were the 2 guys I played who had a Morphe number of 3. So I hope that answers your question. So yeah, Morphe number is basically from Paul Morphy. How many people have you? How many degrees of separation? It's like 6 degrees of New Hampshire bacon, basically, is what it is. So it's like a Morphe number of 1 means you directly played Paul Morphy. That's what it means. So we get queen a5, queen d5, queen a7. I think it's a draw, right? It's just a draw. Yeah, it looks like a draw. Oh wait, no, there's queen e4. Wait, there's actually queen e4. So it's like body count. Very funny, you guys. That's like saying how many degrees of separation is there between you and like Mila Kunis or something stupid, but whatever. Yeah, so we get queen d8 played here, maybe rook c2, maybe knight c5, and going from there. Let's see what the next move is going to be. Waiting for Alireza's move. He could play queen a7, but he plays queen e2 back. Now there's rook c2, queen d1, maybe knight b6, knight a4 or something. Yeah, I don't love this now. I think black's got the active rook, and I'm not really sure. Maybe even queen c7 to put the triple stack. Queen b6 is a move. Maybe b4, maybe a5, b4, things like that. Yeah. How do you reroute the horse in chess? You start moving it all over the board in L shapes. That's how you do it. Yeah. Yeah, probably b4 here. Takes. I would go b4 here almost instantly. Computer likes a5, but b4 looks very human. Goes 97, maybe the idea to play knight d5 here. It is worth noting that I feel like David Anton has played a very, very solid game so far, but after rook e4, I think your pawn on d4 is kind of hanging here. It's a slight problem, maybe more than a slight problem actually, but we'll see. So let's see. Anyway, waiting for the move. We get knight g5. I assume knight d5 has to be played here to hit the bishop. Like knight d5, queen f3, takes, and rook f8 looks okay for black. Knight d5 almost forced here, by the way. He plays it. Queen f3 probably takes. Okay, rook f8 played quickly. Yeah, I think David Anton's actually completely fine here as long as he doesn't hang something. e5 is a little bit weak here. The rook on c2 creates the kebab, and I'm not really sure why white should be better anymore, but time is still in Alireza's favor here. Is it a tactic to confidently blunder at lower elo to intimidate your opponents? No, that's not a thing at any level. Not a thing at any level. No, it hasn't been a thing. That's never a thing. Is the stream delayed? No, the stream might be delayed by a minute, because I think on the live broadcast it's a little bit different, but still, yeah, slot stream probably never, you guys. Simple answer, probably never. So let's see. We get rook e4 played here by Alireza. I think he's trying to go g4, rook e1. He might be trying to go all in on the king side here and attack. Probably that's what he's trying to do. We never got the jumping into pool of jello from your 10k. Was it pool of jello or just jumping on a trampoline with eggs or something? It wasn't jello, I don't think, but I've actually, that's like so long ago at this point. I thought you were gonna start calling the legendary triple stack the Wendy's Biggie Bag. Weren't they sponsoring Shrimp one time? Maybe it was Box. Bach. Wendy's, I don't think ever sponsored me. No, this is quite scary, by the way. I mean, rook e1, there's even rook c5. There's also knight c5. I mean, this is getting very scary here for Alireza. I don't like his position. I think it's got to go knight f3, rook c5, and rook e1 and try to make a draw. It doesn't feel like it's time to go for broke. I think there's a good chance that Alireza loses this game. Plays rook e1. I mean, rook takes b2 is also, I mean, rook takes b2 g4 maybe is Alireza's idea, but again, this feels very scary with knight c5 lurking. I mean, rook c5 looks like a rock solid move as well to try and force knight f3, but he takes. Okay, so probably we're gonna get g4, I assume. but we'll see. I expect g4 here. Yeah, he plays g4 as expected. Tough spot here for David Anton. He takes, I mean, problem is h5 is very scary here, although maybe there's still queen c3, queen d2 even, but can David Anton find queen c3 and queen d2 is the big question, because it's a very tough move to find. If you don't find queen c3 here, you're in a lot of trouble. White's attack is going to break through on the king side, so David Anton has to move fast. Maybe you can go b4 as well, but you've got to do something almost immediately here if you're black. Queen c3 is the best move, but I think it's very hard to play. I mean, b4 maybe knight c5, but you've got to go here. He's getting too low on time. Plays bishop h6. So now if h5 there's like queen d8 or something, I think. We'll see. Yeah, it's very hard to play. Yeah, the kanji is for my name, you guys. That's what the kanji is for. Yeah. Considering Anton time, it's a good plan. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great plan. I mean, I think it would be fine even with 5 minutes on the clock, because there's just no obvious moves, and in rapid and blitz, the less obvious moves there are in a position, the more complicated it becomes. So yeah, how many mugs of water did I drink? Too many. I think you've got to go knight c5 here, but David Anton's time usage is just not going to get the job done. You can't have 20 seconds here. I mean, 20 seconds is just not enough time. I mean, 96 takes 95 is probably fine for black, but it's just so scary to play. Do I ever do merch? I haven't done merch. I'd love to do merch, but it just hasn't worked out with Misfits, unfortunately. So just how it goes, but that's life. Okay, we get rook d6, logical move. Queen c3 again, a strong move, and David Anton finds queen c3 fast, which is very impressive. Not an obvious move at all, but now the queen's getting in. You have queen d2. The white attack is kind of dying a little bit here with the infiltration on the second rank. Knight and bishop not ideally placed. Alireza is kind of in a little bit of trouble here potentially. This game is going to be decisive. I don't know who's going to win. I feel like it's move by move. I'd like to be white and black. Knight b6, knight d5, or knight c5, knight d3. Knight c5 is the human move. He takes queen g5. There's also h. I mean, I don't know which one's right. Queen c5 or queen b2 are the only two moves. I think Alireza is going to win now. Yeah, Alireza is going to win this game because now all the sacks are working for white, and it's a bullet game, and David Anton's going to blunder. I think maybe not. I mean, bishop e6, knight e6 takes is a draw. Bishop e2. Apparently knight b7 draws, impossible move to find. Knight d4, knight c. I mean, this is so scary to play for both sides. I guess you go h5, takes e6. Yeah, it's a draw. I think it's a draw, right? Yeah, it's gonna be a draw, I think, because now the f file's open. Yeah. Wow. I would just go king h8 and dodge nonsense. He might play rook f7 though. Yeah, he's not going to gamble. Yeah, crazy game. I mean, both players could have lost at the critical moment, but it ends in a draw. Yeah, crazy game. So first game is a draw between Alireza. Let's see, what else do we have? Other games we have Aronian. What did Aronian do? Lev is still playing against Andreykin. What's going on? Andreykin again is losing, it looks like, in a Sicilian to Aronian. Yeah, Andreykin getting completely hammered in this game. Andreykin's gonna lose. So who else is there? Let's see. There are Giri made it, right? Anish wins. Wow. Okay, so Anish wins. Yeah, big win for Anish again. Like I said, I don't know why Anish is allowed to play in this event, because Anish cannot play in the grand final since he's already playing the Grand Chess Tour in Warsaw, Poland. So I don't know what's going on, why chess.com is allowing this, but they are at any rate, and we'll see how they sort it out down the road. It's what it is. So okay, who else is playing? There were a couple other people. Who else qualified? Well, there were like 2 other games, right, in Division 1. Who's playing? Kolars is in, right? No, who else is in? I'm forgetting about who the 10 players were because I don't have the tab open anymore. Oh, Shevchenko's in. Okay, Shevchenko. Okay, he's playing at Shimanov. Yeah, this was another one. Yeah, it looks like probably a draw with perfect play, but you're not going to draw this. The bishop, opposite color bishops here is too hard to play. Knight d3, of course, and then knight f4 or king d5. Knight f4. Oh wait, there's no rook e5. It's bishop knight, so you lose. Rook h4, rook c5, king d3 probably. Okay, d7, rook h6, probably bishop. Yeah, I mean, this is just too hard to play. Rook a5, probably bishop f1 and bishop h3 or bishop e2. Goes knight c3, rook g5, nice move. King b7, knight d5, rook g1 maybe, or knight, yeah, knight d5, rook g1, still very tricky. When is the next time you're gonna play a tournament? I'll be playing the Meltwater event, or not Meltwater, Champion Chess Tour event starting on May 22nd, 26th. This is what the qualifier is for. I'll also be playing Norwich Chess starting on May 28th or 29th. I forget which day, but one of those 2 days. Knight c3, rook c1, rook c1. Yeah, check. Bishop back, rook e1. Rook e1 looks correct. Goes rook c1. Knight c3 is bishop a5. Check. King c6, bishop a4. Did I check the article? No, I didn't check the article. I didn't. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to check it at this point. Really don't know if I will. Because this is going much. I thought this would be over like an hour ago. This is going like way too long. That's, yeah, it's insane. This event is gone for like 5 hours or something crazy. d3, good move also. Maybe, okay, go check. King d7. Yeah, it's gonna be a draw. Oh, he finds bishop a4. Ooh, takes there's a fossil with king b4. Ooh, king b3. Getting scary for black. Still a draw, but knight e2, bishop e5, maybe king. Yeah, this will be a draw now for sure. They must be somewhere near 50 moves. King e4, and now rook f3. I'd almost pre-move knight d4 here. Yeah, he does pre-move it. Maybe rook f8. Oh no, that there's a trade there. Wait, there's rook f7 or maybe king d5. This is still probably a draw, but rook f6 and king c6. King c6. Ooh. Knight d6. Knight d5. Oh, and it's 50 moves. Yeah, because like I think this might be winning. No, it's still a draw with bishop f8. But yeah, that was a crazy game that ends in a draw. So what do we have? We have Anish, who won. Aronian also won, right? Yeah. Yeah, Aronian also won. Yeah, I mean, that was a tough game. I think Shimanov should have won that, but he messed it up. Yeah, I completely messed it up. Magnus would win that with white and hold it black. Magnus would have won that for sure with white. Absolutely would have won that. No doubt. So for sure he would have. All right, so let me make a notepad so I have the list of the players. So there's Aronian, Firouzja, Shimanov, Giri, and what is the fifth one? Aronian's playing on Drake and Firouzja, Shimanov. There's like one other match I'm forgetting about, but I don't know who's playing in it. Shevchenko is playing Shimonov. Giri. There's one match I'm forgetting about. I don't know who it is. Maybe if I scroll through, I'll figure it out. Oh, it's Mustard. Jules Moussard. You're right. Mustard. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Moussard. Yeah. So wait, did he not play yet? Wait, Kolars, Moussard. Wait, did they not play their first game? Maybe they didn't start their game. I don't know what's going on. You guys can tell me exactly, but kind of weird. Yeah, they drew their first game. Okay, so this is game 2 between Moussard. I think Magnus would have won that end game. Yeah. Okay, so we get e4 here. c5. You guys said they drew their first game, right? So yeah. Ferrugia already drew. Ferrugia only played the first game, I think. Right or not? Wait, Ferru? No, Ferrugia's playing right now. Let's watch Alireza's game. This looks like another Petrov here after first game was a draw. Yeah, this is all pretty standard here. I actually had something very similar to this when I played in the the early days of the pandemic in 2020. I had something very similar to this against LeBron Aronian in one of the very early Chess 24 events. I forget which one exactly, but I had something very, very similar to this. So this is very, very reminiscent of the old days. Yeah, very reminiscent of the old days. I had a game against LeBron Aronian in this. I don't remember it was this exact position. I feel like after Bishop G5 he didn't play Queen A5. 2020. I think it was a Magnus Carlsen Invitational. Let me see if I can find the game. Okay, found that. Nakamura Carlsen. Maybe not. Maybe it was the next event. I don't know. It was one of the early events. So I played Levon in it way back in the old days. So what do we have? Knight f6 g3 played. So white is maybe marginally better here. Good bishop, but very, very balanced pawn structure. So very hard to play for much of either side. This is very likely going to Armageddon. Very likely we're going to get an Armageddon here. It feels like the top 10 players have gotten worse over the past few years, and the new projects still aren't quite at that level. Wouldn't this be a great time to farm FIDE rating across 2800? I guess. But are you implying that I've gotten worse, or you're implying that everyone's gotten worse, or what are you implying exactly? Because I don't quite understand the question. I mean that's the big that's a big, it's like big if true kind of situation when you say that it's like everyone else has gotten like that much worse. I mean, maybe they have, but I don't know. I mean, I would argue the floor kind of has gotten raised, but who knows. Okay, King G7 played, so let's see what we get here. King G2 followed by Rook E1. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the top 10 players have gotten worse. Who knows? I mean, by pure stats of the ratings, you're right. Ratings have gotten worse, in terms of pure ratings. But yeah, that's just my general read. I mean, I don't think people have gotten that much worse. Maybe they have. I mean, by pure rating, they have objectively, but I don't really know if I believe that. Yeah, there's a lot more online games, so players are a lot closer, which makes it seem like people have gotten worse. Actually, that is true. That's a good point. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, that is a good point. Actually, I kind of think that is fair. There are many more games. Like the quantity of games from the pandemic onwards has gotten so high. Like even Magus has played a ton of online games. Like I'm betting since 2020, just a wild guess, he's probably played maybe like just like wild guess, like rank, like actual games that matter, I would say probably 2,000. Maybe actual games between like all the online terms, I'm gonna say it's somewhere like 2,000 games. But in terms of other games he's played, probably also like just as many, like another 2,000 or 3,000 games at least. So yeah, probably it's true that like if Magus has that volume and I have that much as well, it does even out because players get that much more experience and it helps them more than it helps us. Like there's probably some way actually someone could run the stats on me and tell, like, you know, prior to the pandemic, like how many games did I play from like, I don't know, March 1st 2020 to like to now, and I'm betting that number is probably statistically a lot higher than what I had played before in the previous like 5 years. It's probably a lot higher. So who knows? Anyway, this game goes on. Very, very balanced position here. I like white's position with the nice op on B3. But it's opposite color bishops. It's really hard to find a big advantage. So I think it's likely we're gonna get we're gonna draw here. 2023 Hikaru would smoke 2015. I don't know, it's weird. Like on the one hand I want to say no, but on the other hand I think it's actually just true. So who knows? Yeah, it's kind of wild. By the way, I hope to hear this song tonight since the Rangers are playing. So Kane better score some goals. Speaking of hockey, since he played for the Blackhawks and this is their song. Probably rookie 1 or C4, one of these moves. C4 or rookie 1, both moves are playable. C4 obviously a lot more explosive, but rookie 1 also possible. Except 2015 Hikaru is probably not a streamer. That's also true. Yeah, streaming 8 hours. Yeah, your streams are addicting. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Yeah, we keep going. Kane goal with a Chelsea dagger to boot. Well, I mean, obviously I'm rooting for the Rangers tonight and they better win. I do think Kane is injured though. I do think Kane is still injured. I mean, maybe still, but I think he's very slightly injured. It's just not clear whether it's like how serious it is. He doesn't seem to be moving. Like his movement is relatively okay, but he seems a step slower than he should be. But anyway, all right, waiting for a move here from Anton. Probably rookie 1, something like that. 2015 Hikaru is pre-awakening. Good one, good one. Yeah, I'm talking about ice hockey. That's what we're talking about. Is 2020 Hikaru still playing competitively for real-time streamer? I mean, I'm a streamer first, but I still do play occasionally. I play pro tournaments every so often. Shockingly, I seem to do well when I play, which is definitely a little bit unusual, but that's how it goes. Clearly, everybody these days has other focuses. You know, you have a professional poker player who's still ranked #1 in chess. You have a podcaster as well who's like still top 10. You have a fashion designer who's #4 in the world, and of course you have a streamer and myself who's #5. So clearly a lot of people have found greener pastures, but we still play the game casually and have fun. Get rookie AE1 played here as expected. Probably rookie 1, rookie 1, rookie 8 will be played by Alireza. That's what I expect. So yeah, Dota player was also world champion runner-up. Actually, I think Nepo was quite serious at Dota. I mean, I think it's probably like IM level if I understand correctly at Dota. So yeah, I forgot about the fact that you have like a semi pro Dota chess player as well, or Dota player who's like #3 in the world. I thought he was quite good. Like, I'm not kidding. I thought that he was like, he wasn't good enough to be like a pro, but I thought he was legitimately good at Dota. But maybe I'm just smoking something. Always possible. Field will be decided today. Yeah, today in these matches the field will be decided. Yeah, he said he stopped playing Dota regularly, just follows it now. Yeah, but I thought he was actually quite serious. Yeah, queen f5. Interesting move by Alireza. Just wants to trade the queens and go knight e4. I don't know if I love it because it creates double pawns. That being said, you can also play f4 since white has pushed the pawns. Like for example, his pawns on h2 could h3 g4, but pawn on h4 allows for f4 here, so it's likely going to be a draw. Yeah, I think we're gonna get like rook trade rookie 1, and this is probably gonna peter out into draw. Maybe h5 knight h4, also an idea, but I'm not playing because I'm already qualified. That's why. But I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that that Nepo was fairly serious, but I could be wrong. Am I watching the Rangers game or Celtics? I'll watch the Rangers games. Why would I watch the Celtics? Like Boston? Yeah. So h5 is playable, but the thing is, it's also not an easy move to play. Top 3 don't have to play. Could Giri back out of the GCT event if he qualifies? He actually could theoretically, but it'd be very weird this late to do it because the Grand Chess Tour in Poland is only 20 days away. So it would be kind of unkosher. It wouldn't be kosher to do that. Okay, he does play h5. Wow, I like it. So he sees the idea of knight to h4 here. I watched a Bruins throw yesterday. Well, that's what happens when you play a team that's better than you and the refs can't keep calling penalties the entire time. It's just reality. I mean, Bruins got literally like 5 penalties in a row and they didn't call single one against them, and a couple of those calls were very marginal and they called them against the Panthers. So I don't know what you want. Yeah, I don't know what you want. I mean, you can complain all you want about it, but I mean, they literally called like 5 penalties in a row once it was 2-0 for the Panthers. So all right, if knight h5, rook h1, knight f6, knight h4, I think white's actually doing very, very well here. Is Alireza still able to grow in chess ability? Absolutely, he can grow. Absolutely, for sure. Top 5 in the world. Only Ding is a professional chess player. The other 4 play chess as a hobby. That is correct. Yes. Yes. Alireza definitely has chance to improve, but who knows? I mean, long way to go. Okay, rook e8 might be the only move here, actually, so I'm thinking about the position, because knight h4 is a very serious threat. Like, if you go knight e4, knight h4, king f6, even this is kind of scary here. Rook e8, f3. I mean, white gets a chain. There's rook f1, bishop b3. This looks really, really scary to play. So I think that in this position, it's actually rook e8 might be the only move to not lose here. Wesley's not playing because A, he didn't qualify, and B, he's playing the Grand Chess event in Poland, so he can't qualify. I mean, that's the main reason he's not playing. Of course, Anish is playing, and who knows what? Isn't rook h1 very good? Maybe you have king. Ooh, you can run this king up. I mean, this looks very scary going king g6, but maybe it's okay. Yeah, maybe the active king is fine here. Yeah, kind of crazy, but maybe it's okay. I think we're gonna get a draw here. Then we got check and king g5 and check. We're probably gonna get this one. Crazy. Yeah, probably knight f3 and we got a draw. Knight f5, knight f4, opposite color bishops. This is also a draw. Yeah, we're gonna get knight f3 and a draw, and we're gonna get Armageddon or not. Okay, it goes there. Maybe I spoke too soon. Knight f4, gf4, king f5, rook h6, bishop f4. Yeah, it's gonna be a draw. That I did not expect. Can't you take and go g4 and bishop? Nah, actually no, it just takes here g4 rook e8 and nah. I mean, you're getting the kebab, you're infiltrating. Easy draw. You could also play bishop c2 check for no, there's king g5 there. Never mind. Yeah, so you have to take the knight. Why is Anton thinking? Surely Anton's gonna realize there's king g5 instantly, right? Oh, he did play it. He played rook h5, king g6. Yeah, this will be a draw. Probably rook h1, king f3, and nothing very exciting. I watch football, basketball, and hockey. I watch all 3 of them. I mean, hockey is definitely a sport that I know the best, though. Okay, 5. Okay, not crazy. Just a6 here. Yeah, this will be a draw very soon. 9-hour stream almost. I don't know how long we've been live, but yeah, we've been live forever, it feels like. I mean, this event has gone much longer than I expected to go, to be fair. I thought this would be over like an hour or 2 ago. Wasn't intending to cover it for so long, but I mean, it is what it is. Rook f5, of course, and bishop b3, and I mean, this will be a draw. Okay, he goes here. We'll get rook e8, probably bishop b3, and then king f1 or something, and yeah, eventually rook f3, rook e3, and nothing exciting. Penn's robbed of the playoffs. Well, it's the Penn's own fault for not being good enough. Yeah, king f1 here, stop the infiltration, or rook f3, rook e. I mean, doesn't even matter here. It's going to be a draw no matter what, unless of course Anton gets Carol's. I don't like g4 though, because now there's f6. Okay, Anton needs to be a little bit careful here, because now there's like bishop b2. I really didn't like g4. I thought f6 with rook e4, rook e2 could have been scary. I really didn't like this g4 move, but goes bishop a3. I mean, d5 or g5 are really the only 2 moves here as I see it. Yeah, Anton's got to be careful not to mess this up here. It's like, it's still completely fine, but he's like one careless move away from ending up worse. I'm glad that you stream late, since about 10:30 p.m. in Prague. Nice. Yeah, Matt, we're gonna do MasterChef for sure later. Why is Anton thinking just play d5 and make the draw? I really don't like g4 though. This is such a bad move. I mean, you can still go g5, and I mean, this will be a draw, but really don't like this. I don't like what David Anton has done in this position. It could have been a very easy draw, and he plays this very careless g4 move. Yeah, very careless move. I do want to play blitz. I'll play blitz depending on how long it takes before this ends. I don't know why Anton is even thinking here. Yeah, Anton's trying to lose this. This is just insane. Yeah, bishop b2, rook f3, and then like a5 and b5, and I would not want to play this with white. Oh, I guess Alireza is just happy to make the draw. Yeah, it's probably just going to be a draw. Again, why is Anton thinking just go king g2 and make the draw? Completely insane. But now there's f6 suddenly, like f6, and I mean, I don't like the way that Okay, again you have d5, again you have g5. Like again, there are many ways to draw this, but what's he doing? Why is Anton thinking so long here? I don't understand the point of these deep things for no reason. Like, does Anton really think he can win this position against Alireza, who's a very strong GM? His time usage is horrible here, absolutely horrible. Maybe just rook e5 even and just king e4, but that's even careless after bishop. Okay, so we'll get a draw here. Yeah, king f3, bishop a3, and we'll go to Armageddon. Even here, like, why is he thinking there's no way you win this against a player of Alireza's caliber? Just no chance. Andrew down 3 minutes. This thought process, this using time here is just not very smart. Yeah, you go king g3 and make the draw. Okay, so we get a draw here, so these two go to Armageddon. All right, so let's see, we have Musard who's playing his second game. Actually no, we should go to Andreykin, because Andreykin lost in game 1, right? Andreykin lost in the first one, right? Yeah. Okay, looks like Lev is fine here. Lev won the first game, so he's on cruise control, just like a6, rook c2. Easy draw for Lev. He'll make it through to the next event. We have Shimanov. Shimanov is playing against Shevchenko. Okay, white is definitely better here. White is up a pawn. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Extra pawn for white here. France always loses against Spain. It's a 2-game mini match. Yeah, 2-game mini match. Yeah. Whoops, didn't mean to click that. Sorry. Okay, we get rook d7 played here. Okay, bishop takes h4 here. Looks like a draw. Bishop h4, king h4, rook f3. Looks like a draw. So, all right, this is probably going to be a draw here. Get rook a6, probably rook 7 d3, and okay, this is gonna be Arma 2. This is gonna be Arma as well. Yeah, it's gonna be Armageddon 2. Yeah, not trying to make it to MasterChef. I mean, I thought it was gonna be over. Like, I thought we'd end like an hour ago with this, and we get to MasterChef, but we still aren't there. Like, I mean, I was not expecting this to go so long. This has been going forever here, forever. Yeah. Get rook d3, probably rook f6, trade g5, easy draw. No Magnus, another easy 30,000 bananas. Yeah, it's going forever, and it's like we're just waiting for the Armageddons. So wait for a move here. I mean, this is going to be a draw. Let's see what else we have. Let's go back to Aronian as well. Lev's game. Lev is drawing. Lev is through. He's going to make it. So let's see. Aronian is through. There are two others. What else do we have? Anish won, right? So let's go back and see if Giri survived. Did Giri make it? Giri won in like no time. How did Giri win this game in like 10 years ago? Okay, so I mean, Anish wins, but I don't know how Anish is supposed to actually play. Again, he's playing in the Grand Chess Tour at the same time as this event, so we're gonna see if he can play or he's gonna have to give up his spot. And if he has to give up his spot, that's not good. Not good. Let's put it that way. Not good. Okay, so what else do we have? We have Musard. Musard drew the first game, so this game is winning for somebody, winning for Kolars. Anish played for his ego. See what we get here. We get a5 played by Kolars. He's gonna go rook d7, a6. It's GG. Rook d7, bishop c5, b4, GG on the spot. Yeah, it's just GG. There's also a6. Okay, I would just sack here. I would almost just, oh wait, you can't sack with rook b2, but probably just a6, a7. I don't even understand how black stops it or takes. Of course, you can always go a6 here. You can even take and play rook b6. All roads lead to Rome. Again, maybe just b4 here to stop rook a5, because b4 rook c3 hangs rook f2. Yeah, b4 looks GG, easy GG. So I think we have two Armageddon games. So b4 played, probably takes, and that's what we do. Yeah. Shevchenko is playing the GCC. Oh my gosh, you're right. Actually, you're right. Shevchenko is. I mean, what are they going to do? Because I mean, these guys can't play. I mean, they can't play in the event. It's just that simple. Shevchenko is playing in Poland or not? Actually, wait. Though, actually, no. Wait. No, I think you're wrong. I don't think Shevchenko is. No, I don't think Shevchenko is playing in Poland. He's playing the first one in Romania, but he's not playing the one in Poland, which is the second event. Is he? Oh no, he is. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a win. So Kolars is through. So we have two Armageddon games, it looks like. We're gonna have two Armageddon games. We're gonna have Firouzja and we're gonna have Shimanov versus Shevchenko. So do they gain money? I mean, I don't know how it works. I have no idea. I mean, they didn't change the rules because Magnus, if anybody could ask them to change the timing and everything else for the event, and Magnus skipped. So I actually think they don't realize. I think they maybe don't realize, or maybe they figure, well, if they make it, they can withdraw from one of the two events. They can just pick which one to withdraw from. So we'll see. I mean, it'll be interesting with Anish whether he's aware of this. I don't know if he is aware of this or not, but that's the only question. So yeah, I mean, even if I don't play today, you guys, obviously we will we have a big day tomorrow with Title Tuesday. Just ask Anish. I mean, I could, but I'll let the relevant people ask the questions. Yeah, we have two Armageddon games. That's what we have. Yeah, two Armageddon games. So I guess I'll wait to see what the times are. They should start this right away. There's no game yet. No game. So I'm gonna go use Russian one last time. We're gonna cover this, and then I'll probably do Blitz or do Master Chef, and we'll wind it down. So give me a few. Give me like 2 minutes. Okay, here we go. We have Armageddon, you guys, between Alireza and of course it's between Alireza and of course David Anton Giaro. What are the colors? Alireza gets black, by the way. Big plus for him. Yeah, actually playing chess is a bad idea. I'm just gonna tell you guys, bad idea. Like, I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, it's Armageddon. So we got the classic anti-Catalan here from David Anton Giaro, all standard. Now it's interesting that Alireza does not capture. Of course, in the World Chess Championship, we had this position the other day between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi with knight to f4. So now we get we get ED5, which is interesting. Bishop B2 94. This is of course completely playable too. Alireza bid 7 minutes, I think, and Anton Giaro bid 10 minutes, or not 7 minutes, but less. Yeah. So this is one of the 2 games that we have. We have there's also the other Armageddon, I think, between Shevchenko and of course Shevchenko and, let me see if I can find it. There's one more Armageddon game between Shevchenko, I think. Yeah, I don't see it actually. Wait, what? Match play. Yeah, they're 2 games, so I'll have them both. Let me put this one up here and we'll go from there. So yeah, all right, so let's go back to this one. Let's cover the Alireza game because of course slightly more prominent, and we'll see what happens to this one. Then we have the other one as well. Yeah, they're two Armageddon games, and then after this I think I'm just gonna move on to MasterChef probably, because I'm not playing very well even in those bullet games. So we have a bunch of moves here. We get A3. Let me refresh to make sure that we're caught up. Okay, A3 played. Black's a slight weak pawn on D4, but you have bishop E6, bishop G4, multiple different ways to play this. Yeah, should be completely fine though for Alireza here. You get queen D3, maybe idea to play H4, knight G5, go after the pawn on H7. Computer actually likes white's position here. Maybe rook F_D1. H3 looks like a pretty obvious move because takes, you can take and then go F4 and open up the double op combo. Actually pretty logical to play H3 here. If you don't go H3, I don't know where the advantage could ever be. So you got to go H3, bishop H5, and then maybe rook F_D1. That makes a lot of sense. Also, because I have H3, bishop H5, rook D1, queen D7. There's something queen B5 with a double attack on both of the B shops. So H3 kind of obvious here. Let's see if he can play it. It's what I would play for sure. As much as I want to play blitz today, I think that would be a bad idea. Yeah, well, I haven't I mean, I played at the start of the stream, but it's been like, just this event's gone so long. I was sure it would have ended like an hour or 2 hours ago, but it's like at this point I can't not cover it and stuff. But yeah, it's what it is. Okay, let's go to the other one. What do we have? We have a French here. Shevchenko with a white piece against Shimanov. Nothing super insane, although wait, sacrificing a pawn here in the center, very sharp position here. So let's go back to the other one. We get queen B5 played here, which is okay. It's not the move I would have played because I thought H3 kicked the bishop made a little more sense, but it's not bad. Yeah, thanks for the nice long stream, Hikaru. Good night. Yeah, good night to you, Maria Zaff. Yeah, sorry that it hasn't been more okay, we're gonna get queen D3, knight C6 back. Okay, and then he'll play H3 surely, right? Yeah, you got to go H3 here. Now he goes rook E1, which I don't like. Now queen D7, I think black is fine. Oh, maybe there's knight G5 still, who knows. I guess the idea is to play knight D2 and queen B5 and open up the scope, maybe. Still doesn't feel amazing. Yeah, because now you don't have H3 anymore, and so now the bishop on G4 is a big problem. It also has more access. Like if you play H3 here, bishop doesn't have the backwards diagonals in the same way as it does here. Like now I can always go right back because the bishop hasn't been forced to the edge of the board. So bishop has multiple diagonals, and I think Alireza is going to survive this, but we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, queen B5, bishop A7, standard. A time evening out here already. I mean, very hard for Anton to survive here in my opinion, or to win this game, because time is already even. There's no increment here. I like knight D2, but now I think there's rook E5 and rook A8 with the double stack, and I think, or actually rook E5, bishop C6, takes is fine for black. Yeah, I think if Alireza finds rook E5, he's well on his way to making it to the final 8. Well on his way. But let's see if we get it. What else do we have? We have, of course, Shimanov's game. Shimanov playing against Shevchenko. Still waiting for a move there. Is there another world WCS or only the FIDE one? There are many. There's 960, there's Rapid Blitz, there's a classical, probably there's a chess.com thing, which is a chess champions tour. There are many different events. You can call them world championships, whatever, but many events. Many events going on. So let's see. I assume that probably I play the refresh the board. Okay. Oh, we did get rook e5. Yeah, so Alireza is well on his way to a dub here. Yeah, rook e8, double stack. Knight f3, rook d5. I mean, it's already just better for black. Bishop f3, bishop f5. I mean, all roads here are, everything's looking very, very good for Alireza in this position. Yeah, I mean, it's as much as I like Anton, I think this is the end of the road. Queen c4, rook c5 even. Maybe queen a4. Hanging by a thread here, maybe, but we'll see. Hanging by a thread. Let's see, queen c4. Okay, I mean, rook c5 or queen a4. I mean, this queen is very iffy on the edge of the board, very, very close to losing it. How does Anton know this Armageddon? I think he does, but he's still trying to treat it like a normal game. He's trying to prove an advantage too early. How come I don't like Alireza? Oh, I do, but I mean, you want to root for the underdog. Like, Alireza is such a big favorite here that you want to root for the underdog. It has nothing to do with Alireza specifically, but I mean, he's like 100 points higher rated. He's the clear favorite. Yeah, I mean, that's like it's you want the underdog to keep it close. You don't want it to just be like lopsided. Are you watching the engine suggestion? Or are you finding these ideas? Most of these ideas on my own, unless I'm looking specifically at the engine. I try not to do that because I think when you do that, it takes away from the general thoughts. Like I'm betting rook c5 is not best, right? Yeah, now I'm gonna look up and I'm gonna see that, yeah, it says 0.2, so it's like now I realize this isn't best, but this is still naturally what I'd be attracted to, and it's why Alireza is thinking so long about rook c5. Like, what's it, bishop e6? Oh no, it's h6, of course. h6, ridiculous, just not human at all. Oh wow, he plays it. Impressive from Alireza. Now b4 played to open up squares for the queen. No rook c5, b5 hangs the knight, but takes bishop e6 and takes. And isn't black just better? Am I missing maybe a bishop? But I mean, even this end, yeah, nah, I'm not feeling it here for Anton. Okay, what do we got? Takes, bishop e6, takes as expected, but takes bishop d5 should be good. No, yeah, looks completely fine for black. Okay, what do we get? We got takes bishop h3. Oh, maybe this just ends the game. Actually, your king's stuck. Yeah, this is over. Yeah, Alireza is gonna win, so let's move on to the other game. Yeah, this is actually just over on the spot. Yeah, this is just over. Okay, so let's move on to the other game. Let's put it here. Let me unmute the tab as well. Yeah, I'm gonna get some more water very quickly because we're about to end this portion. All right, do we get a move? No moves here, so this one's over. So let's move back to the other one, 'cause this is probably more exciting. It's over already. Let me refresh it. No, it's still going on, but yeah, h6 is impressive. I would say it's like it's not out of this world if you use time, but it's good awareness by Alireza here to like not waste time looking for like the queen trap. Like rook c5, queen a4, b5 type stuff is the idea. I'd be over water like a plant if I drank so much water. Well, that's why you run to the restroom like 50 times every stream. So yeah, but it is what it is. We don't have any more moves. No, this one's over. So let's go back here. Let me mute this tab and then let's go back to this one. All right, this game is very out of control. This game, black it's even material, but the king is stuck in the middle of the board here. Yeah, it's called streaming. Yes, yeah, water again. Yes, water as always. So okay, bishop e7, probably rook e1 here. Maybe bishop g7. Actually, bishop g7. Wait, but I guess after here you don't want to take, because after castles suddenly black has a lot of play in the center of the board, so it's not actually so clear. Rook g8. Let's see what we get here. Probably you go bishop d4 just to keep the king side intact. You can, I'm guessing, take. Kind of shocked that he does, but I guess must win. Maybe bishop d4. If you still cover h8, you cover a7, and then you can go rook e1, and maybe you're just winning. Actually, maybe white's just winning after bishop. Maybe it's not even a question. Bishop b4 is probably just winning for white. I normally drink tap water. Ooh, whoa, knight d4. Now the bishop goes to c5 or d6, and suddenly this bishop on g7 has no good squares. Shevchenko has made a mistake here. He's made a big mistake here. I think he's in trouble. Why would you ever play knight d4 when bishop d4 covers h8, hits a7, and you can just play rook e1? And now the 7th rank is a problem for black. That's insane. What is knight d4? That's just a terrible move in my opinion. Yeah, I don't understand knight d4 at all. I think he's gonna lose, and the other game is over. Alireza won, so the other game's already over. So yeah, it's what it is. This has gone way too long, by the way, way too long. Yeah, we're moving on very, very soon. So what that means that the 4 players who made it are Levon Aronian, Alireza Firouzja, tentatively Anish Giri, although like I said, he can't play 2 events at the same time. So tentatively Anish Giri, so Levon, Anish, Alireza, and Kolars is the other one. Yeah, there's Kolars, and then there's one more from this one. So Anish is not going to be able to play both events, and he's going to be very bummed when he finds out, I think, that there's a direct conflict, but it is what it is. So let's see, we get queen h6 played here. Yeah, bishop d6, excellent move. Rook e8. I mean, rook e8, rook e1, but takes, and rook h. No, that's just losing. Rook e6 and rook g7 and rook h7 because the queen guards the rook, and that's GG. Classic right triangle, by the way, as well. 90 degrees. Yeah, this is GG. Maybe I should let Anish know. Yeah, but I mean, it's not on me, it's on chess.com. They're the ones running the event. They're the ones who have to know what events people are playing. That's not my responsibility. Yeah, I mean, that's not my responsibility. If chess.com messes up, I mean, you can't blame me for that. I thought wait, wasn't rook e6 just, oh no, bishop b4 was winning. Okay, like I thought wait, is this really not winning? No, I guess it's just a little bit better after g3, but okay, whatever. Rook e7 played instead. Now you move the bishop, there's rook h7, classic right triangle, as everybody has studied in high school or college. Right triangle. Wow, this is kind of wild. I mean, there's maybe, oh no, queen g4 takes 6, you lose c6. I mean, maybe you have rook f8 and rook h, although still rook e8. Very dank. I don't know what's going on here. I'm really confused, honestly. Really confused by this. It was queen e8. Okay, so we'll get rook e7, queen e7, knight e6 back, I assume. Game could go either way, but there's also king d7. The phase Hikaru makes when someone plays a bad move. I mean, I'm just a little bit confused. That's it. A little bit confused by all this stuff, but it is what it is, obviously, at the end of the day. Both players getting low on time, by the way. 140 left. What does the right triangle mean? It's 90-degree right triangle. I mean, you studied math in school. You studied math. Alireza is 3. Yeah, he won his game pretty convincingly. Okay, 124. TikTok. Maybe Anish withdrew from the other event. The organizers are so mad they're holding his feet to the fire. I don't know, but as I said, like if Magnus Carlsen is playing in the Poland Grand Chess Tour event, and it's at the same time as next Chess Champions Tour event, and he withdrew, there are no ifs, ands, or buts. Like you can't play multiple tournaments at the same time. Magnus can't get them to do it. Nobody can get them to do that. So that's also why in this game too, you have Kirill Shevchenko, who's supposed to be playing in the Warsaw, Poland Grand Chess Tour event as well, and he's trying to qualify for the Chess Champions Tour. So I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on, honestly. Rook g8, knight f5, probably bishop e5 or bishop f8. I don't know which one's best. They both look, bishop e5, maybe there's knight e7. It does it anyway. Okay, logical. Maybe there's knight e7. Check, block. Knight e7 looks like the move. Takes queen c6. Bishop c7, queen a8, rook b1. Wow. So he's going for like knight e7 or something. But actually, if you take, isn't black just 2 juicers for the rook? That's what it looks like after rook g7. Yeah. If a circus is 3.14, what is a triangle? Queen g3, bishop e5, h4. Maybe knight e5 and start pushing p. Knight e5, d4, d3, d2. Just start pushing p. or d4 right away, but d4 might allow queen d3, so probably knight e5, d4, d3. Just start pushing the p. Push p. Come on, Shimonov. Does the other one. Okay, so now, but the problem is now queen d5. Yeah, but now the c5 c4 though, maybe still very murky. Yeah, c5 c4 looks correct to me, but c5 queen g6, d3 h6, murky. He plays a4 c4, of course. I mean, just keep pushing p, because now the pawns are so fast here that I mean, there's c3 c2 d3, probably c3 to get the tempo. He goes queen d5. Ooh, no, but now c3 doesn't work. Maybe bishop e5, of course. Queen holds all the squares. d3 d2. Go d3 d2. Bishop holds the queening square. d2. c2. Queen g8. Queen g8. Oh my god, he missed queen g8. Queen g8. Queen g8. Oh my god. Yeah, queen c4. I mean, here comes the clown fiesta. Yeah, if Shevchenko had not used up all that time, there was a chance that takes. Yeah, and now you just, yeah, he wins. Yeah. GG, why not? Yeah. So now, of course, you guys, we're going to see what happens here. We'll find out who what happens, because you have two players who are supposed to be playing in the next FIDE, or not FIDE, but the next Grand Chess Tour event, who are qualifying for the knockouts in the Chess Champions Tour. But yeah, that was insane for both players, but we'll see. You have Anish Giri and Kirill Shevchenko, who are both supposed to be playing the Grand Chess Tour. Literal direct conflict. They were allowed to play this event. We'll see if they actually are playing or not playing, but it is what it is. On that note, you guys, I'm going to move on because we've been going forever now. So we're going to move on to our classic content of MasterChef, and we're just going to go from there and wind it down. So let's move it along.